This is Rude Krishi, and his life is basically like Spider-Man's. At magic school, he gets treated like total trash by everyone, just for being the weakest kid in the worst class. But the truth is, he's faking being a loser. He loses duels on purpose and takes hits without a word to hide his biggest secret, that he's the Dark Mage. When he switches forms, he turns into a confident, powerful guy, who never bows his head to anyone. He gets so strong that he has to hold back his power on every hit so he doesn't wreck the whole place. The entire empire sees the Dark Mage as a hero, but in reality, he's just grinding for an organization that hunts monsters just to make some cash. Everywhere he goes, people hype up the Dark Mage with no clue it's actually him. One day, some bullies chained up a kid that Rude swore to protect to a target, and made the whole class throw magic rocks at him. A crying girl missed on purpose, but the bully's goon nailed a direct hit on the kid's forehead, and nobody dared to even blink. That's when Rude raised his hand and said he'd go next. He picked up the rock and calculated exactly how much power he could use so he wouldn't bring down the whole building. When he threw it, the reinforced target turned to dust. The rock barely grazed the kid and shattered his chains. He scratched his head and went, "Oops, my bad." Then he asked for one more try, but the rock crumbled right in his hand. He acted all worked up and said it was defective. The bully just stared at the hole in the wall, knowing he could never do damage like that. That's when his double life starts getting exposed. This story is insane. Let's stop stalling and get right into it. Let's get it. The story takes place in a world where gods gave magic to some humans to hunt down the monsters that showed up. These mages were seen as legends. In a fancy hall, everyone was buzzing to meet these guys up close. This is Serene, a famous singer who showed up to the event just for that. When she got on stage and started singing, a bunch of monsters showed up behind her, smashing through the glass. Serene was about to become monster food until the Dark Mage showed up and saved her. He fired off a single attack and every monster by the window exploded like Mentos dropped in Coke. Serene frozen, not believing she just got saved by the Dark Mage. The noble's jaws hit the floor. Everyone already knew the stories about the guy who saves everyone from the shadows. The main character walks up to Serene and asks for a favor. She tells him he can ask for anything. The kid pulls out paper and a pen and goes, "Can I get an autograph?" revealing he's her #1 fan. The next day at Ophion headquarters, everyone is talking about the Dark Mage. The man himself walks down the hall like he wants to disappear. He hates all the attention and clearly just wants peace. Ren meets him at the door and asks if the mission went badly. Rude Krishi hands her a flyer that slipped out of her pile, and it's an ad showing the Dark Mage like some dramatic poster boy. Ren completely loses it. The master of Ophion is using Rude's scary image to bring in more business. Rude storms into the master's office and slams the flyer into his face. The master only smiles. He's exactly the kind of person who'd do anything for praise. He tosses the flyer away and laughs it off. Rude is furious. He risks his life, and his boss turns him into a mascot. Then he throws the autograph onto the desk, and the master's eyes light up. He really sent a top mage into a monster-filled forest just to get a signature. Rude says he's done running stupid errands, but the master already has more jobs lined up, like finding a lost puppy. When Rude brings up the monster attack, the master finally gets serious. Monsters showing up in a safe zone guarded by the tower isn't random. Something bigger is going on. Then the master asks how long Rudd plans to stay in that form. Rudd releases his magic, and dark energy fills the room as the fearsome Dark Mage shrinks into a small blonde kid. The change is insane. One second he's terrifying, and the next he looks like a child asking for a kid's meal. Then the master drops serious news. The association is actively searching for the Dark Mage, and things are getting risky. A huge auction is coming up for a rare magic stone, and every powerful mage in the country will be there. The master calls the mission fun, but he's hiding a paper behind his back. It's an admission permit for Helios Magic School. So now his next battle won't just be monsters, it'll be school too. At the auction hall, the mood inside is far more tense than calm. Mages keep filing in, and their pride is impossible to miss. This isn't just an auction, it's a battleground for rich mages. Then a hand reaches into the light. The auctioneer steps up, greets the crowd, and looks ready to profit from every second of the night. That smile of his is polished enough to make anyone check their wallet. He signals the start, and every eye turns to the stage. Ren scans the balcony, probably hoping Rudd doesn't cause trouble. She asks if Shazam's Heartstone is really that valuable. Leaning on the railing, Rudd says it's a top-tier item, but he didn't come to bid on it. Ren notices how many strong mages are here, and worries, since the association is hunting for Rudd. After all, he is the Dark Mage they're after. Rudd gives a small nervous reaction, and says it should be fine, mostly because he came for a completely different reason. His goal here is very specific, but thinking about his boss makes his face go blank. The briefing already told him this night would be awful. Back in the Ophion office, Rude stood there with a backpack, while the master sat behind his desk, hoping for a real mission. Rude asked what the job actually was. The master handed him a file, and called it a revenge proxy. He said a vile mage had destroyed a client's life, but there was a catch. The target was a small-time crook, who kept escaping the law. Rude looked at the target's photo, Dan Marshall, a third-class mage known as Cloak. Rude asks the obvious question, is he supposed to kill him? The master smiles like he has a worse idea. Since the auction is packed with witnesses, he explains, Step 1 is simple, find Dan in the crowd. Step 2 is catching him. Rudd expects the usual brutal dark mage plan, but the master says the real goal is to pull off his pants. Rude's soul nearly leaves his body. He starts yelling that he's not doing that, while the master acts like he doesn't see the problem. Then the master tells him to calm down, and lays out the reason. There's a rumor Dan used to belong to Kotal, a huge crime group that was supposedly wiped out years ago. The city hosting the auction hates Kotal, and its members used a permanent poison mark shaped like a snake on their legs. If that mark is exposed in front of everyone, Dan is finished. Rude admits it's a smart plan, but he'd still be stealing pants. If the rumor is false, the master says public humiliation is still a win. Rude tries to leave, but the master follows him across the floor, begging him to handle a job only Ophian's best can do. Back in the present, Rude looks like he's regretting every choice that got him here. Ren asks one more time if he's sure, and Rude just stares ahead and says it'll be fine. Then laughter breaks out from another part of the balcony. A young girl with bright green eyes leans over the edge, thrilled by how many people are here. A tired man in glasses tells her they didn't come to play, but she doesn't care. She feels like something fun is about to happen. Then, someone new enters, and the girl calls out to Tessie. Lady Tessie carries such a strong presence that everyone else feels small around her. The girl then realizes Tessie fell asleep while standing. Elsewhere, a blonde mage named Lapis Yon Nuadli looks up, sensing something. He sits beside his father, who tells him to pay attention. His father says with this many mages in one place, something is bound to happen. Lapis grips his leg, clearly holding a lot inside, and quietly agrees. A leaf drifts through the air. Then we meet Van, the man with wolf ears, speaking to someone off-panel. Van reminds his partner their only job is protecting the magic stone, not destroying it. But the other person just tears leaves off a branch and mutters that it's coming. The partner sits on a bench like he belongs in a much darker story, and Van gets annoyed enough to call him out. The red-haired guy, Shikmon, cuts him off and calls him an old man. Then the last leaf drops. He lets the branch fall and crushes it under his boot. Then he rises to his feet. A crazy grin spreads across his face as he says it is here. On the stage, the auction keeps rolling, and a necklace has just been sold. The auctioneer announces the real item is next. The whole room goes tense. The princess, the tired guy, and Lapis all lock onto the stage, along with Rude. The cover comes off, revealing Shazam's heart, glowing like a tiny sun. Right on cue, the crowd gasps. The auctioneer launches into a pitch, saying this is the only shot they'll ever get at power, on a godlike level. Ren quietly asks Rude if he's spotted the target yet. He scans the room, but something is throwing him off. There are too many mages packed in here. Their mana is mixing together, so Rude can't pick out Dan's energy. Rude decides he can't pull this off in his nerd form, so he shuts the curtain to hide. Then the change starts. Black smoke coils around him as the kid vanishes and Blow takes over. The mark on his hand flares with a bright, dangerous blue. Watching from the side, Ren says that even after seeing it so often, a mage who can fully change their looks is still rare and amazing. When the smoke parts, Blow is taller, older, and way more intense. Ren can't help wondering how a kid turns into such a handsome young man. Now the smoke is gone, and Blow is ready to hunt. Ren is still stuck on the handsome part. Blow answers with a cold stare, clearly not amused. One look from him, and Ren quickly says she was only joking. She asks if his mana is stable enough, and Blow says it's enough. Then suddenly cuts himself off. He feels something. It's coming. A second later, the huge glass window behind them explodes, and soldiers go flying through the air. Two figures dive into the middle of the hall, and one grabs the auctioneer by the throat. The thieves don't even wait for bidding to begin. They go straight for the stone, holding the auctioneer hostage, and shouting that the mana stone belongs to them. From the balcony, Blow watches with more irritation than surprise. Someone just ruined his timing. Below, the guards close in and order the thieves to drop their weapons. The lead thief only smirks, like he's been waiting for this. Then he unleashes a huge pulse of purple energy. The shockwave hits, and the guards crumple over, clutching their heads. One guard takes the blast head on. The hall falls apart as explosions rip through it. Rings of light shoot out and bind the guards still standing. The ponytailed thief lifts one of the rings, looking like he's having fun. Then they toss the auctioneer aside like garbage. The green-haired thief yawns and says he got bored of waiting. He reaches for Shazam's heartstone, but before he can touch the glass, a gloved hand locks onto his wrist. He looks up and sees Van. Van says nothing. He just tightens his grip until the crack of bone fills the silent room. The thief screams about his arm, then sees Van's robe and realizes this is a high-ranking association mage. Whispers spread through the crowd. They've noticed the ears and tail, and someone blurts out the name Lanos's Hound. Van's expression instantly turns dangerous. He starts yelling at the crowd, demanding to know who called him a hound. The ponytailed thief jumps on the opening and spits out, Association scum. He fires a storm of golden blades at Van, but he doesn't even step back. He swats every blade aside with his bare hands. The thieves freeze. They know they're completely outmatched. Van leans toward the green-haired thief. His eyes turn red as he says their little stunt actually hurt. The thieves look terrified. From above, Ren realizes this whole thing is turning into a circus. She notes the association actually hid someone capable in the crowd. Blow narrows his eyes at the girl with Tessie, and realizes she is here. By now, the two thieves are already unconscious on the floor. Van finished them fast. Standing over them, Van addresses the whole room. He warns every mage there that if they cause trouble like these fools, it won't end well. Then he orders everyone to stay put until the auction ends. Anyone who touches the stone answers to me. Thinking that's enough, he turns to leave. But then the auctioneer screams. Van looks back and sees the pedestal empty. The stone is gone. Everyone looks up. Shikmun is standing on the giant angel statue with the stone in hand, and Van starts screaming for him to get down. Shikmun ignores him and scans the crowd. He can feel it. He's definitely here. Van is losing it. His own teammate is flat out ignoring him. Then, Shikmun looks straight toward the balcony, right at Blow, and calls out, "Huh, Blackie? You want this too, right?" He dares Blow to come take it, then tells the crowd that if Blackie won't show himself, he'll just eat the magic stone, and he sounds dead serious. Now the crowd is confused, wondering who Blackie even is. Ren starts sweating because she knows exactly who he means. She glances at Blow, who's still in the shadows, looking deeply done with all of this. Ren tells him this got way messier than expected, and suggests they maybe back off. Blow stays quiet for a moment, then says no, he won't abandon the mission because of some dust-like guy. Ren blinks at that. Red dust? Then she realizes he's talking about Shikmun. With a sigh, she accepts she can't stop him. They'll just have to make it work somehow. In the crowd, some top mages complain that they came for the stone, but now that the association and Shikmun are involved, they don't even want to bid anymore. One says they could still win if everyone rushed him together, but the other calls him crazy. Who would be insane enough to challenge Shikmun? Both of them go quiet as someone walks past. Shikmun stays posed on the statue, soaking in the attention. He smirks, looks down, and asks if anyone wants to play hide and seek. While Van keeps yelling at him to stop acting insane, Shikmun tells the old man to move because he's in the way. Then, a flash of blue light tears through the air. The angel statue's wing shatters at once, and ice races across the base as the whole thing starts to tip. Van gets caught in it as the statue collapses. A huge burst of frost fills the middle of the hall, and the angel statue's face slams to the floor in pieces. A silhouette appears through the dust and mist. It's Lady Tessie, sword in hand, looking like this was nothing. Van, furious, asks if she did this. Tessie gives him a blank look and says she only came to join the auction fairly. Then she raises a single silver coin. Van can only wonder what she thinks that can buy in a room full of rich people. She turns to Shikmun Moon and tells him he interrupted her. Shikmun doesn't budge. He says she's the one who interrupted him. Now the two association mages are locked in a stare-down, and everyone else can only pray they survive what comes next. Watching the chaos, Ren realizes this is the perfect opening for her and Blow, while the two association monsters are busy with each other. She looks at Blow, but he's already moving. He's at the balcony's edge. His focus changed. He's searching through the crowd, pushing past all the noise. Then he finds him, Dan, hiding in the back and trying to slip out during the chaos. Blow's eyes flash that sharp blue again. He's not a hound or a hero, just an agent doing his job. Found it. Tessie closes the distance, swinging her blade with enough force to break the air. Shikmun barely avoids the shockwave, which cracks the floor behind him. He fires back with a blast of red energy, but Tessie blocks it head-on. Without a hint of fear, she asks why people who don't know their place keep stepping up. Shikmun is truly irritated now. He didn't come here to fight his own side. He came for the real target. Red and blue power twist upward in a huge vortex. The crash is so loud it could have woken the next kingdom. The shockwave throws the nobles everywhere. Without a strong shield, you're basically helpless. Shikmun lands looking bored. The angel statue is nothing but rubble now. Through the dust, a figure steps out, sword in hand, completely untouched. Shikmun says her name like a curse. Tessie, her eyes shine bright cyan. This is an awakened association night. Ice spreads under her feet as she activates her awakening. Shikmun scoffs and asks if a flashy power-up really changes the fact that he's a walking disaster. Tessie doesn't bother arguing. She simply aims her blade and lunges, moving so fast the air seems to freeze behind her. The hit shakes the whole balcony. Up above, the princess cheers like this is a movie, while her attendant looks ready to have a heart attack. He decides they need to leave. If Tessie is busy fighting Shikmun, no one is protecting them. They snuck out without permission, so if the princess gets even a tiny scratch, this guy is done for. He's trying to calm her down, but the princess is having way too much fun. Meanwhile, the hall below has turned into a battlefield. People are losing it over the magic stone. No one knows who took it or where it went. Then someone yells that they saw it drop toward one group. Van starts shoving through the crowd, trying to find his unhinged teammate. He's furious. If Shikmuan was going to go off on his own, he should have handed over the stone first. From the shadows, Blow watches it all and blends right into the chaos. His eyes stay locked on Dan. Rude sees the mess as the perfect cover. With everyone focused on the association fight, nobody's going to notice a little pantsing. Still, he has a problem. How is he supposed to expose the mark on Dion's leg without looking like a total creep? He thinks about just yanking the pants off, then silently blames his master for this ridiculous mission. Then he spots a big guy in the crowd and decides to work him a little. Blow leans in like he's sharing something important and tells the man he saw the guy in purple hiding the magic stone. When the guy hesitates, Blow adds the last part. It's in his pants. That was enough. The buff guy grabs Dan by the collar and starts shouting that he stole the stone. A few seconds later, the whole crowd piles onto him. Even Blow looks surprised that his stupid plan worked this well. Dan freaks out and slashes the man's chest with a blade. Now Dion knows he's trapped. He can't keep pretending to be some weak mage. He's trying to figure out how they found out he had the stone. Off to the side, Blow realizes Dion really did steal it during the first blast. He tried to lie and somehow told the truth instead. Dion decides that if he's falling rich. He reveals his real name, Cloak. He was hiding in plain sight the whole time, and now that he has the stone, he won't give it up. Then he triggers his awakening, and purple lightning and smoke burst from his body, calling everyone maggots like a true villain. He warns that anyone who reaches for his treasure dies. He fires a rain of purple bolts into the crowd, but a huge black spear cuts through the air, stops the attack, and pins his cloak to the floor. Blow steps through the dust. Dan doesn't even catch him moving. In the next second, Blow is right in front of him and smashes him back. A dagger whips past and misses Blow's head by an inch. Blow stands over him with his spear in hand, looking Dion in the eyes. He tells him escape won't be easy, but Blow isn't the only one paying attention. Up on the balcony, Shikmuan is staring down at Blow with those eerie red eyes. Tessie charges him again, frost trailing along her blade. Shikmuan doesn't even glance at her. He slips past the attack, fully focused on the dark-haired man below. On the ground, Dan is terrified. He has no clue who this mage in black is. The crowd starts whispering. They feel that dark haze and realize who's here. Shikmuan stops cold when he recognizes that dark mana. A black mage, the famous rogue everyone has been hunting, is standing right in the middle of the hall. Dan tries to crawl away, screaming that the stone is his, but Blow calmly asks why he thinks something stolen belongs to him. Blow makes it clear he doesn't care about the stone. He points at Dion and says, "You over there." Before he can finish, a giant red pillar of fire erupts behind Blow. Shikmuan's eyes glow a terrifying violet. He's not bored anymore. A huge mana circle opens above them and starts raining destruction. A red blade of energy crashes down and barely misses Blow. Blow glances back, and the panic shows in his eyes. He jumps away as Shikmuan rushes in like a red flash. Their hands nearly meet in midair, and their mana crashes together like a storm. Shikmuan leans close, wearing a crazy grin. "Hello, Blackie." The clash is so strong the air between them starts to twist. Shikmuan says hi like he's greeting an old friend, while trying to erase him. He calls him Blackie again, and says he's wanted this rematch ever since Blow gave him goosebumps that day. Blow realizes exactly who he's dealing with. The one man who ignores every rule, Shikmuan. Red and black mana explode and rip through the floor. The crowd screams. This stopped being an auction a while ago. When the dust settles, Shikmuan is standing on top of the rubble, looking way too pleased with himself. Nearby, Tessie drops to her knees, coughing, and says it hurts. Her sword is gone after the blast, and she digs her fingers into the cracked floor until her knuckles turn white. Then she looks up with pure icy rage. She vows she won't lose next time, then releases a huge wave of frost mana to steady the area, but the building is already too damaged. Dan sees his chance to disappear. Clutching the stone, he runs for the exit, sure everyone's too busy watching the mages. He blasts a few guards aside and calls them small fries. Then he sends out a purple wave to clear a path, and tells the weak to stay in their place. Classic cocky villain move from a guy whose pants are about to get stolen. Out of nowhere, a hooded figure drops behind him from the ceiling. Dion gets slammed to the floor before he can even blink. Mercenaries surround him, and they don't want the stone, they want revenge. Dion is trapped from every side. Rude's rumor worked a little too well. Grinding his teeth, he starts to realize stealing in a room full of mages was a terrible idea. At the same time, the crowd freaks out when they notice the black mage and Shikmuan are actually about to fight. Off in the distance, Lapis watches in horror. He realizes the whole building could come down from the pressure of their mana. He calls for his father. Then he looks around and sees the seat is empty. His attendant Rune tells him His Majesty already left. Lapis thinks about running too, but he stops. A fight between mages like this is something he may never see again. On the balcony, Ren grabs her head in stress. Shikmuan's arrival was never part of the plan. They thought this job was low risk, so they brought no mana orbs. Blow is fighting on limited power, and the longer Shikmuan drags this out, the worse it gets for him. She looks down, trying to guess what Blow is about to do. Blow stands among the rubble, with black smoke curling around his legs. He looks at Shikmuan and says, "Let me be clear, I have no intention of fighting you." Shikmuan mocks him, but Blow says the stone isn't his goal, and from what Van said, Shikmuan should be guarding the stone, not destroying the city. He suggests they ignore each other, then tells Shikmuan to get rid of that stupid mana circle over his head. The giant red circle still burns in the sky above him. Shikmuan's answer, "Don't wanna." He's basically a toddler holding a nuke. He tells Blow it doesn't matter whether he wants the stone or not. Shikmuan says he's been searching for Blow ever since that day. He knew Blow was hiding in Ophion, and he tracked every mission Blow might take just for this moment. Meanwhile, Blow is basically thinking, "That's nice. I've been busy signing stuff and stealing pants." The difference between Shikmuen's obsession and Blow's real life is kind of hilarious. Shikmuen's boot cracks the floor as he prepares his next move. "And now you're right in front of me." They collide again. Red and black mana erupt into a towering pillar. Shikmuan tells him to look again, and Blow sees that day in his mind. A dark figure standing over a pile of bodies. Shikmuan admits Blow's power gave him real goosebumps. It was the first time he'd ever felt like someone might actually kill him, and he's been chasing that feeling ever since. He says he wants to feel it one more time before he kills Blow. Above them, the giant mana circle starts to pulse. The ceiling begins to break apart, and people start screaming that it's all collapsing. A huge chunk of debris falls toward a group of civilians, but a brown energy fist smashes it to dust. It's Van. He lands on his feet, looking fed up with all of this. Van glares at Shikmuan and asks if that bastard is really about to destroy everything, just because he's excited. He sees the auction is already ruined. If he gets the magic stone back, at least he'll have something to show for this mess. So now he has to find Dan. A group of mercenaries is trying to hold Dan down. Dan is yelling, asking what they think they're doing. They yell back for the magic stone. They're sure he has it. Then somebody shouts, "Pants!" The buff guy from before backs it up. The mana stone is in his pants. Every high-level mage nearby pauses and stares straight at Dan's waist. Dion backs away, swearing he doesn't have it, and begging them not to come closer. From the balcony, Blow watches the chaos below. He grabs part of his cloak, looks down at the mess, and lets out a sigh. Then he notices two women frozen with fear on a nearby balcony. He signals for silence and tells them to leave right away. It's dangerous here. The women blush, then hurry off. In the middle of the disaster, they just got rescued by a handsome dark mage. Blow thinks this whole killing each other routine is stupid. He doesn't want to burn mana on a pointless fight. He even wonders if his master keeps handing him weird jobs because of Shikmuan's obsession. As people start evacuating, it's clear the mission has basically failed, but he still jumps from the balcony. Before the roof comes down, he has to confirm whether Dian has the Kotal emblem. Shikmuan watches him drop and thinks, "If you won't fight me, then I'll make you." He scans the mages and civilians still left inside. Too many distractions. If he clears out the trash, maybe Blow will change his mind. The ground starts glowing red. Above them, the mana circle spreads until it covers the whole hall. On the floor, Dan stares up in horror. What the hell is this? Now Van and the association mages are trying to run, yelling at those lunatics to stop. Meanwhile, Dan crawls away, still thinking he can escape. Blow drops right in front of him and stomps down, cutting off Dion's path. Then Blow looks past Dion at the people behind him and orders them to leave now. He warns the mages too. If they care more about living than the stone, they need to get out. That cold blue light returns to his eyes, as he makes it clear the whole place could come down soon. Above them, Shikmuan's mana circle finishes charging, and the ceiling is barely holding together. Van is shouting for Shikmuan to stop, and asks if he's really trying to kill everyone here. Shikmuan doesn't care at all. If you're not a dark mage giving him chills, you're nothing to him. From the balcony, Ren sees the mess below, and realizes chaos doesn't even cover it. She needs to find Blow fast and use the teleportation scroll before the room fully gives out. But when she looks down, something feels wrong. So wrong that ominous is the only word for it. Then Shikmuan strikes a pose like none of the screaming nobles matter, and calls out, telling Blow to play with him. To him, a dark mage strong enough to wipe out a city is just a new toy. That leaves Blow with no choice but to move. He dodges as Shikmuan slams a pillar of mana into the spot where his head was. The two move so fast, they're little more than black and red flashes weaving through falling debris. Then, both of them suddenly stop. They touch down on opposite sides of the wreckage. Each stares at a hand like something impossible just happened. Blow realizes the mana he fused for his next strike didn't miss. It vanished. Van rushes toward Shikmuan, ready to chew him out, but stops when he sees the floor. A huge glowing purple magic circle is spreading under them. And it's not alone. More circles start appearing all over the hall. Soon the entire room is covered in patterns no one put there. Even the top mages are confused. Circles this complex should need a whole group, not appear on their own. Then a jagged purple spire erupts from the floor. A moment later, eyes open on it. It's a demon, huge, covered in eyes, and nothing like a weak monster. The people still alive realize this is no longer a rescue job, but a fight to survive. Lapis freezes in the crowd as the monster's shadow falls over him. He asks where it came from, and Rune points to the magic circles on the floor. A thick tentacle-like limb crashes down toward two nobles. Lapis asks Rune for his sword. He admits he may be too weak, but he can't just watch. He'd rather die trying than live doing nothing. The courage is real, even if his odds are awful. Lapis charges in to protect the civilians, but the demon barely treats him like a threat. With one hit, it swats him away. Lapis just found out the hard way he's out of his league. Rune doesn't wait for him to fall. She's already in the air, catching Lapis before landing smoothly. Then she looks at the demon, wondering if it's some ugly jellyfish or a giant octopus. The demon roars, and Rune's insult probably hurt more than Lapis's sword. Rune summons her weapon, Rune's bow, a high-tier artifact made of pure light. She's not just a maid, she's a summoner who can face an S-rank threat. She pulls the string and fires a bolt of light straight into the center of its eyes. The blast is huge, but the demon barely reacts. Shikmuan lands nearby, staring at the creature in disgust and asking what the hell it is. Blow is right beside him, and the situation is so bad, they're actually talking calmly for once. Then Shikmuan seems to remember he's speaking to the black mage, and does a double take. He asks if any mage could even summon demons this big. Blow figures summoning this many monsters in public is basically a declaration of war. Ren finally reaches them through the debris, and Blow is surprised she didn't leave sooner. She makes it clear she isn't a coward, and wouldn't abandon a teammate. Shikmuan stares at her like he's wondering who this woman in a fancy dress is doing in the middle of all this. Someone tries to warn Shikmuan, but the red-haired man is still focused on the demon. Shikmuan fires off a huge blast of red energy to wipe the monster out in one shot. But it misses, or rather, the monster is suddenly gone. Then a chunk of ceiling smacks Shikmuan in the head. He asks about the mana stone, saying he saw Shikmuan holding it a second ago. Shikmuan looks at his empty hand, confused for the first time all day. The stone disappeared, and he says it like he misplaced something small. Ren pulls out the teleportation scroll, and tells Blow they need to leave this insane place right now. Blow looks around at the chaos, torn between the mission and the fact that the association is watching him. Then, Shikmuan's mana surges again. He still won't let Blow go without getting that thrill. He rushes in with a kick strong enough to break a mountain. Blow blocks it with his spear and fires back, done pretending to play nice. Ren yells at both of them, asking if they can't see the building collapsing around them. She even tells Van to stop his teammate, but he gives her a look that says he's been trying for years. During the clash, Blow figures it out. The mana didn't just change, it was absorbed. He asks Shikmuan if he felt it too. What happened earlier wasn't an accident. Blow points out the monsters have no cores and are sucking up mana like sponges. He tells Shikmuan this is not the time for their rivalry. Shikmuan's answer is simple. Weird or not, he doesn't care. He attacks again, ready to spend the end of the world trying to kill Blow. A huge burst of red mana blows apart what was left of the stage. Ren clutches the scroll like she's seconds from losing it. Shikmuan steps between them, staring at Blow like he's about to do something drastic. Ren keeps gripping the teleportation scroll like it's the only thing keeping her alive. For a moment, Shikmuan and Blow actually seem to understand each other. He tells Shikmuan to stop. He knows his partner is obsessed, but this has gone way too far. He even says being stubborn isn't attractive, really trying to talk down a mana-crazy psychopath with dating advice. Then he warns that all this noise will bring the tower's mages in minutes, and fighting them too would turn a disaster into a political nightmare. Shikmuan looks Van right in the eye and tells him to move, calling him an old man and threatening to kill him if he stays in the way. Blow can only think one thing. Has he completely lost it? Then Blow's eyes widen as he shouts, "Behind you." Ren freezes in place. Lapis comes running at her with his sword drawn. He drives the blade into the air right behind Ren's head. A demon roars as the strike connects. Lapis actually hits something. He asks if she's okay, and Ren just stares, shocked that this random kid saved her. But the demon isn't dead. It roars again and sends Lapis flying, while Rude looks like he should be the one asking if Lapis is okay. Rune appears beside him and asks if Lapis needs a hand, while he's busy regretting every choice that led here. A huge beam from Rune's bow slices through the monster's face. Lapis crashes hard to the floor. His hero moment didn't last long. Blow checks on Ren, standing on a pile of monster remains like something out of a dark fantasy painting. As he studies the creature, Blow realizes it's a puppet. No core, no mind, just a mana construct built to eat the mage's power. This wasn't random, it was a trap. Rune goes to Lapis, but Lapis is staring at Blow, finally realizing he's the legendary black mage. Then he looks at Shikmuan and understands the power in this room is far beyond him. The gap between him and these people isn't just big, it's impossible. Blow glances toward the corner of the room. There, Dan is lying face first on the ground, knocked out by falling debris. Blow remembers he still hasn't checked for the emblem on Dion's leg, so the mission is somehow still going. Ren has had enough, and tells him to forget the mission already. She raises the teleportation scroll. It's glowing and ready. Blow tells Ren to leave first, and her face drops. Is he really thinking about taking off Dion's pants right now? In the background, Lapis and Rune look like they wandered into the wrong story the second Pants came up. Blow tries to explain, stumbling through it, but Ren cuts him off and says the tower can handle the monsters. Blow turns to Lapis with a quick call, and Lapis looks like a student who got picked without warning. Then Blow makes an offer. The teleportation scroll can carry 4 people. He wants Lapis and Rune to go with Ren so they can all make it out alive. It's his way of paying them back for the save, messy as it was. Lapis quickly refuses and says they already have their own teleport scroll, though he'd be thankful to leave together. Elsewhere, Van is holding his head. At the same time, Shikmon grabs him by the collar and keeps demanding a fight with Blackie. So Van punches Shikmon in the face. Ren activates the scroll. All it needs is contact and a destination, and this high-grade one can bypass normal blocking magic. Blow tells everyone to grab on. It's time to get out. Lapis glances back at Shikmon, still finding the guy seriously annoying. As the teleport starts, Shikmon notices them fading and starts yelling. Why are they running? And where did that loudmouth bastard go? Lapis shoots him a look that's half terrified, half telling him to get over himself. He quietly asks Blow if they should be worried about that creepy mage watching them. Blow shrugs and says he's probably just lost in thought. Then Blow tells Ren to focus. If she messes up the teleport, they could end up somewhere deadly. Meanwhile, Shikmon reaches out with his mana, and his fury starts taking shape like a dark shadow. He curses Blackie, looking like pure anger alone might make him collapse. At that moment, the huge red magic circle overhead finally fires. Now Shikmon is just screaming at the sky. He has completely had it. Right before they disappear, Lapis glances up. The last thing heard is Ren's name before the light swallows them. When it's over, the auction hall has no mages left, only fire and smoke. A quiet voice whispers, "What I want." Before it can finish, purple and pink power flashes by in a blur, and everything turns white. Outside, the people of Helios watch the auction hall erupt into a giant pillar of flame, while a strange wind tears through the nearby forest. Then a pale hand rises, with a tiny pink magic circle floating above the palm, before it breaks apart into glittering sparks. The one behind it all is a demon girl. She has a tiny version of the hall monster in her hand like a pet, and she seems amused by the whole thing. From a tree branch, she watches the destruction like she's waiting to see what happens next. Then the scene continues, as she tosses something up and catches it. Shazan's heart, the magic stone. She introduces herself as Lady Ruby Monter. She stares at the stone with total boredom and says humans are making way too much noise over something this small. Then she closes her hand, and the legendary mana stone is crushed to dust in an instant. To her, humans are painfully dull. Back at the office, the auction hall is gone and the damage report is already in. The master reads through it. Building destroyed, stone missing, unknown monsters involved, and after all that, his only response is, how eventful. He's actually amused. Ren just stands there in silence, looking like she's thinking about finding a less insane boss. She asks if he's seriously laughing, and the master says sending Lude to pull off a man's pants only for it to turn into a demon-level disaster is hilarious. He does admit one thing, he never expected Shikmon to be there. What he can't figure out is why Shikmon is so obsessed with their guy. It clearly isn't about some normal duel. For one brief moment, his expression turns serious. He adds that Shikmon and his father are both a little insane. Shikmon is bad enough, but his father is on another level. That just leaves Ren more confused. Father and son? The master decides it's best to avoid stirring things up for now, even if that seems rough on Lude. Ren finally gets why Lude keeps ending up with bizarre missions. Then he shifts back to the real issue. A high-grade stone showing up in a public auction was suspicious from the start, but the details matter more. Those unknown monsters and the sudden loss of mana are too serious to brush off. Something is wrong at a basic level. Ren figures the association and the tower will be stuck dealing with this for months. The master looks at Lude's last report, a failed mission, and notes that Lude is already gone. At a cafe, Rude sits with a stack of records, looking worn out. He searches for anything about the kind of monster summoning they saw, but finds nothing. That tells him the answers aren't in public books. Then a green-haired kid walks over carrying a tray. This is Ben Noah, the cafe boy, and he's clearly a fan of Lude, calling him Rude Young. Ben asks why he's buried in books, and Rude casually says he got curious about something. When Ben sees the magic circles in the book, he's instantly blown away that Lude can even read any of it. Rude pats his head and says being smart is its own kind of trouble. Then Ben mentions the cafe is crowded because everyone is talking about the latest news, especially what the Black Mage supposedly did. Rude goes blank as Ben repeats the official rumor. Some bad mages tried to steal a stone in Ravi, and then the legendary Black Mage dropped in, beat the villains, and saved everyone. It's exactly the kind of fake hero story Lude can't stand. Meanwhile, Rude is thinking he mostly just wrecked a floor and left. Ben lights up and says he hopes his sister becomes a great mage like the Black Mage. That makes Rude ask if he has a sister. He does. She was just accepted into Helios, a name Rude knows right away. Helios is the top academy for mages. Graduate from there, and your future is basically set. Ben hates that they'll be apart, but he's already written 10 letters to her. He's such a sweet kid it's almost worrying. A moment later, Ben heads off and tells Rude to study hard. Left alone again, Rude stares down at his notes, while the room briefly falls quiet. He closes his eyes, trying to sort out the gap between what really happened and what people are saying. All around him, people keep talking about his other identity, while he sits there unnoticed. The rumors are a mess. One person says Shikmuon won, someone else says the Black Mage saved everybody, and another claims the explosion was a secret tower test. Best of all, one rumor says the Black Mage is actually a girl. Rude lets out a sigh. In the end, people just want a story, and Cloak gets blamed for the destruction. Looking at the newspaper, Rude realizes the tower is hiding the monster's appearance, which is seriously suspicious. A monster shouldn't have been able to appear inside a city protected by the tower's barrier. Either the barrier failed, or someone let it through. If the barrier really is failing, that's a disaster. He studies the magic circle he copied down. He doesn't know if it'll help, but he keeps it just in case, and decides it's time to visit the master. Later, on the city streets, a high-class carriage moves through town, while a knight in white armor watches the road ahead. This is Lisbon, and he can already tell something is off. He checks on the passenger inside, addressing her as Lady Duchess Daner Ardian. But the woman inside is Duchess Arshan, and she tells him not to waste time on pointless worries. She says that if she can help that child, she'll do whatever it takes. At the same time, Rude walks along reading over his magic circle notes. He's so distracted he barely notices anything around him. Then a gust of wind catches one of his papers, and it slips right out of his hand. He reaches for it, but the wind keeps dragging it farther away. Rude instantly panics. That paper has secret demon circles on it. It shoots high into the air, and Rude chases after it without thinking. Nearby, someone else is shouting for a thief to give something back. A bunch of weak mages have stolen a bag from a commoner, and their leader smugly pretends he just happened to find it. He grabs the man by the collar and tells him to beg if he wants it back. Then Rude's runaway paper smacks the bully right in the face. The thug freezes, and the commoner just stares, confused. As the bully pulls the paper off, he complains that now it's dirty. Rude walks over with a flat expression. He only wants his paper back. The bully demands to know who this brat is, with no clue who he's talking to. While the guy is still talking, Rude snatches the stolen bag so fast he doesn't even notice. Then Rude gives the bag back to its owner and tells him to leave. He saves the guy like it's the most boring thing in the world. That instantly sets the bully off, and purple light flashes in his eyes. He orders his goons to block the exits. Now he wants to make Rude pay. Rude sizes him up as total bottom-tier trash. He doesn't even need magic for this. The bully starts rambling about being an adult and acting tough. Rude decides this isn't worth the trouble, so instead of fighting, he runs. He launches off the ground with ridiculous force. The bully is stunned when he realizes Rude isn't running forward at all. He's jumping over the whole building. Rude comes down hard right on top of Duchess Arshan's carriage. The Duchess looks out and locks eyes with Rude. Her guards react at once. Landing on a Duchess's carriage is not something they can ignore. Still crouched on the roof, Rude looks like he deeply regrets every choice that brought him here. He's standing on the city's fanciest carriage while elite mages close in around him. All he can do is laugh nervously and say the carriage is pretty sturdy. Then, still pretending this is fine, he suddenly moves in a blur. Rude drops to the ground and takes off. He knows stopping to explain this would be a disaster. The guards are left stunned. Speed like that should need a high-level wind spell. Lisbon reacts first, drawing his sword and moving after the unknown kid. Before Rude can get another step away, a silver blade is already at his throat. He freezes and realizes just how fast Lisbon is. It's been a while since a human actually caught him. Lisbon coldly asks if he even knows whose carriage he climbed onto. Rude isn't scared, just irritated. He says he doesn't know that, then remembers he's supposed to act like a normal kid, so he gives a deep bow and apologizes. He smoothly explains that he didn't know a noble was inside, and even if he had his reasons for jumping, he still shouldn't have done it. Rude clutches his chest and begs for forgiveness, like his life depends on it. The act is flawless. Lisbon studies him for a moment, then actually seems to believe it. Rude thanks him and takes off before anyone can stop him. Lisbon just watches. The other guard, a woman, lets out a laugh. She asks why he pulled a sword on a little kid. Lisbon points out that Rude fell from a tall building and landed cleanly without using mana. To him, Rude is no ordinary child. Every instinct says the boy is trouble. The woman teases him, saying Lisbon was already a mid-level demon hunter at that age too. She calls Rude a gifted kid, and jokes that maybe Lisbon wants to train another one. All she gets back is a cold glare. At last, the Duchess speaks. Interesting. She gets out of the carriage, already sure Rude is both clever and strong. Now the guard girl gets excited, and wants to recruit Rude into their squad. Lisbon shuts that down right away. He's clearly had enough of her excitement. He asks if the Duchess was hurt, and she says she's fine, adding that the carriage really was sturdy, just like Rude said. Since they're close anyway, she decides to walk the rest of the way. Lisbon bows and answers, "As you wish, Mrs. Pawn." Daner heads into the crowd with her guards, blending in better than you'd expect. Rude is still watching. He's hidden around a corner, figuring out she's a high noble and that Lisbon is the real deal. More than anything, he's glad he escaped without fighting. He grabs his head. Keeping up the Rude act is exhausting. Rude wonders why his luck has been so awful lately, not knowing he'll run into her again in 10 minutes. Meanwhile, the Duchess smiles and assumes they'll never meet again. At the Ophion office, the Duchess sits on the sofa while Lisbon and the guard girl stand behind her. Then Rude walks in with the Master, and both sides instantly freeze. Inside, Rude is panicking and wondering why the Master dragged him here. He tries to back out, but the Master catches him. Lisbon stares at Rude like this confirms everything. The Master starts bragging, calling Rude Ophion's finest talent. Rude wants the floor to swallow him. The Duchess is surprised Rude belongs to Ophion and asks if he's an official mage. The Master says Rude only just became a mage as a 7th class rookie, which is basically calling him a beginner. Rude is not happy. Taking a sip of tea, the Duchess brings up the rumors about the black mage in the streets. Since she's here, she says she'd like to meet that rumored person at least once. The Master puts on a sad smile and says the black mage is away on missions. The Duchess accepts that, but the guard girl looks crushed by the missed chance. Then the Duchess turns to Rude and says she wants to see him again. Rude and the Master exchange a confused look. Then she drops the truth. The carriage Rude landed on was hers. Rude starts sweating. While the Master can only think there must have been a reason, she calls it fate. Because of that little accident, she says, she knows Rude can be trusted. For once, the Master is left speechless. A beat later, he bows and thanks Duchess Arshan. Rude's mind blanks. He knew she was important, but a Duchess is on another level. Then she says it's time to talk business. The mood changes fast. The jokes are over. This is the real reason she came. She explains she came in person because something is happening at Helios Academy, where her second child is studying, and she needs Ophion involved. More exactly, it's about the child currently enrolled at Helios Academy. The Master leans in, fully interested already. She says her son is struggling with the school's social order. Then she signals her guard Fran, who already has the documents prepared. It's a full file on Helios, student lists and even secret reports on the problem. Rude stands there thinking he's heard the name Helios way too many times today. The Duchess looks honestly troubled as she says it's only been a month since he enrolled, and things are already going badly. Rude can't wrap his head around it. Who would dare call the second prince of the Archean family a monster? The issue is Helios runs by its own rules once you're inside. Even the Duchess can't interfere with school policy, and pulling him out likely isn't an option either. She describes her son as lonely and fragile, the kind of kid who somehow keeps attracting trouble. A flashback shows he lived in his brother's shadow from the day he was born. The Duchess admits she failed to give him the care he needed, and now the guilt is hitting hard. He's grown timid, unable to defend himself while everyone else treats him like an outcast. All she wants is for his suffering to end. Ophion's people glance at Rude, who's still trying to process that a prince is getting bullied this badly. Her request sounds simple, at least at first. She wants Rude to go there and make sure her son can live peacefully at school. In short, protect him. The moment the Duchess leaves, Rude drops the polite act and demands answers. The Master pretends not to know what's going on, which only makes Rude angrier because this mess clearly has his name on it. All the Master does is smile and say that's exactly the situation. Rude is the one taking the job. Rude snaps. Not only is he being sent to school, the Master signed him up as a 7th class rookie. The Master finds it funny that an official mage looks like a kid, while Rude is dying inside. The Master tries to sell it by saying the students are all unawakened beginners, so this should be easy. Rude reminds him he never agreed to go back to school. Then the mood shifts when the Master brings up Ren's report about the failed auction mission. He tells Rude not to worry about that yet, and hands over the official papers. It's an admission letter for Rude, age 15. Rude just stares at it. The horror slowly sinks in. This is real, and it's going to be his life for months. The Master tries to explain, but Rude slaps the paper back onto his chest. As far as Rude is concerned, their relationship is over. He actually starts to leave, thanking the Master for everything as he heads for the door. The Master lunges after Rude, grabs him, and starts crying about all the time and money he spent raising him. Rude doesn't fall for it. He knows a rookie school has nothing to teach him. The Master keeps yelling that this came from an important client. Before long, they're practically wrestling in the middle of the office, while the Master rambles on about his deep heart and how everything he does is for Rude. Rude looks like he desperately wants a new job when Ren walks in and catches the whole mess. The Master tries to play it off as a serious talk, and Rude is no help at all. Ren is completely done with both of them. She definitely knocked, they were just too busy being dramatic to notice. She makes them sit down like children and tells them to stop embarrassing everyone. At last, the room goes quiet. Rude looks at Ren, hoping she'll take his side. Instead, Ren agrees with the plan and tells him to think of it as a break. She says he should enjoy school life and make friends his own age. Rude lowers his eyes. He says he doesn't need friends, but it sounds more tired than cold. The Master sighs and says fine, If Rude really hates it, they'll tell the Duchess the mission is off. Then he adds that she might cut off his head for insulting her, so maybe he should start writing his will. He puts on that fake sad face again and wipes away tears that aren't there. Ren immediately smacks him on the head and tells him to stop the nonsense. Then she turns to Rude and admits the master was wrong not to ask him first. She gives the choice back to Rude. What does he want to do? A long silence follows. At last, Rude asks if all he has to do is help the Duchess's son. The master and Ren both freeze. They know that's basically a yes. A second later, they're cheering and calling Rude Ophian's biggest star. The master somehow has a backpack and uniform ready almost instantly, and Rude is already regretting everything. Then the master gets serious. The Duchess may think he's a 7th class mage, but the school doesn't even know Rude is awakened. That means he can't use his blow identity or his trademark black haze magic. He tells Rude to stay unnoticed and be careful around the professors who are real mages. The master smiles and says that, to everyone else, this is just a vacation for the black mage. But for Rude, it's his first official mission as a civilian. Rude realizes the master is way too good at talking people into terrible ideas. He starts reading the file on the boy he's meant to protect and asks if he can just beat up the bullies. Then he pulls out the son's photo, and the kid looks intense, almost scary. Rude slams the picture down. Is this really the guy bullying the second prince? The master blinks and says no. That's not the bully, that's Laetus's Dian Artian, the one being called a monster, and the boy Rude is supposed to protect. Now he's seriously worried. At sunset, Helios looks more like a luxury resort than a school, but the rules make it feel like a prison. In the lobby, a boy argues with the clerk because he's trying to send letters. The clerk coldly says no, outside items can be sent without a certificate of authorization. The boy Ben begs because he needs to contact his sister, but the clerk just tells him to get permission from his parents. Ben's face falls. His mother already told him not to send any letters. The clerk is ready to throw him out. Then a hand reaches over Ben's head. It's Rude, holding a gold certificate. Rude tells the clerk to send the letters with his luggage, and Ben looks at him like he just saw an angel. Ben is too stunned to say much beyond whoa. Rude gives him a small, rare smile and says he can deliver them. Now the scale of Helios really sinks in. This isn't just a school, it's a stronghold for the elite. For all its beauty, the place feels heavy with rumors. Around them, students whisper about the new kid arriving today. The class has heard about the student who got a perfect score on the entrance exam, but they don't get why he's showing up this late. A silver-haired girl just wants everyone to be quiet so she can pay attention. Meanwhile, Dio Varus is already asleep. Normal school stuff. A few girls keep showing off their jewelry like nothing strange is going on. Then the door opens. A student steps in and the whole class goes silent. He pulls out a chair. Then he sits by himself, with a clear stay-away feeling around him. The rest of the class looks scared. One student mutters a single word, monster. The silver-haired girl is just glad the room is finally quiet. This is the Arshan prince, surrounded by classmates, yet completely alone. Back in the office, Rude reads through the rumors the master set up. Perfect score, chronic illness. Rude looks miserable already. He asks the master how a perfect score is supposed to make sense when he never even saw the test. The master only shrugs and says that's just how it worked out. He says Rude should have enrolled a month ago, so they needed a big reason for why he was late. Turns out he'd been setting up this school trip for a long time, and the frail genius story was the only excuse that fit. Rude imagines himself as some delicate genius boy, and absolutely hates it. The master, though, thinks it's pretty fun. Rude feels his soul leave his body. How could you do this to me? Then comes a huge crash in the background, probably from Rude flipping a table. Now in the hallway, someone calls for student Rude. The instructor tells Rude to follow, while Rude mentally curses the master as a total failure. He worries he's standing out way too much. Then it hits him. The master must have sent in the application months ago, way before the Duchess got involved. So the mission was only an excuse. The master planned to send him here no matter what, and Rude can't shake the feeling that he's walking into a trap. He starts wondering what the point of all this is. Rude stops paying attention to the scenery. Even if he hates this place, he can feel the mana everywhere. Helios is built like a giant channel for magic. He tells himself to finish the job fast and go home. The instructor tells him not to worry. Status and age mean nothing here. Rude asks what does matter. The instructor turns and answers with a sharp smile. Talent. He says most students come here dreaming of becoming great mages. They think their future is already decided, but most of them hit their limit, realize they have no real gift, and fall into despair. Then, he asks Rude what he thinks will happen to him. He puts extra weight on Rude being the first perfect scorer in the school's history. Rude pauses for a moment. Then he says if hard work still isn't enough, he deserves a beating. The instructor blinks, then laughs for real. He tells Rude he's interesting. Rude knows that perfect score is going to wreck his plan to stay unnoticed. The instructor officially welcomes him to Helios. Then they walk into the classroom. The instructor says this is where students train their magic. Here, they learn how to sense and control the mana in the world. Next, he explains the ranks. Hyres is for the top students, Clad is the middle group, and Edon is for beginners. Everyone starts in Edon, and only the yearly promotion tests let you move up. Rude already knows all this, he just wants to get through it. The instructor then presents him to the class. He tells them to be nice to the sickly new student, and the class shouts back that they won't hurt him. Rude looks around the room. The instructor tells him to greet them. Rude steps forward. He says he hopes to get along with everyone. The class isn't impressed. He looks young, quiet, and not at all like some genius. But Rude isn't focused on them. He's already found who he came for. His eyes land on the so-called abomination. At the back sits Liddices, wrapped in silence. He looks up, and those purple eyes make one thing clear. He's not looking for a friend. The mission starts now. Liddices. The kid seems like he's somewhere else entirely, and the pressure around him feels crushing. Rude is honestly confused. This doesn't look like a weak, fragile boy like the Duchess described. It looks like someone who's done with the world. The professor tells Rude to take the empty seat nearby, and Rude thinks that's the perfect place to watch him. As he studies the target, one question keeps bothering him. If Liddices is being bullied, why does everyone act scared of him instead? First, observe, then figure out why this kid is called an abomination. But before he can even put down his bag, someone says hello and breaks his focus. It's Dio, a 17-year-old with bright blue hair and way too much excitement about meeting the perfect scorer. Rude says he's 15, and Dio instantly starts acting like an older brother, which is the last thing Rude wanted. Introducing himself as Dio, he gives off non-stop puppy energy. He tells Rude to relax and speak casually, since they're classmates. While Rude just wants him to stop talking so loudly, the professor has to cut in before Dio gets any more carried away. He says Rude may be famous for his score, but they can save the fan club for later. Dio pouts, and Rude is already regretting everything. His plan not to stand out has failed fast. He turns back toward Liddices. If this mission is going to work, he needs to watch quietly. But the second break starts. Students swarm Rude from every side. They ask about his hometown, his teachers, and his illness. The master's fake story is doing most of the work here. Inside, Rude is screaming. He thought staying silent would keep people away, but being the sickly genius only pulled them in. Even when he tries to leave, the crowd sticks to him. The questions just keep coming. How old are you? And they even ask if he's hurting because he looks exhausted. They're not wrong, just for a different reason. Then Dio parts the crowd and says he's been given the very important job of showing Rude around. Rude doesn't care who helps as long as he can finally move. But when he glances at Liddices' desk, the boy is already gone. Rude is still thinking when a hand drops onto his shoulder. It's Dio again, dragging him along like they're best friends already. Rude is clearly not on the same page. Then they head out for a tour of the school. Dio explains that the campus is huge and easy to get lost in, sounding very proud of his guide role. He asks if he can call him Rude, and Rude gives a tired okay. Dio admits he was nervous when he first arrived. At Helios, being a noble means little. Talent is what matters. Then he casually reveals he ranked dead last on the entrance test. Calling Rude his total opposite, Dio says he's jealous of that perfect score. Rude politely answers that he just got lucky. Dio jokes that he wants some of that luck too, and Rude sees a chance to be kind. He tells Dio that finishing last among hundreds of geniuses is still impressive in its own weird way. Dio's brain completely short-circuits. He can't tell if Rude just became his best friend or roasted him alive, while Rude stays serious as ever. Soon, they reach their next stop. It's the central library of Helios. The place is packed with old records and books students probably shouldn't have easy access to. Dio points out the magic orbs on the desks. They block sound so people can study in peace. Dio thinks they're amazing. Rude is more busy wondering how much mana this place burns through. The problem is, they can only use the first floor, which Dio dramatically calls the sorrow of the lower class. Then a voice calls down from above, telling the dark blue-haired guy to look over. Rude looks up and sees 3 students on the balcony, including a flashy blonde who clearly enjoys attention. Dio instantly tenses up and barely gets a word out. Rude notices the emblem on their sleeves. It's the Heres mark, the best of the best. The blonde, Chevelle Phone Hadelio, leans over with a smug grin. He asks how the abomination is doing. Dio is scared, but still manages to answer that he's doing fine. Chevelle smiles even wider. Is that so? What a shame. Then he brushes them off and leaves with the others. The moment they're gone, Dio nearly collapses from stress. Rude doesn't get it. Is Dio really this scared just because they're from a higher class? Dio looks at him like he has no idea how dangerous that was. Grabbing Rude by the shoulders, he gets serious. First rule at Helios: never challenge the Heres. There are only 20 of them out of 400 students, the top 5% in recognized talent. They have so many privileges they can almost do whatever they want, and Dio warns that crossing them will ruin your peace. Rude can only think these are still just kids who haven't even awakened their mana yet. To Dio, though, they're untouchable. Rude skips ahead and asks for the second rule. Dio leans in and whispers like it's forbidden. You need to be careful around Chevelle. Rude realizes that's the flashy blonde from before. Dio says that even among the Heres, Chevelle stands out, and not in a good way. Then a laugh sounds behind them, and Dio almost jumps out of his skin. He quickly shushes Rude and looks around before warning him to listen carefully. Chevelle isn't just gifted, he's also heir to the Yahello family, so even the professors avoid crossing him. If he decides he hates you, he'll keep bullying you until you quit or break. Rude takes that in, but he has a bigger question. Why was the prince called an abomination? Dio's face changes. He says the prince is the clearest example of what happens when you get tangled up with Chevelle. Rude wants the full story, but Dio still isn't ready to say more. Dio cuts him off and pulls him along. Enough of the boring stuff, we've still got more to see. The tour keeps going, and the whole academy feels more like a fancy resort than a school. They stop by a shop, where Dio picks up some magic snack or trinket, like this is a fun day out. Rude takes in the place and feels mana running through it. For mages, this place is paradise. While Dio keeps talking, Rude realizes the guy may be rank 400, but he somehow knows everybody's business. By sunset, the long tour is finally wrapping up. Rude ends up in a rich-looking waiting room, with all his luggage beside him. He's worn out. He came here to guard someone, not to play tourist. Thinking back on Dio, Rude has to admit he knows a lot for someone who's only been here a month. If he studied as hard as he gossiped, he probably wouldn't be rank 400. A staff member comes in and apologizes for the wait, greeting Rude. Rude keeps acting like the polite new student. She explains that his luggage arrived just in time. For now, he'll stay in a temporary room until they assign him a roommate. Since rooms are shared unless you're here, Rude sees his chance. He remembers what the Duchess told him. Liddices is all alone, so he asks if the open room belongs to Liddices den Urten. He says he heard the prince has no roommate. The staff member hesitates, but Rude keeps pushing. Soon, he heads for the dorm. With the key in hand, Rude starts step 1 of his plan, get close to the target. Before he leaves, the staff member warns him that he can still back out if it becomes too much. Rude knows she only agreed after a lot of convincing, so this has to pay off. Stopping at the door, he gets ready to meet the center of his mission. He knocks, but nobody answers, so he tries the door. Inside, the room is huge and ridiculously fancy. 2 elegant beds sit inside, making the place feel more like a noble's suite. Even Rude is impressed by how luxurious it is. Then he notices a shape under one set of covers. Rude pauses and stares. Is Liddices really asleep this early? Rude walks over and gently pulls the blanket back. There's Liddices, fully asleep. He looks so calm that Rude almost feels bad waking him, though it's strange seeing a prince sleep so peacefully, while everyone calls him an abomination. In the end, Rude decides not to bother him. He quietly starts unpacking, trying not to draw attention. But Liddices isn't fully asleep. One purple eye opens a little. Through his hair, he studies Rude like a cornered animal, watching an intruder. Rude catches the movement. Liddices quickly closes his eyes and pretends he's still out. Rude lets out a sigh. This kid is way more careful than he looks, and the semester is already feeling long. That night, the academy grows quiet. Even so, the office lights are still on. A nervous professor carries a stack of books, muttering that he has business to handle too. He keeps checking his surroundings, worried about being seen by whoever is in the tower. Speaking to a figure in the dark, he swears he'll honor the contract and begs for more time. Then Professor Haley Bay suddenly steps in. The other man trembles, but Hale stays cool, almost too cool. A shadow had just appeared for a second, looking like a cloud of black smoke almost identical to Rude's magic. Hila's expression shifts as his calm act starts to crack. The shadow disappears, leaving only a chill behind. Fixing his glasses, Hila says he'll make sure the contract is fulfilled. So yeah, he's clearly hiding something. The next morning begins at Helios. Rude wakes up looking more rested than usual. He stares up at the ceiling. He can tell he slept a lot. When he checks the other bed, it's empty. Liddices is already gone, and no matter how often Rude tried talking last night, the boy only kept pretending to sleep. That makes Rude realize Liddices is even more guarded than he thought. So he heads out, guessing everyone starts early here. The moment he steps into the hall, he feels the mood has changed. Students are whispering, some shocked, others looking at him with pity. Rude has no idea what's going on now. Then the whispers become clear enough to hear. They're talking about the new student in Hale's class, and saying he chose to room with the abomination. From the balcony, Rude looks down at the commotion below. The rumor has already spread, and his plan to stay unnoticed is dead. Rude realizes this is worse than he expected. If he wants any peace, he can't just watch. He has to deal with Liddices' whole situation. Down in the courtyard, Liddices is already being manhandled by a group of upperclassmen. Their leader yanks him by the collar and mocks him for keeping his head down, while Liddices just takes it. The other students only watch. They want to step in, but they're too afraid of becoming targets. At this school, staying out of trouble is how people survive. Then the bully finally loses patience and shoves Liddices hard. Liddices hits the ground, and the group closes in around him. The brown-haired leader points at his forehead and says an abomination shouldn't even walk through the central aisle. He tells Liddices to hide like a rat, and Liddices only stares at the floor in silence. The bully smiles like he's not done yet. It's the look of someone about to go too far. Then he makes it personal. saying even the Arshun family wants nothing to do with Lidus's. He claims Lidus's own brother, who's in the successor class, says he doesn't even have a younger sibling. For a split second, Lidus's eyes flash purple. That hit him, but he still doesn't fight back. The bully keeps going, clearly enjoying himself. He stomps on Lidus's hand and grinds his shoe down. One of the others warns that Manon might step in if this gets worse, but the leader shrugs it off. To him, Lidus's is just an abomination. He thinks this is a rare chance. How often can you step on a duke's kid and get away with it? Laughing, he lifts his foot to stomp again. Before he can, a heavy book drops out of nowhere and slams into the back of his head. The bully crashes face first into the dirt, and his whole group freezes. Then a voice from above cuts in. That's mine. It's Rude, standing on the balcony and looking down at them. With a flat face, he asks for the book back like he just lent out a pencil. Before anyone can respond, Rude jumps from the second floor without hesitation. He lands right on another bully's back with a heavy thud, and Lidus's looks up in shock. His new roommate is doing something completely insane. Standing on the guy's back, Rude casually says sorry. He thought he was the ground. The last bully panics and demands to know what Rude is doing, but Rude only tells him he's asking the wrong question. The bully swings at him, yelling that an Idun student like Rude shouldn't talk back. Rude catches the punch like it's nothing. The bully's arm won't move, and he starts to realize this frail-looking genius is a monster up close. Rude doesn't even look strained as he grips the guy's wrist. Staring into Rude's cold blue eyes, the bully knows he picked the wrong person. Rude calmly reminds him that he was hit first. Perfect setup for self-defense. One fast move later, that bully is down too, while Lidus's watches from the ground with wide eyes. The leader is knocked out with a bloody nose. Rude didn't hold back as much as he thinks. By then, the courtyard is full of unconscious bullies, and Rude is the only one left standing. Looking at his fist, Rude thinks they were weaker than expected. That's the gap between a real mage and some school thugs. When he turns to Lidus, the prince is already scrambling up. Lidus doesn't thank him or even meet his eyes. He just turns and runs. Rude calls after him, and Lidus finally stops. Looking back with fear all over his face, Lidus warns him not to come near. It's not an insult. He really believes Rude should stay away from him, like he's cursed. Then he runs past more students, and they stare at him like he's some kind of plague. Rude stays where he is, watching Lidus disappear. Other students check on the bullies, but nobody wants to get close to Rude. Rude keeps thinking about that warning. Now he sees Lidus's treatment isn't only about status, it comes from real fear. For everyone else, the academy is bright and calm, but Lidus's is still trapped in the dark. From far away, the school seems peaceful, but the real conflict is only beginning. Students keep gossiping, and Rude can feel the mood shifting. Yesterday they were curious, now they're careful. He notices people treating him differently after seeing him use force. Rude wonders where Lidus ran off to, and whether he should have followed. Before he can decide, someone slams into him from behind. It's Dio again, completely freaking out. He drags Rude into a storage room and shuts the door hard. Dio demands to know if the rumor is true, if Rude is really sharing a room with the abomination. Rude just says yes like it's no big deal. Dio looks ready to pass out. He says this is his fault for not explaining things better yesterday, and urges Rude to switch rooms right away. When Rude asks why, Dio says it's for his peaceful school life, then gets ready to explain the real problem. He reminds Rude about Chevel. Getting tied to Lidus means making school life a nightmare. Then Dio points to the Artian name. The so-called abomination is young Master Artian, and Dio assumes Rude still hasn't figured out Lidus' real identity. Rude just goes, I see. He's already worked out that Chevel is behind the bullying. His expression hardens. He's done with all the rumors. So what about you? Rude asks. Does that abomination label really excuse how everyone treats Lidus? He asks it again, pushing straight at Dio's way of thinking. Is calling someone an abomination enough to ignore and cast out a person? The room goes quiet. Rude wants a real answer, not more gossip. Dio hesitates. Deep down, he knows it's wrong, but right now, fear matters more than doing the right thing. Rude puts a hand on Dio's shoulder and flashes a bright, fake sweet smile. I think so too. He's only saying it to ease the tension. His eyes stay sharp though. Dio isn't off the hook. Then Rude asks again, what about you? This time he says Lidus' name. A hand suddenly grips a nearby crate. Lidus is there. He'd been hiding in the storage room the whole time. He heard every word they said about him. Dio nearly jumps out of his skin and blurts out how long he'd been there. Terrified Lidus heard him talking like that. Lidus says nothing and heads for the door. In his rush to escape, he trips over some crates and crashes hard. He ends up on his knees, looking completely worn down. Dio starts to call after him, but Rude clamps a hand over his mouth. Rude asks what Dio thinks calling out will do. He knows it'll only make things worse for Lidus right now. Without turning around, Lidus says nothing will change. He warns Rude that if he keeps this up, he'll end up just like him. He means it. Lidus truly believes getting close to him ruins people. Then he starts toward the door, but Rude reaches out and grabs Lidus' sleeve. With that same fake sparkling smile, Rude tells him they need to talk. Ledusus freezes. He has no idea how to deal with someone who isn't scared of him, and stammers that he doesn't need this. He yanks his arm free and runs out the door in an instant. Left alone with Dio, Rude stares at the doorway and wonders what's going on with him. Ledusus isn't just being pushed away, he's pushing others away to protect them. Dio goes right back to telling Rude to change rooms. To him, Ledusus' reaction proves even the prince doesn't want him nearby, but Rude finds the whole thing strange. Why call him an abomination? What could have happened in just 1 month to make things this bad? A flashback shows Ledusus walking through a crowd while people whisper around him. They call him creepy and say they'd have dropped out if they were him. The word abomination keeps pounding through Ledusus' head until it turns into a scream. Then a broken memory hits. A long-haired woman, blood everywhere, collapsing. A younger Ledusus stands over her, staring down. Smoke fills the scene as a voice calls him less and asks if he caused her death. It's a nightmare. Ledusus snaps out of it against a wall, gasping for breath. Back in the present, Rude asks Dio for the real story. Dio gives him a useless I don't know either, and Rude is about done with him. Rude grabs Dio by the collar. Panicking, Dio blurts out that he does know something, just not the full truth. He says Chauvel started it, but it wasn't always this extreme. The abomination name only stuck after that incident. Rude leans in at once. Dio says he only heard rumors. Not long after Ledusus is enrolled, a group of Idun students gathered in the library. Rude's gaze turns sharp. Lowering his voice, Dio says Ledusus supposedly changed into some kind of monster. The story says he had 3 eyes, fur all over, and 8 arms. Dio sounds weirdly impressed, while Rude looks ready to hit him. Dio quickly backs off, saying he wasn't there, and is only repeating what he heard. Rude thinks it's complete garbage. Turned into a monster? What kind of nonsense is that? But Dio points out one thing. The library was shut down for several days right after, so something definitely happened. Dio begs Rude to forget Ledusus and switch rooms. News that they're roommates is already spreading through Idun, and Hiris will find out soon. Rude realizes that's why everyone acted differently today. Then he asks Dio, if he doesn't change rooms, will Dio avoid him too? Dio is stunned. Rude gives him a real smile and says Dio isn't that kind of person, even if they've only known each other for 2 days. Dio gets completely caught by the charm and can barely manage a weak yay. When they return to the main hall, the whispering starts right away. Rude hates all the attention, but he knows there's no avoiding it now. Dio asks if he's seriously planning to go against the Hiris. Rude stays silent long enough to make Dio nervous, then finally says, of course not. That only leaves Dio more confused about why Rude is doing so much for Ledusus. Rude meets his eyes and says he isn't helping him out of kindness. First of all, it's a commission. But we know Rude can't ignore someone being treated unfairly. In the next class, Rude sees Ledusus alone in the back again. The prince looks half dead. Dio calls out to Rude, but he's already thinking that if he does nothing, he's just accepting this unfair mess. A lonely child in darkness flashes through his mind. He remembers the Duchess talking about her wounded son, Dio. Rude opens the door to the upper balcony of the lecture hall. At this point, they're already in the same boat. Rude heads toward the seats. He keeps thinking about Ledusus. He's a noble, and his family has power. If he wanted, he could use that status and stop this. But he does nothing. Rude notices a girl staring at Ledusus in confusion. His mind goes back to the bullies from earlier. Why won't Ledusus fight back against this ugly hate? Dark purple mana flickers in Rude's eyes for a moment. Then he sits in the empty seat right next to Ledusus. The whole room falls silent. Whatever the answer is, Rude will learn it himself. At the front, the professor is in the middle of a history lesson on where mages came from. He explains that magicians were once called the Lions of God, saviors who cleansed the land. He adds that the title has weakened these days because of illegal mages. Even so, their status hasn't changed. Dio is taking notes like crazy, though he's clearly sweating from the tension. The professor stresses that even now, magicians are the only ones who can stand against monsters. He says every ancient text gives them that role of savior. A green-haired girl glances back at Rude and Ledusus, looking worried. And she's not alone. The whole class is whispering about them instead of the lecture. Rude takes it all in. In a school built around saviors, the one he's watching is treated like a monster. He turns to Ledusus and casually tries a hello. Nothing. Ledusus doesn't react at all. Rude tries again, determined to get any response, even a go away. This time he says Ledusus' name a little louder. Dio nearly explodes and shouts for Rude to stop before he gets cursed or something. Rude gives up for now and says he's hungry, suggesting they get some food. He leaves Ledusus alone again, boxed in by empty desks and judging stares. In the cafeteria, the food looks way too good for a 7th class student. Dio begs Rude to rethink all of this. He says the two of them can't change anything on their own. He also points out that Ledusus doesn't seem to care about them anyway, so why interfere? Rude sips his tea and says he's not so sure. It didn't look that way to him. He thinks back to class, when he kept watching Ledusus from the corner of his eye, and noticed something everyone else missed because they were too busy being scared. Liddices wasn't ignoring them at all. He was painfully aware of them. Rude noticed the book Liddices was staring at so hard. The book was upside down. Rude realizes the kid was so nervous about him sitting there that he didn't even notice. Back in the cafeteria, Rude understands that Liddices isn't some monster, just a scared kid trapped under a terrible name. Dio sighs and says even his old friends won't look at him now, because he's been seen with Rude. Rude just nods and says that's fine, they'll make more people become their friends instead. Dio stares at him like he's lost it, but before they can argue, a group of upperclassmen enters the cafeteria. Rude feels the mood shift right away. Then they're surrounded. These aren't weak bullies like the courtyard bunch. These students look like they can actually use magic. The leader, Menon, leans over the table and asks if he's Rude. Rude doesn't even set down his fork. Yes, so what? Behind Manon stands the guy from the courtyard, the one who got nailed by the thrown book, and he looks ready for revenge. Ignoring his men, Manon keeps his eyes on Rude. He says he wants Rude to come with him somewhere for a talk. They move to a private garden, where Manon sits like he owns the place. He orders his lackeys out. He wants to speak to Rude alone. The others look confused, but they don't question Manon. As a clad student, he has real authority here. Rude and Dio stand across from him, with Dio basically hiding behind Rude. Rude remembers seeing Manon with Chevelle earlier, so he knows this is about the abomination. Manon asks if Rude knows why he was brought here alone. Rude gives the flattest I don't know possible. Dio is dying inside, silently begging Rude to stop being so blunt with a clad student. Manon rubs his temples. He'd heard Rude was a latecomer, but not this fearless, or this stupid. Finally he drops the point. Rude should stay away from that bastard. Rude tilts his head and asks if there are really monsters inside Helios. He's playing dumb to see how much Manon knows. Manon has no patience for that, and is clearly getting irritated. He asks if Rude is doing this out of pity, or just to feel like some kind of hero. Whatever your reason is, stop. Manon says things happen for a reason, and Rude is sticking his nose into something he doesn't understand. He warns that getting close to Liddices will cost Rude everything, and give him nothing back. Rude looks straight at him. Are you trying to help me? Manon rises and towers over them. Help you? No. He steps in closer, and the pressure around them grows. This is a warning. The meaning is obvious. Stay away from the prince, or you'll be next. By evening, the warning still hangs over the academy. On the balcony, Rude repeats Manon's words in his head. He isn't scared, he's irritated. Dio drops to the floor, holding his head, and says they should listen and quit now. Rude says nothing. He's focused on his mission. After a moment, Dio asks what he's going to do next. Rude says they need more people on their side, though he knows that won't be easy. For now, getting information matters most. He needs the truth, so he tells Dio to ask around for help. Dio looks like he'd rather hide in his room. Rude gives him that look that says he's about to do something stupid. Then he decides the fastest way is to ask directly and skip all the middle steps. Rude goes to find Liddices. They're long overdue for a real talk. He starts with the dorms, opening doors one after another. Then he searches storage rooms and hallways, ready to tear through the whole school if he has to. Liddices isn't in their room, and Rude's getting fed up. Where did that brat go? At the same time, Liddices is in the Dayan's office. The old woman with the monocle studies him and asks again if there's really no problem with his school life. Liddices keeps his head down and answers, no, nothing. When it comes to his own pain, he lies like it's normal. The Dayan lets out a sigh. She says she knows his family, especially Daner, very well. She tells him that if he won't try to help himself, the school can't help him either. Liddices looks completely empty. He's already given up. Outside, Rude moves through the students still searching. He taps one of them on the shoulder and asks, have you seen Liddices? The student nearly flinches out of his skin. I don't know. Then he bolts like he just saw a ghost. Rude watches him run and hears the whispers. That's him. Why is he looking for the abomination? At that rate, starting a normal conversation is impossible. Everyone is way too scared. Then someone calls out and stops him. It's a girl who seems strangely calm, which is rare in this school. She tells him that if he's searching for the abomination, she saw him heading toward the western storage. She adds that he was carrying a magic box. Rude thanks her, but other students rush over and call her name. El. They crowd around asking why she would talk to someone like him. Worried she might get dragged into trouble, they fuss over her while Rude just keeps walking. Then he suddenly stops and turns back to El. Ignoring the students around her, he walks right up to her. The one I'm looking for isn't the abomination, it's Liddices. He says it without a hint of doubt. El's eyes go wide. Rude leaves, and the whole group is left speechless. El stares after him, clearly thinking, what was that? Rude heads for the balcony above the western courtyard. He figures Liddices has to pass through there if he's going to storage. From the ledge, he scans the students below for any sign of him. Then, another thought hits him. What if Liddices already came through? A second later, he spots him. There he is. Liddices is moving along the path with a wooden box that looks pretty heavy. Rude starts to shout, lead, then he catches himself. No, wait, too many people are around. If he calls out now, it'll turn into another mess. Manon's warning flashes through his mind. Rude takes a breath, then yells, "Liddices," at full volume. So much for staying quiet. Liddices hears him, stops, and looks up. The second he sees Rude, all color leaves his face. Rude waves with a bright smile. "Wait for me, I'm coming down." Liddices does the exact opposite. He doesn't pause for even a second. He turns and runs like his life depends on it. Rude's face falls. He's running again. Liddices weaves through students at full speed. Rude narrows his eyes. That punk. He watches that silver hair vanish farther away. At this point, Rude knows Liddices won't stop unless someone corners him. His hand tightens on the balcony rail. Fine. If Liddices plans to avoid him forever, then he'll just catch him himself. Rude climbs onto the ledge and jumps. No magic, just brute force as he drops like a rock. "I'll chase you down." He slams into the ground, and before the dust settles, he's already moving. In a blur of speed and dark mana, Rude appears behind Liddices. "Stop right there." The nearby students freeze on the spot. Two girls, including the green-haired one from class, can only stare. "Did you see that? He jumped from all the way up there." And just like that, the chase begins. Now, Rude is sprinting across Helios after him, and this mission clearly needed way more running than he signed up for. Other students stop and watch the two blondes race across campus. Rude's honestly impressed. For a kid carrying that much fear, Liddices can really move. Rude realizes he'll have to get serious before this turns into a marathon. He closes the gap, reaching to grab the boy's sleeve. Liddices glances back, and his eyes scream one thing: "Leave me alone." Then he reaches into the box and pulls out one of those brown spheres. The sphere suddenly lights up with mana, so he isn't just running, he's using magic tools to stay ahead. That catches Rude off guard. He didn't expect someone this beaten down to fight back with items. Then the ball smacks Rude right in the face with a pop. Liddices pauses just long enough to mumble a quick sorry. Then he goes right back to running. Fed up, Rude asks why they're even doing this. Liddices throws back the obvious answer: because Rude is chasing him. Fair enough, but Rude points out that Liddices started running the second they saw each other. Liddices tries to answer, muttering something about Rude calling out to him, but his voice is so quiet it barely counts. That look says it all. This kid has no idea how to talk to people anymore. Then the moment gets worse when a group of Hiri students watches from the bridge. They stare down at them like they're watching a cruel little show. At the front is a boy with bright golden hair. That's Chevelle, the kind of guy who thinks being rich is enough to matter. Rude ignores the audience and tells Liddices to stop running so they can talk. Instead, Liddices panics and shouts at him to stay away. Rude actually stops, trying to understand why this kid treats a conversation like a death threat. Liddices says it again, voice shaking like he's about to break apart. With a sigh, Rude agrees to keep his distance. Then he notices one of the dropped balls on the ground, and with zero patience left, he kicks it straight back at Liddices' head. Liddices just stares, completely thrown off. The second that distraction works, Rude teleports in and grabs his collar. He gets in close and asks what Liddices plans to do if he gets this near. It's Rude's way of proving that running won't work against someone who can really move. Everything goes quiet. Then Rude eases up a little and tells him he's not here to hurt him. He just wants to talk. A voice cuts in from above. "Talk?" Chevelle jumps down from the bridge without a care. He lands with his boot on Liddices' shoulder, pinning him while Rude is still holding on. Chevelle is smiling, but it's the kind of smile that feels dangerous. Liddices doesn't even resist. He just takes it, like this happens all the time. Turning to Rude, Chevelle calls him an Idun kid and demands to know what he thinks he's doing. Then he kicks Liddices aside like he's nothing. Now the three of them face off. Liddices crushed, Chevelle smug, and Rude already exhausted by this nonsense. Chevelle's lackeys start hyping him up from the side. That's when Rude understands it clearly. Liddices isn't just bullied. These people treat him like a prop to show off their power. The box tips over, and the magic spheres spill onto the dirt. Chevelle tells Liddices they should go somewhere quiet, which definitely means trouble. Then he hops onto the railing and grabs Rude by the head. Leaning in like he owns the place, Chevelle asks if Rude wants to die. The next moment picks up with Chevelle still acting like some crime boss. His hand stays on Rude's head as he tries to scare the new low-rank student. Rude just stares back and answers flatly, "No, I want to live, so take your hands off me." Chevelle looks offended that Rude isn't trembling, and asks if he even knows who he is. Rude starts saying his name, Chevalier Avon. Then he lets it trail off, like the rest isn't worth remembering. What was it again? Chevelle's eye twitches. He grabs Rude's arm and squeezes hard. Rude keeps the sarcasm going, calling him the great upper-class hero of Helios. Chevelle asks if that was sarcasm. Yes, it was. Anna Barev calls down from the bridge, but she only watches, she doesn't step in. Chevelle pulls out a pendant with a purple crystal. He flips it in the air and catches it. That's a high-level magic stone, not something students should be playing with. Then he tells Rude that if he wants to act reckless, he's about to learn what happens to an Idun kid who steps out of line. Liddices stands there shattered, watching Rude get dragged into this because of him. Chevel starts pouring mana into the stone, and the pressure in the air rises fast. Rude recognizes it right away. Raumael, a strong catalyst that boosts mental interference magic. Chevel says it's too late for regret now. He wants Rude to see what a real mage can do. At last, Ledasis speaks up and tells Rude to go call Amai. Ledas up tells Rude to get a professor. He's trying to protect the first person who hasn't treated him like trash. They start arguing in hushed voices over who should leave, which is pretty wild with Chevel charging a huge spell right in front of them. That only makes Chevel madder. While they talk like this is nothing, he yells for Ramiel and fires the spell. Rude knows things just got out of hand. A spell circle starts taking shape. Ledasis puts a hand on Rude's shoulder. He tells Rude to run and says he'll deal with it himself. Ledasis steps in front, ready to take the attack so Rude can get away. Looking at him, Rude understands the truth. This isn't some monster. It's just a kid who's heard that lie so many times he believes it. Ledasis is trembling. He has no real answer here. He's only trying to shield Rude with his own body. Chevel laughs at the whole scene. He mocks Ledasis, asking if one bit of kindness from a rookie made him lose his mind. Ledasis tries to say this isn't about Rude, but the words barely come out. Shut up. Chevel brings the stone's power crashing down. The spell lands, a nightmare curse that drags up the victim's worst memories. Ledasis drops on the spot. Chevel bends over him with a cruel grin and whispers about sending him to hell. Ledasis' eyes snap wide. In his mind, the school is gone, and he's back in the library. Now we're inside his memory. A young girl stands in a courtyard. She turns with a white flower in her hand. Smiling, she asks if it's pretty. Then everything warps. Blood runs from her eyes like black ink. The memory falls apart into shadow and gore. A giant monster with many eyes towers over her. This is the horror Ledasis sees whenever he shuts his eyes. Back in the present, Ledasis begs for it to stop and claws at his own face. Rude's had enough. He moves before Cheve can react and blasts him away. Then Rude drops beside Ledasis to check on him. Cheve completely loses it, screaming because Rude stepped in again. Rude looks back, and his whole face changes. The worn-out act is gone. He asks Cheve what he did to Ledasis, and Cheve laughs, saying he only reminded him of his sin. Cheve goes on about how monsters deserve punishment, fully sure he's the hero here. Still towering over them, Chevel turns on Rude next and says he needs to learn his place too. Then he asks if Rude has a memory he wants buried, or a fear he never wants to face. He's sure the nightmare spell will break Rude just like it did Ledasis. He wants Rude drowning in his own trauma next, but Rude is just thinking it through. If Chevel uses illusions to make people see things, then the story about Ledasis becoming a monster in the library was likely his setup too. Chevel mistakes that silence for fear and mocks him. What he doesn't know is Rude is deciding whether he needs to take him out right now. Then a voice cuts across the courtyard. Professor Hale is running over in a panic. Chevel clicks his tongue and backs off, knowing it's over for now. He calls Rude lucky, not realizing Rude was seconds from ending this for good. Professor Hale drops beside the two Idun students on the ground. Rude decides to keep acting weak a little longer. If he pushes back now, his cover is done, so he lets himself look drained and acts like the spell hit him too. He shuts his eyes and plays the victim perfectly, leaving Professor Hill trying to figure out what happened between a top Heiress and a frail new student. The next day arrives. By morning, the halls are packed with students whispering about what happened. Inside a faculty office, Rude sits there bored while the rest of the school acts like he's some kind of ghost story. Then the questioning starts. A professor asks straight out if he jumped from a high balcony yesterday, and Rude answers with a flat no. Next comes the question about him tearing around campus with Ledasis. Rude doesn't blink. He says he never did that. The professor actually buys it and even laughs. While the students outside the door are probably losing their minds, his logic is simple. Rude enrolled late because of his weak body, so there's no way he could pull off balcony jumping. Rude can only sweat inside. He forgot his fake profile says he's a sickly genius, and now the whole faculty believes it without question. The professor warns him to take care of himself, worried stress will make his health even worse. He also says mixing with the Heiress class as an Idun student will wreck his school life. Rude just stares, probably thinking that was doomed from the start. After that, Rude walks out past all the gossip. What matters to him now isn't the rumors, it's Ledasis. He needs a real talk with the kid, but the school's rank system has made him untouchable. Then Dio suddenly shows up, yelling Rude's name like he's seen a miracle. Dio is a wreck after hearing that Rude got into it with Chevel. Rude casually says they met, and Dio reacts like that means he's already dead. So Rude asks what people are saying now. Dio explains the latest rumor. Chevel beat Rude badly while Rude was happily hanging around with Ledasis. Dio keeps checking Rude for injuries, but Rude just tells him he's fine. Then Rude asks about Ledasis instead. Dio's face drops, and he asks if Ledasis is dead. Rude tells him he's alive. He scolds Dio for killing the guy off in his head, and points out the school would be way louder if a prince had really died. Rude says they'll talk later, and starts to leave. Dio asks where he's going. Rude gives him the look that says he's working. He's going to find Ledasis. The campus is huge, and somewhere in it Liduces is hiding by himself. Rude and Dio head for the storage area. Dio wants to check the classroom, but Rude knows Liduces wouldn't pick a public place after yesterday. Dio still tries to get him to wait in class. He's obviously scared of being near the so-called monster again. They go into a warehouse full of crates, and Dio starts insisting no one is there. Then Rude notices something in the corner. Dio spots it too and nearly jumps out of his skin. Liduces is curled up in the shadows by the wall. Rude walks over and casually asks what he's doing, like maybe he's digging for something. Liduces says nothing and doesn't even look up. So Rude sits down, knowing this may be their only chance to talk alone. Then he pulls out the weirdest opener possible and asks Liduces if he wants candy. Liduces is stunned. Rude tells him to forget the monster rumors for a moment. He wants the real reason Chevelle keeps calling him that. Liduces flinches like the word itself weighs him down. At last he snaps, telling Rude to mind his own business and leave him alone. He yells at Rude to stop noticing him. He's trying to drive him off before Rude sees him the way he sees himself. Rude stays calm through the whole outburst. Meanwhile, Dio looks like he regrets ever walking into this room. Rude asks if Liduces really plans to let people call him a monster forever. Liduces looks down and says yes. Covering his face, he whispers that he really is a monster. That pain runs deep. His memories and this school have both pushed him to believe it. Rude reaches over. He taps Liduces on the shoulder, and Liduces looks up, confused that Rude isn't afraid. Rude places a small candy in his hand. Liduces is left speechless. With a bright, fake innocent smile, Rude says that if Liduces won't answer, he'll just ask Chevelle himself. Then he throws Liduces' own line back at him. It's none of your business. Liduces just stares at the candy, completely thrown off, while Rude leaves him thinking. Later, the scene shifts to a balcony at sunset. A girl reports to Chevelle, reading from Rude's file, weak body, sickly, and admitted a month late. Chevelle notes that Rude rooms with the monster and spends time with Dio. Then she adds the real shock. Rude is the first student ever to ace the entrance exam. That makes Chevelle pause, then scoff. He says Rude is only acting bold because of a test score and thinks he's just a book-smart kid who knows nothing about real magic. The student asks what they should do next. Chevelle looks down and says they have to make sure Rude never climbs back up. Then the stone comes into focus. The pendant is leaking black smoke, the same kind of dark haze tied to Rude. Something about it is seriously wrong. Nearby, a shadowy figure with glowing eyes watches them. A moment later, it disappears. White-gloved hands tighten around a railing. A woman with long purple hair senses it. This is Professor Rowell. She's watching Princess Tessie play with her food in the dining hall. Tessie stacks cookies into a tower and tells Rowell not to call her princess here. Rowell reaches toward the cookie tower. She bites one cookie, still looking serious. Then Rowell reminds Tessie that at this school, she isn't Tessie, she's Professor Rowell. New players have entered the board, and they may not put up with Chevelle for long. That night, Rude uses a magic crystal on the roof. The master starts with the most basic question possible. Has he made any friends? Rude skips that and reports that Liduces is a hard case, who won't accept help. The master asks about friends again, and Rude can only sigh. He's chasing his dream of becoming a great mage, while his boss treats this like camp. Rude asks if he should quit and come back. The master instantly freaks out and says no, he absolutely can't return yet. Then the master asks if Rude truly believes Liduces wants no help. Rude admits he can't tell. The abomination incident is clearly tied to some big secret nobody will talk about. He adds that the students here are seriously strange. To Rude, it's like the whole school has been put under a spell. Everyone follows Chevelle without thinking, and treats Liduces like avoiding him as a rule. Rude starts to think Chevelle built this whole toxic setup. Once Rude brings up the name Chevelle, the master's voice changes at once. He clearly knows it. His expression says he has news Rude probably won't like. He lays out the politics. The Yahello family has produced powerful mages for years, and its current head, Marquis Yahello, holds major power in the imperial castle. Rude asks what that means. The master explains that Marquis Yahello and Duke Artian have a brutal old feud. What started as family conflict turned into a war passed down for generations. Rude thinks it over and points out the problem. Liduces isn't even fighting back. This isn't mutual hatred, it's one-sided abuse. The master jokes that maybe Chevelle stole Liduces' girlfriend. Rude doesn't laugh. Instead, the master says he'll investigate both houses himself. He tells Rude not to get too wrapped up in it. Then he goes right back to pushing Rude to make a friend. He's basically chanting it now. Rude finally snaps and shuts the crystal box, cutting the master off mid-sentence. He rises and looks out over the quiet academy. Now that family politics are involved, Rude knows he has to watch longer before acting. He can't solve a centuries-old feud by charging in. The next morning, the story moves to an estate by the sea. A hand tightens on the railing. It's Elzabel, dressed sharp and purple, but already drenched in sweat. He grumbles about the place and can't understand why Lady Rubamonter picked somewhere this humid. Under his breath, he says she should at least change how she acts if she wants to fit in. Then he switches to a fake cheerful act before heading inside. He loudly announces that Rubamonter's cutie Elzabel has arrived. Instead, he's greeted by a giant pink fish with purple eyes staring him down. It's Gamode, casually reading on the carpet. Elgil drops the sweet act right away when he realizes Rubamonter isn't home. Gamode says she stepped out for a while. Elgil sighs, saying the human world seems to interest her more than their mission does. Gamode asks if Elziel swam all the way across the ocean to get there. Elziel tells him to shut it and says he reeks like the sea. Gamode fires back that Elziel looks like he'd smell like a harbor. Elziel asks why he's still using that form and reminds him Rubamonter told them to stay human so they'd get used to it. He tells Gamode to go enjoy himself since they're in the human world now. Gamode shoots that down, saying he's not here to fool around like Elziel. That gives Elbiel a sneaky idea. He grabs Gamode's tail and says he can't let a co-worker feel trapped indoors. Then he spins the giant fish around like a hammer throw. With one big toss, Elbiel launches Gamode off the balcony and into the ocean. Gamode crashes into the water with a huge splash. Elbiel laughs from the balcony, convinced he just did his friend a favor. The water starts bubbling. Then a head pops up, Gamode in human form, with long pink hair, pointed ears, and pure fury on his face. He calls Elbiel out for being rude. Gamode gathers mana and warns Elbiel to shut up if he wants to live. Elbiel only laughs and calls him scary. He keeps mocking him, saying he might as well change his name to Fish because it sounds cute. The scene shifts back to Helios Academy. A girl with short dark hair and yellow eyes watches the distance. She's holding a letter and mutters that her coworkers need to act properly. Her eyes narrow into reptile-like slits. The letter reads, she smiles, pleased that things are moving well. The demons aren't on their way, they're already inside the classrooms. Elsewhere in the halls, Professor Hale is searching for Professor Rowell. He looks tense as he heads into a restricted area. Soon he enters a huge underground chamber, centered around a glowing crystal. Another staff member tells Hale that nobody has seen Rowell all day. Hale checks his papers, and his face turns serious. He places a hand on a rune-covered stone pedestal. Hale explains that this giant teleportation circle will be used for the Idun exercise. The other teacher is amazed by how complex it is, and Hale proudly says it's all his work. He adds that this time they'll use the tower's training room. The magic circle shines with strong golden light. The staff are already excited, acting like the whole thing will be a huge success. Hale puts on his careful teacher voice and says they need to prepare well to prevent accidents. The other teacher is openly admiring him. Being called the master of teleportation circles has clearly become a point of pride for Hale. Back at the academy, Rude slams a book down. He looks completely worn out. Dio has brought him a notebook full of useful information. Rude is honestly impressed. Dio gathered this much in a single day, while Dio acts like he just pulled off something amazing. Rude asks if anyone in the notebook can stand up to Chevelle. Dio says this isn't about strength, it's about status and influence. Rude gives him a look that's half impressed, half certain this may be useless. He starts wondering whether any of this will actually help the mission. Nearby, a green-haired girl named Ren watches them. She seems nervous. When her friend asks what's wrong, Ren brushes it off. Dio then points out two names he thinks could change everything. He's sure they might be the key to stopping Chevelle's bullying. First is the Imperial Princess, Princess Utarian Maria Conso Utarian Conceal. She's the only royal at the school, and even has her own bodyguard. Dio thinks that if they win her over, the bullies are done. He's already dreaming that the princess will fix everything, but Rude can tell she likely has far bigger concerns than helping a monster and a frail genius. Then they realize they've been planning all this in the middle of a very quiet library. Other students already find Rude annoying because things haven't been peaceful since he showed up. The gossip keeps spreading, and students complain about sharing a class with a monster. Ren just listens, looking more uneasy by the moment. Rude picks up on the mood and starts to see that this school's social pressure may be more dangerous than magic. He turns back to Dio and asks who the second person is. Dio has been waiting for that question. The second is Lapis, heir to a duchy, and someone with a lot of influence. Dio says Lapis and Chevalier have been at odds since enrollment. It's gotten so bad they now avoid each other just to keep it from turning into a public fight. Rude likes the sound of that. If Lapis hates Chevelle, he could be a natural ally. But Dio quickly adds one problem. Lapis has never advanced out of Idun rank. Rude can't believe it. A duke's son with that much influence is still stuck at the bottom. Dio explains that Lapis is amazing at theory, but terrible in battle. He's one of the best in class on paper, yet can't use enough mana to win a fight. Dio still insists he's valuable because people like him. Rude just stares, realizing his would-be team is a chatterbox and a guy who can't really cast. Dio admits finding a decent hero from the upper ranks is nearly impossible because those students live in a whole different social world. Rude takes the notebook, but his mind is already elsewhere. Then the mood in the room suddenly changes. Someone knocks on the door. Two clad students step in and demand everyone's attention. The class is confused. Clad students act like school monitors, but they don't usually interrupt study time. They announce that regular class is cancelled, and everyone must move to the East Grand Lecture Hall for practical training. Rude is suspicious right away. On a day like this, practical training feels like a trap. One clad student gives a polite fake smile and tells them to hurry up. Dio is already freaking out. Anything called practical is bad news to him. Soon the room empties, leaving behind an uneasy silence. Rude isn't focused on class. He's searching for Lee Ducey's. He finally finds him slumped against a brick wall, soaked through. A group of students stand over him after dumping water on him, mocking him as the abominable young lord. Lee's shakes from the cold while they tell him nothing will change just because two idiots, Rude and Dio, took his side. Then Manon steps in and tells them to ease up. He makes it clear today's plan is bigger than simple hallway bullying. The others look to Manon like he's the one in charge. He leans over and whispers to one of them, "Drag the monster." Manon says the stage is set. This place isn't a school today. It's a circus, and Leesish is the star. At the same time, Rude keeps moving through the halls. Dio begs him to stop and just go to class. They've already checked the dorms, the storage room, and everywhere else. Dio is scared of being late and clings to the rules because of it. Then, Rude stops. He knows Lettuces was in class that morning, so he couldn't have just disappeared. Dio is nearly in tears over his score. When you're rank 400, every single point matters. He tries to calm himself down, saying Lettuces probably just dozed off somewhere. Rude doesn't believe that for a second. His instincts are already telling him something is wrong. They reach the East Grand Lecture Hall and find it packed with students, but not a single professor. Instead, clad students are lined up on the stage like guards. Manon asks if everyone's arrived. After getting a yes, he says all the key players are here, and it's time to start. Then we jump back to the real classroom. A professor walks in, clearly confused. The place is empty. The class was never actually moved. Meanwhile, Rude and Dio are hiding in bushes outside the lecture hall. Dio points out that the locked doors are a huge red flag. At this point, that almost feels normal for this school. Rude stays quiet, putting together the fact that the clads just pulled off their own little takeover. Dio finds a hidden passage they can crawl through, and Rude is seriously rethinking his choices. Inside, the lesson finally begins. The clads roll out carts loaded with mana spheres. Manon grabs one. He starts explaining mana manifestation, saying trainees need these spheres to use magic before becoming real mages. There are crates of them everywhere, making the hall feel more like a weapon store than a classroom. Then he announces a special class to test their mana ability. One student dares to ask whether the professors approved this. Manon doesn't answer. He just glares until the student shuts up. The whole Edun class goes stiff with fear. Then a dragging sound comes from behind the stage. Manon says, "Now then." He asks if anyone still has something to say. No one answers. Nobody wants to be next. Satisfied, Manon goes back to explaining the spheres. He says they change color based on a user's mana strength and skill. He even mocks the Edun students, saying they'll probably barely change the color at all. Then he reveals how they'll be graded. Target practice. The curtain opens, and Lee Ducey's is chained to a huge wooden target with heavy iron restraints. Manon claims the board won't break unless it's hit by a mana-charged sphere. He says it like this is the most normal thing in the world. The students are horrified as they realize he wants them to throw mana shots at a prince. Ren and the others freeze. This has gone way past bullying. It's a public humiliation for Letusis. Manon sees their hesitation and decides to make it worse. He offers bonus points to anyone who hits Letusis in the head. Then he snaps his fingers. The clads dump the spheres across the floor. The sound of all those wooden balls rolling is the only thing anyone hears. Manon asks who wants to go first. He looks around the room. That's when he notices Rude is missing. The Iden student who defended Letusis isn't there. He curses his lackey for losing track of the prince's roommate. Then we cut to Dio. He and Rude have slipped into the back of the hall, and he's staring at the stage in shock. He tries to shove Rude back and tells him to hide. Dio whispers that they need a professor. He's right, but the closest one is teaching an empty classroom on the far side of the castle. Rude keeps his eyes on Letusis tied to the board. Manon is starting to lose it. The whole point was for Rude to see this. His lackey asks what they should do now. Manon decides to keep going anyway. Inside, he's panicking. He pulled this off without telling Chevelle, hoping to score favor. And now he's just a student who kidnapped a prince. Still, he picks up a sphere. His eyes land on a silver-haired girl in the front row. He asks if anyone has the courage to begin. Then he picks a girl who's obviously terrified, clutching her hands to her chest. He singles her out and hands her a sphere like a weapon. She's trembling and says she can't do it. Manon's answer is cold. If she won't throw, maybe she should become the target instead. She looks around for help, but nobody meets her eyes. Just like Rude said, fear has everyone under control. The entire class is frozen. She starts to cry. Even so, she takes the sphere. She knows she has no real choice. She pours mana into it, and a faint green glow appears. Manon mocks her for barely changing the color. Then he says the next part matters most. He promises full points if she can at least hit the monster, leaning close to Letus's as he says it. The girl is falling apart while Manon yells at her to throw. She squeezes her eyes shut and lets it fly. The sphere cuts through the air and lands several feet short of the target. Maybe she missed on purpose, or maybe her aim is just that bad. Manon's smile vanishes. He immediately disqualifies her. Now he knows the students won't do this willingly, so he tells his lackey to show them how it's done. The lackey steps forward, charges his sphere with heavy mana, and hurls it with full force. It slams straight into Letus's forehead with a sickening crack. The sphere rolls away with blood on it. The room falls silent. Everyone is horrified, but no one moves. Manon starts clapping, praising the throw. Then he turns back to the class with a cruel grin and asks who wants to be next. Dio looks ready to puke, whispering that these people are insane. He turns to tell Rude to run, only to realize Rude is already gone. In the dead silent crowd, one hand rises. Manon stops. At last, he thinks he has a volunteer. Rude steps out wearing a calm, scary smile. Me, I'll go next. From the back, Dio completely loses it. He's seen Rude do strange things before, but volunteering for this is on another level. Even the clads don't know what to make of it. Letus just stares, probably wondering why his only friend is joining in. Rude gives them that same harmless-looking smile, and somehow it's even scarier. The whole hall goes quiet. Manon is wary. He knows Rude isn't normal, but his pride keeps him from backing off. He still tells Rude to try, acting like he's in charge. Rude looks at the orb, carefully measuring how much mana he can use without blowing apart the building. While Manon keeps ordering him to hit the monster properly, Rude throws. What follows isn't a simple impact. The target board is completely blasted apart. The shockwave slams into the students, and every face in the room says the same thing. A so-called weak rookie just destroyed a reinforced magic target. Dio's jaw drops. Letus is frozen. The sphere misses him by inches and blows apart the chains instead. Smoke rises from the hole left in the wall. Rude just rubs the back of his head and says, "Ah, I missed." Missed? He just tore the place apart and acts like his aim was bad. Manon starts sweating. From this distance, missing the target makes no sense. Rude clearly aimed for the chains. The restraints are broken, and Letus is free, but he's too stunned to move. Rude walks to the crate and picks up another orb. Then he politely asks for one more turn, which somehow makes him even scarier. He says he'll hit this time, but the mana swirling around his hand says otherwise. The orb shatters the moment he touches it. It crumbles to dust in his palm, and the students stare like they're watching a horror scene. Rude casually says the orb must have been defective. That finally makes Manon realize Rude is playing with him, and panic starts to set in. Rude turns to Letus. He tells the prince to dodge if he doesn't want to get hit. Letus sees Rude's eyes and understands. This isn't a threat, it's a signal. Rude fires again. The mana flash is so strong it blinds the front row. Letus flinches as the orb whips past him again. This time, it crashes into the lackey behind the board and launches him backward. At last, Letus understands that Rude is clearing the stage for him. Another clad drops to the floor. Standing in the middle of the wreckage, Rude casually says, "My bad." Letus stares at the guy Rude just knocked out. Rude even asks Manon why that idiot was standing there, like the real problem is being in his way. Dio whispers Rude's name like he's seeing a god. He finally understands Rude isn't some normal student. He's a monster dropped into a room full of bullies. The other students start snapping out of it too. Now they can see the clads aren't unbeatable. A silver-haired girl watches in shock as all eyes turn to Rude. He's standing alone on the stage, easily the most dangerous person in the hall. Manon is screaming inside. He stares at the hole in the target board, knowing even he couldn't damage it, while this rookie punched through it with a practice orb. Then he remembers the color of Rude's mana. It looked like a serpent. He tries to tell himself it was a trick. He can't accept that an Idun student might have more raw power than the whole faculty. Rude lets out a sigh. He knows he showed too much, but he couldn't just watch Letus take those hits. He points out that the board is broken, so the lesson can't continue anyway. Then he suggests getting a new target. The room turns ice cold. Rude says the one who set up this ugly little show should be the next target, and he points straight at Manon. The clads are stunned. They've never heard someone from the bottom rank talk to them like this. Rude picks up another orb. He says the person who invented this special class should test it first. Sounds fair, right? Manon shakes with rage and calls Rude a brat for defying the order of things. Then he yells that he'll choose the next target himself. He points right at him. Rude. Manon orders the whole class to grab him, trying to bury one person under sheer numbers. Dio starts rushing forward, shouting Rude's name, but a white-gloved hand suddenly grabs Dio by the collar. It's Professor Rowell. She looks bored, even with the biggest school fight of the day about to explode. Professor Rowell has arrived. Dio begs Professor Rowell to step in, saying the clads have gone crazy. She shuts him down right away. Dio can't understand why a professor isn't stopping this. Instead, she calmly says she's just watching. That almost makes Dio lose it. He starts thinking the school is in on the bullying. Before he can yell again, Professor Rowell covers his mouth. She isn't stepping in because she wants to see what Rude really is. She's already suspected he's different, and this is the perfect stress test. With her sharp teal eyes, she keeps studying him. Then something grabs her attention. A student suddenly gets thrown and slams into the floor. At the center of it all is Rude, and he isn't even using magic. He's crushing them with pure speed and strength. Manon yells for someone to grab the orb so Rude can't use it. 3 students rush him together and pin both his arms. One of them thinks they've finally caught him, but Rude shakes them off like they weigh nothing. He seizes one by the arm, spins, then lands a kick with a brutal crack. Now the lackeys start backing up. This stopped being a fight and turned into a wipeout. Rude pauses and quietly says, "Excuse me." The student in front of him freezes like he's about to die. Rude tells them he's already in a bad mood. Then he warns them not to touch him unless they want to end up like the others on the floor. It sounds polite, but it's clearly his last warning. The whole class is stunned. Nobody's ever seen a rookie fight like this, and even the bystanders can tell the whole pecking order just got flipped. Manon starts trembling. He knows he's done for. He turns to a lackey and asks if they still have any magic orbs. The guy says only the experimental ones are left on the floor. Manon snaps, demanding real combat orbs instead, but there aren't any. Manon finally realizes he came unprepared. He stares at the orb in his hand, knowing it's his last chance. Even if Rude isn't normal, Manon tells himself he can still win because Rude is alone. He gathers his mana, and it forms in a jagged green mass. It shows exactly how little control he has. Then he throws it with everything he's got. He wants to wipe that smug look off Rude's face. The orb flies at Rude, but it never reaches him. Leticis jumps in and takes the blast in his back. Even though he was barely standing moments ago, Rude is stunned and asks why he would do that for him. Manon completely loses it, screaming that Leticis is a monster. Then he orders the others to throw everything they have, trying to bury his failure in chaos. Professor Rowell keeps watching, only looking a little annoyed that the target changed. Shaking from the hit, Leticis still asks if Rude is okay, instead of worrying about himself. One student actually reaches for another orb. The rest start gathering mana too, as the crowd gets swept up in it. Rude looks at Leticis and asks if getting bullied is his hobby. Leticis shouts no, really shouts it for once. Rude smiles. This time it's genuine, and he asks why Leticis blocked the orb then. Rude points out that if Leticis told him not to care, then Rude should have been allowed to take the hit himself. He's trying to break through the kid's fear with simple logic. Leticis can only whisper that all of this is his fault. Another orb comes flying in. Rude doesn't even flinch. He simply lifts a hand and catches the mana-filled orb in his bare palm, as the air crackles around him. Without looking away, Rude tells Leticis this isn't his fault. Then he turns those freezing eyes on the crowd and says he just hates people like them. One of the clad students charges in, yelling for everyone else to throw their orbs too, hoping numbers can do what they couldn't, one-on-one. Rude stays planted, watches one come in, and calls it what it is, sloppy. Then he stops countering and starts sending the attacks back. The first bully gets smashed by his own orb, and it hits hard. Rude even counts them off like he's checking items off a list. Now the enforcers are the ones panicking. They've always been told they were the elite, and now a random rookie is treating them like they're nothing. Rude moves through the room like a shadow, dropping anyone who steps up. Then he glances back at Leticis, who's still trying to process that his only friend is tearing through the whole class alone. The room doesn't feel like a bullying session anymore. It feels like a nightmare. Rude stays cold and precise, with no chants or circles, just raw skill. Even the other Idun students are scared. They've been powerless so long that seeing someone fight back feels unreal. Rude starts walking toward the main group, and every step puts more fear into them. He passes them and stops in front of Leticis, who's still tied up, bleeding, and waiting for the worst. The room falls completely silent. The bullies are frozen, and the victims are too shocked to move. Leticis looks up with shame in his eyes. After being called a monster for so long, he really believes he belongs in chains. Ren is the first to snap out of it. Seeing the blood on Leticis, she realizes this stopped being training a while ago. Leticis turns away. He's so used to disgust that he doesn't know what to do with real concern. Ren is shaking, but she's the first person to move. She runs over and fumbles with the ropes, saying she'll free him first. Her voice shakes because she knows this breaks the school's unspoken order. The others stare at Ren like she's crazy. In this school, helping someone like Leticis is social suicide. She's crying while she unties him and keeps apologizing. This is the moment the school's warped thinking finally starts to crack. Leticis says nothing, and just lets her do it. He's been treated like a target for so long that he barely knows how to act like a person. But the bullies still haven't learned. One of them decides to fire another orb while everyone is distracted. He thinks he has a clean shot. He doesn't. Rude is already there, and the bully goes flying before he can enjoy the cheap shot. Rude just stands there looking bored. That makes 12, and he's still counting. Rude scans the room. All the weak links are down. Only Manon and his inner circle are still standing now, the ones who thought they were in charge. Manon is falling apart. The leader of the clad rank, the guy who was supposed to be untouchable, is now sweating through his clothes. Rude keeps coming, and the silence is somehow the scariest part. Inside, Manon is screaming. He can't understand how a 7th-class rookie could carry this much pressure. He looks at his fallen allies, then back at Rude, wondering if this is even real as everything he believed about strength gets crushed. One more step, and the gap between them becomes absurd. Rude may look like a kid next to Menon, but Menon is the one completely overmatched. Then Rude gives him a terrifying smile and asks, "Shall we continue?" It sounds polite, but it's really a threat. Behind him, the ropes finally drop away. Lydesis is free. He stands, tall but strangely small, while Ren stays beside him. Neither of them knows what to say. The silence between them is heavy, because Lydesis has never been treated like a person by someone his age. Ren tries to speak in a tiny voice. She's scared of him, but even more scared of what she let happen. She reaches toward him, still hesitating as the old rumors linger in her mind. Then her friend grabs her and tells her to get away, like the school's cruel habits are trying to pull her back in. Ren looks torn. She sees a person, while everyone else insists she's looking at a monster. Around her, the other students stay bunched together, staring at Lydesis with fearful eyes. Ren lowers her gaze, close to her breaking point. Then she snaps and asks the others how long they're going to keep doing this. She asks what really matters. Do they actually believe Lydesis is a monster, or do they just say it so they won't become the next target? Rin admits she's weak too, just an adun, but even she can tell this is nothing but cruelty. She points out that Lydesis never did anything to them. He only existed, and they made his life miserable for that. Rin calls them cowards. They aren't afraid of a monster. They're afraid of higher-ranked students, so they hurt him to fit in. Lydesis listens with a heartbreaking look on his face. No one has ever stood up for him like this. Ren keeps going, saying power from the Hyris or Clad doesn't give everyone else an excuse to throw away their humanity just to please them. But then a sharp whoosh cuts her off. Something is moving fast. She blinks, and before she can react, another bully hits the floor. Rude stopped the sneak attack without even turning around. Lydesis looks at Rude, and for the first time there's something in his eyes besides fear. He finally sees someone willing to stand in the fire for him. A faint glow rises in his eyes as his mana reacts to his feelings, hinting that Lydesis isn't weak at all, just holding back a huge power because he's scared of hurting people. Rude steps right in front of Menon. The boss has nowhere left to run. Menon still talks big, calling Rude a brat and saying fighting back is pointless. Then he brings up Chevelle, acting like that noble bully will finish the job for him. That makes Rude's expression turn cold. He's done hearing about rank and monsters. He tells Menon to take a good look around. Then, Rude lays it out. This room has victims who couldn't fight back, and cowards who piled on just because they could. After that, he asks who the real monster is here. Staring straight at Menon, he gives the answer himself. It's Menon. The word monster hangs in the air. Rude isn't talking about demons or magic, he's talking about the rotten person Menon is. Then, a blue-haired student bursts in yelling Rude's name. It's Dio, his info guy and walking alarm bell. Rude glances over, but his focus never breaks. He's still the biggest threat in the room. Then a dense mana orb tears across the room. It didn't come from any student, and it's moving way too fast. One blink and you're dead. Even Manon freezes, shocked by what just flew past. The orb barely misses Rude's head. A second later, it smashes into something at the back. The hit is strong enough to wreck a small building. The impact is brutal. Rude just follows it with his eyes. He doesn't even flinch, which is not something a weak rookie should be able to do. Lydesis and Ren go completely still. They can feel the room's power jump like crazy. When the dust settles, the target board and back is basically gone. Rude turns to the entrance. He knows that mana signature. Heels tap across the floor, the kind of sound that says someone in charge just showed up. Rude knows who it is right away, and that's bad. Really bad. Professor Rowell walks in with Dio behind her, calm like she just dropped by after a dull meeting and fired off a shot for fun. Inside, Rude is panicking. He fought her at the auction house in his blow form, and if she sees through him now, the whole mission falls apart. He remembers that fight well. Rowell was fast, sharp, and one of the few who could keep up with him in Shikmuan. Rude can't believe it. The woman who fought the legendary Dark Mage is also teaching at the very school where he's hiding. The other students relax, thinking the teacher came to save them from Rude. They don't realize Rowell was really testing him. Rowell stops and points straight at Rude. Not the injured students, not the tied-up prince, him. Then she asks one scary question. Why did he dodge? Rude plays dumb with a confused little what. He's trying hard to look weak and clueless. Rowell says he could have stopped that orb easily. She calls him out in front of everyone, then adds that dodging ruined the fun, pretty much admitting she was trying to force out his real strength. In the back, Dio is sweating. He knows Rude is blow, and he knows Roel is a first-class mage, so this feels like two bombs talking face to face. Roel steps closer, eyes glowing with interest. A curious first-class mage is the last thing Rude needs. Now Rude's the one sweating, stumbling through an excuse. He needs a distraction fast. Right then, the heavy doors slam open again. The rest of the faculty rushes in behind Professor Hale. He looks shocked by the mess, though he probably already had an idea. Rowell simply turns around with her mana orb still in hand, not looking guilty at all. The other professors are horrified. They see clad students down all over the place, and assume the training went horribly wrong. Then they notice the broken target and the chains, plus students sprawled on the floor. To them it's a disaster. To Rude it's just another day. One of the female professors starts yelling at Rowell, asking if she did this. Rowell stays totally calm. She doesn't tell them Rude was the one who beat everyone down. She keeps that to herself. Dio hurries over and asks Rude if he's okay. He's doing everything he can to help Rude keep up the weak student act. Rude drops to the floor and pretends he's completely worn out. It's a perfect act, like he just ran a marathon while sick. The faculty calls for the medical team and sends the other students back to class. The target practice mess is over, but the real trouble is only starting. As Rude gets carried off, Rowell keeps watching him. She isn't fooled at all. Then we move to another part of the academy, a quiet, fancy section. In the library sits Lapis, the kid Rude saved during the auction arc. He's grumbling because people keep staring at him thanks to the person with him. Across from him sits an elegant student with long purple hair. He's another Harris, but unlike Chevelle or Maonan, this one feels different. The purple-haired student smiles and says all of Helios is their territory, so it doesn't matter where they sit. He says he saw a Whoopi during private training, and it's hard to believe something that cute can grow into a mid-tier monster. He's talking about magic, but the real point is clearly Lydicis. Lapis gets annoyed and asks if he's just bragging about private lessons. The two clearly bicker like friends. Then the purple-haired student turns serious and tells Lapis to spill everything. He wants every detail about when Lapis met the black mage Blow. Lapis panics and tells him to keep his voice down. Blow is an unregistered mage, and talking about him in this academy is almost asking for trouble. Looking away, Lapis clearly remembers the auction. Meeting Blow changed his life, and he still hasn't gotten over it. He tries to brush it off, saying it was nothing and they just met by chance, but his face gives him away. He's a huge fan. The purple-haired student doesn't back off. He wants every tiny detail. He asks about Blow's personality, hobbies, clothes, even favorite food. This isn't simple curiosity. He's investigating hard. Then he admits Blow is his goal, the person he's wanted to reach for a long time. That makes it clear. Another major player is now chasing Rude's secret. He says he even tried to ask Ophion for a meeting, but Ophion's master shut him down. Lapis thinks that person is terrifying, and honestly, he's right. With a sigh, the student says he wishes he could meet Blow by chance too. He has no clue his hero is nearby, acting like a weak 7th class rookie. Lapis just stares at him, probably wondering why everyone's so obsessed with a guy who only wants peace. Then we cut to the woods outside the academy at night. A woman with reddish-brown hair looks tense, whether she's Duchess Archin or someone else. One thing is clear, this is bad. She says she'll have words with Master when she gets back, all while watching two figures in the distance. The last shot shows a dark-haired mage with glowing blue eyes calling out to Blow, asking if he got hurt. Blow tries to leave, but Lapis isn't about to waste this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He stands there with his maid, staring at the legendary Dark Mage and the Master of Ophion, like he's met living legends. Lapis knows this is his only chance. He trained his whole life, but after seeing Blow fight, he realized they're on totally different levels. He starts stumbling over his words, trying to ask for a huge favor. Then he finally goes all in. Lapis bows so low he nearly hits the ground and blurts out that he wants Blow to teach him. Rude just stares back, blank-faced. Rude does not have room in his life for a student right now. But Lapis is desperate. He wants to become Blow's disciple because, to him, the Dark Mage is the very top. He swears he won't drag Blow's name through the mud. Meanwhile, the Master of Ophion is in the back, clearly enjoying the whole thing. Rude finally answers, and it's a hard no. Then the Master jumps in and makes up a rule on the spot, saying Ophion members must focus only on missions and can't take disciples. Rude is thinking, since when do we have rules? But Lapis accepts it right away out of respect. Back in the library, Lapis is facepalming so hard he could leave a mark. He's replaying the whole thing and dying from embarrassment. Then the library doors open, and the Academy's golden jerk, Chevelle, walks in with his group. Linus Engrium waves at them like he's happy to see them, but the mood in the room instantly gets colder. Chevelle starts mocking them right away, asking Linus why he's still with Lapis and throwing around Eternal Idun student like an insult. Lapis takes it quietly. At Helios, being an Idun pretty much means being looked down on, and Chevelle loves rubbing that in. Linus fires back without missing a beat, making it clear these little status games are childish and pathetic. Chevelle calls them pathetic and walks off. He's the kind of guy who always needs to be the loudest in the room. Lapis watches him leave and wonders how long Chevelle plans to stay trapped inside his own ego. Linus asks if Lapis is worried about Chevelle. Lapis basically says, worried, not a chance. He knows Chevelle is dangerous, but also a total loser underneath it all. Then we jump to a much more serious meeting table. Rude and Lydicis sit on one side, with Roel and the other professors across from them. A professor with a ponytail reads the report, sounding honestly confused by the rumors going around. According to those rumors, the destroyed target board, the one Roel blasted, was actually taken out by a single student. Then he looks straight at Rude and asks if he was the one who did it. Rude lies face down on the table like he's passed out, then mutters that he has no idea what they're talking about. Raoul doesn't let it slide. One look from her makes it clear she sees right through him. Then she asks the one thing that could ruin everything, whether he's a mage. Lydesis looks up, stunned. He's been with Rude the whole day and never saw even one magic circle. Rude says nothing. Right now, staying quiet is safer than giving Raoul anything to use. The professor with the ponytail laughs, acting like Raoul is way off. He says if Rude were really a mage, he wouldn't be flopping around like some helpless victim. Privately, Rude is grateful the man is that clueless. Still, he thinks back to the fight and wonders if he showed too much. He's sure he didn't use any mana, but Raoul's instincts are sharp. She keeps staring at him, clearly not buying the weak student act. So Rude leans harder into it, grabbing his head and groaning about a headache. The ponytail professor falls for it at once and tells him to go to the infirmary, but Raoul cuts him off. She says Rude is fine. The professor pushes back, asking how she can be so sure. Raoul explains that when Rude collapsed earlier, he didn't really pass out. She's been watching every little reaction. Rude lifts his head and plays dumb, asking what exactly she wants from him. He claims the magic orb shocked him so badly that everything after that is a blur. Raoul answers with a cold warning, "Stop lying." Lydius watches the exchange like one wrong word could set everything off. The ponytail professor finally changes the subject and says Professor Hale is dealing with the punishment for the clad students. He tells Rude and Lydius to return to class and rest until everything is settled. Rude is relieved to escape for now, but he already knows Raoul won't stop watching him. Before leaving, he gives Raoul one last look. Professor Raoul, Rude already knows she's going to be a pain. Out in the hall, Rude and Lydius pass a group of hurt-clad students. Waiting there is Chevelle, glaring like he wants to crush someone. The mood turns sharp fast. The injured students stand around while Chevelle looks down on everyone. Chevelle asks why they're all so surprised to see him, like the whole hallway belongs to him. Rude and Lydius don't react. They just keep walking. Chevelle narrows his eyes. He already hates Lydius, and now Rude's attitude has caught his attention too. Rude glances back and gives Chevelle a small mocking grin. That smile sets him off. An Edun student just treated him like a joke. Lydius starts panicking and asks Rude what he's doing. He knows how dangerous Chevelle can be. Rude only fixes his tie and keeps going. Bullies don't scare him, they bore him. He tells Lydius to move. They've got a classroom full of people waiting. Watching him, Lydius starts to feel that Rude isn't just a friend, he's a shield. He wants to know who Rude really is, but he's scared of the answer. The two keep walking, alone against the whole school's pecking order. Behind them, Chevelle watches in silence, clearly planning something ugly. Then, Lydius suddenly stops. Rude halts too and looks back. He can already tell what's coming, that guilty speech. Staring at the floor, Lydius calls Rude's name with a shaking voice. He warns that things may get worse from here. Now that Rude fought back, he thinks the bullying will only grow. Clenching his fist, Lydius says it's all because of him. He's carrying all that hate by himself. That fear isn't new. The voice of the abomination in his head keeps telling him he only brings pain to others. So Lydius tells Rude that staying near him will only bring misery. Rude just blinks and asks if he's seriously cursing him right now. Then he says that whole misery speech is a little too much. Rude lets a bit of his real strength slip. If 100 bullies came at him, it still wouldn't matter. Whatever happens, he'll handle it. Instead, he tells Lydius to stop worrying about everyone else and think about himself for once. Lydius is stunned. He assumes Rude is only saying that because he has no idea what he's hiding. Rude admits that part is true. He doesn't know what Lydius is carrying, or what happened in his past. Still, he says he won't pry, since Lydius clearly doesn't want to talk about it. But Rude looks him right in the eye and tells him something simple. If he needs help, he should ask. He says never tell him to stay out of it again. No matter what the problem is, he'll help. Lydius is left speechless, wondering why Rude would do any of this for him. In 15 years, no one has ever said words like that to him. He insists he doesn't need help, but his eyes say the opposite. Rude starts walking again. All he gives is a light. Oh, is that so? He doesn't push any further. Lydius watches him go, feeling like things got a little brighter. Then we cut to the Idun classroom, where everyone is in full panic. The students huddle together, scared out of their minds. They know the clad students will be punished, but they're terrified the hares will blame the whole class too. One student snaps and blames Lydius, saying none of this would be happening if that monster didn't exist. Another says other classes already look at them like trash now. One incident has wrecked what little standing they had. Some even talk about transferring out, or making sure Lydius stops coming to school. Ren finally explodes and yells at them to stop, slamming her hands on the desk. The whole class goes silent. Ren is usually the quiet one, so this shocks everyone. She demands to know why they're being so selfish, and why they only care about themselves. Ren calls them out. They hate being avoided, yet they've spent months avoiding Lydius and calling him a monster. She asks how they think he feels, and whether they really believe all of this is his fault. Thinking of Lydius always sitting alone, Ren says they all know there's more to him than the name they've stuck on him. He's a person with feelings too, and Ren finally says it out loud. Another girl argues back, saying they all saw it too. She brings up what happened in the library, the thing everyone fears most. That day, she says, they saw Letus do something terrifying. The memory points back to Chevel, standing over the ruined scene. Everything about that moment felt like a nightmare, with Letus caught in the middle of it. The girl asks how anyone can act like that meant nothing when it scared all of them. She's leaning on fear, and in this world, that argument works on people. Ren lowers her eyes. She still has no answer for the library incident. Then El speaks up from the back with 2 words. Illusion magic. She reminds them that Chevel von Hadelio specializes in illusion magic, and is skilled enough to show people whatever he wants. Closing her book, El makes her point clear. The library incident may have been a setup meant to destroy Letus's name. She adds that if Letus were truly dangerous, Helios would never have let him stay. El says they're hiding behind the monster story because they're really afraid of Chevel, not Letus. The other girl is stunned and says El is no different from the rest of them, but El agrees. The difference, she says, is that things have changed. Then El brings up Rud. With him, she says, they might be able to turn all of this around. The Eden students just stare, trying to accept that the sickly new kid might be their best chance. At that moment, Letus walks into the room. The students in back scream and jump away from him. Letus only stands there, tired and used to it by now. Then the door opens again, and Rud steps in behind him, giving the class a flat, unreadable look. Rud and Letus have finally returned from questioning. The room goes completely still. Everyone is staring, and it's obvious they were just talking about them. Dio rushes over, looking ready to collapse from stress. He frantically asks Rud if they're okay. Rud thinks Dio means him and Letus, but Dio is actually worried about the clad students Rud sent to the hospital. That makes Rud realize his weak guy act is barely holding together. When Dio asks what the professor said, Rud gives the shortest answer possible. Rud is already trying to move on, but Letus stays frozen in place under the weight of the room. Then a voice suddenly calls Letus a monster. Except it isn't an insult from the crowd. It's El, standing right in front of him and meeting his eye. She calmly acknowledges both Letus and Rud, without a hint of fear. And then El does the one thing no one expects. She holds out her hand. She introduces herself as El Florin Chrome, openly breaking the rule that everyone should avoid the Arshan family. Then, she says she hopes they can all get along. Letus stares at her hand like he has no idea what to do with simple kindness. In back, Dio is clearly wondering why he's not part of this, but El only cares about the 2 outsiders. Then someone else finally steps up. It's Noiden. He's nervous, but he still follows El's example. He says he wants to be friends too. One brave move was all it took for others to start joining in. After that, the whole class rushes over. Akel, Juliana, and the rest start calling out to them, trying to be part of this new mood. They praise Rud for what happened earlier. The weak nerd from before is suddenly the class hero. Everyone wants to know how he broke the magic board, and whether they can do the same. Rud looks like he'd rather fight a dragon than handle this much attention. Meanwhile, the 2 girls who pushed to exclude Letus are left in back, totally lost. El wrecked their whole little system just by doing the right thing. Off to the side, Ren watches with a real smile. She spoke up first, and now it's finally paying off. Letus is completely overwhelmed. He's used to insults, not people welcoming him like this. A few students even thank him for stopping the magic orb in the lecture hall. At last, they admit he saved them. Letus lifts his head, and for once his eyes aren't filled with hate for himself. All he can say is, "Thank you." Rud watches with a small, pleased look. He realizes this is going better than expected. He came to protect Letus from danger, but he may have helped fix his place in class too. For once, the Edong class gets a real win. Then we move to the infirmary, where the mood is much darker. Chevel sits beside Manon's bed. Looking down at the pawn he used, Chevel coldly asks why Manon did something so stupid without orders. Wrapped in bandages, Manon apologizes, and says he'll take the blame. Chevel cuts him off. He doesn't care about apologies. He cares about appearances. He makes it clear he had nothing to do with the target practice mess, and wants his hands kept clean. Then, Professor Hale walks in wearing that creepy smile. Hale says that if Chevel wasn't involved, then punishing Manon and the other clads is only fair. He sounds polite, but he's clearly enjoying this. Chevel goes still. Hale has boxed him in. Protect them and he looks guilty. Abandon them and he loses his people. So he asks Hale what he really wants. At this point, they're basically seeing who can outsnake the other. Manon watches in silence, realizing they're talking about him like trash to throw away. Hale finally gets to the point. The upcoming field training. He says he wants Chevel and a few other heroes to go with Theophor, Idam. Chevel's face twists into a nasty grin. He sees his chance and wants everyone to learn what happens when they go against him. Manon is terrified. Whatever Chevel has planned for that training will be far worse than a few mana orbs. He tries to warn him and brings up Rud again. No matter how he thinks about it, Rud isn't a normal kid. Manon felt his strength up close. Chevel is offended. Looming over Manon with glowing eyes, he asks if an elite heiress is really supposed to fear some Idun boy. He tells Manon to stop dwelling on useless things and calm down. That arrogance is Chevel's biggest weakness, and it's about to burn him. He leaves, saying he'll return with interesting news soon. That night, we switch to the boys' dorm room. Rude lies awake, staring up and wondering if he's really handling this well. He runs through the whole mess in his head. Bullying, questioning, then sudden praise. It was a lot for one day. He glances at Liducis, who's finally sleeping peacefully. Curled up like that, the prince looks much younger than he really is. Rude thinks about how much Liducis is carrying. He knows what it's like to be treated like a weapon, or a monster. He just hopes today's small changes will help the kid. Then the air changes. Dark smoke starts creeping in through the window. It's not Manon, and it doesn't feel like a normal shadow. This thing feels ancient. Then a text appears. It's coming soon. A huge hooded specter with glowing blue eyes appears right over Liducis. Its skeletal hand reaches toward the sleeping prince, but Rude is already moving. He lunges across the room, crashes in and grabs the specter's arm tight. Staring into those glowing eyes, he asks the one thing that matters. Who are you? The specter only stares back. Creepy, even for someone like Rude. Then Rude notices the face under the hood. He knows it, or thinks he does. Before he can place it, the specter starts breaking apart into dark energy. It looks like a forced teleport or some kind of dismissal, and the blast throws Rude back. Shielding his eyes, Rude is frustrated. He had it right there, and it still got away. He drops to his knees as the room falls quiet again. It's completely gone. No trace, no leftover mana. Rude is baffled. Whatever it was, it didn't use normal magic, and now he's wondering why it came for Liducis. He looks back at the sleeping prince and realizes this goes way beyond school bullies like Chevel. Something deeper, something supernatural, is haunting Liducis. Rude wonders what really happened to that brat. Liducis isn't just a prince anymore. He's at the center of something dark. By morning, the academy is buzzing again. Now everyone is talking about the upcoming field training. Two girls walk by, clearly worried about meeting real monsters. As Idun students, they barely have any combat training. Rude and Liducis pass them, and Rude looks exhausted, because he spent the night fighting a ghost instead of sleeping. The girls stop and nervously say hi. Liducis only stares back with his usual closed-off monster face. Then he turns and walks off, leaving them hanging. He's still stuck in old habits. Rude immediately grabs Liducis by the shoulder and pulls him back. With a perfect polite smile, Rude returns the greeting for both of them, basically teaching the prince how to act like a normal person. The girls are stunned. They've never seen Liducis or Rude this approachable. Rude tells Liducis to greet them properly. He's acting like a grumpy older brother, while Liducis just stands there buffering. As they keep walking, Rude almost brings up the ghost from last night. Liducis only gives him a confused look, so Rude drops it. Liducis slept through the whole thing, and telling him now would only make him more nervous. Still, the words keep replaying in Rude's head. It's coming soon. He's sure it was magic, since it vanished without a trace, but not the kind used at the academy. Rude tries to connect it all. To him, coming soon sounds like a warning before some disaster. He considers reporting it, but he has no proof. Instead, he decides to ask the Master of Ophion first. She's the best shot at knowing what that shadow was. Now Liducis is watching him, noticing how serious he's gotten. The two keep walking in a goofy little moment. Liducis asks if Rude was waiting for him, pointing out that Rude was avoiding him just yesterday. Rude more or less says not to get used to it. Then Dio comes sprinting down the hall, yelling Rude's name. He skids to a stop and cheerfully says good morning to Liducis. The group is turning into a trio. Rude tells Liducis to answer Dio back. He's taking manners very seriously today. Liducis quietly whispers hi, and Rude praises him like a proud trainer. Dio nearly loses it laughing, already imagining Rude training Liducis with hand signals. Then two more students wave at Rude. His growing popularity is becoming a real threat to his cover. Dio brings bad news. Professor Raoul is looking for him again. Rude tells Dio to pretend he never saw him, and goes straight into escape mode. After waving off the other students, they head for the assembly hall. Rude's expression turns serious again, as he asks Dio why he isn't coming with them. Dio answers with a smug little smile, clearly hiding something about the coming training. Then he ruins the mystery by challenging Rude to race to class, and Rude shuts it down instantly. The faculty is already gathered, and the whole room feels tense. Professor Hale announces punishment for the clads from the target practice incident. He tries to sound fair, but the students aren't buying his nice teacher act anymore. He tells the Idun students to forget the bad memories and focus on field training. In the back, Dio already looks done with the whole speech. Then Hale gives that creepy smile again and says no one knows what the future holds, which is a huge warning sign. Dio slumps over a desk, wondering what they're even supposed to prepare for. He assumes Idun's field training should be easy. He asks if they'll just be fighting monsters the school lets loose, like some basic dungeon run. Rude figures the school would normally match the challenge to the students' level, but then he remembers the talk between Chevel and Hale. He knows the difficulty will be pushed way higher on purpose. Astuge sims onto the table behind him. It's Professor Rowell. She finally caught him. She skips hello and goes straight to, follow me. Her tone says he's in trouble. Rude looks back at Leducis and Dio, clearly annoyed. His weak student act is about to be tested hard. He asks what, but already knows he doesn't really have a choice. Then we cut away to a fancy garden, where someone is having high-end tea. Princess Tessie looks completely bored, then tells her advisor she finally found something interesting. The gray-haired advisor asks what caught her attention, and Tessie says she's going to Idun's field training. His jaw basically drops. He blurts out, what? Because royalty has no business joining a low-rank training trip. While her advisor panics, Tessie just smiles. She wants trouble, and she knows exactly where to find it. At the same time, Professor Rowell is hauling Rude by the collar across campus, while Princess Tessie gets ready to join the chaos. Before long, the whole school is buzzing. Lapis makes his way around the arena, and rumors are already spreading everywhere. People are saying a top professor is about to spar in public, with an Idun, the very bottom class in the school. Some students are even trying to remember the name of the kid getting thrown into this. Rude. And there he is, holding a wooden sword like he's wondering if pretending to collapse might get him out of this. Dio runs into the arena, yelling that this is insane. He's scared for Rude, not just because Rowell is dangerous, but because if Rude stops holding back, the arena might not survive. Rowell doesn't even spare him a glance. One look from her makes it clear she's done being patient. Dio quickly ducks back behind Leducis. Even he looks worried now, which says a lot. He asks Leducis if Rude will be okay, but Leducis can't answer. He's figured out this isn't some harmless lesson. Rude sighs to himself. He knew Rowell was stubborn, but not stubborn enough to drag him into a public fight just to prove a point. More students gather by the minute. Nothing pulls a crowd faster than a strong mage putting a weak student in his place. Rude grips the wooden sword tighter, and realizes this could actually help him. If he loses badly enough, maybe people will finally stop paying attention to him. Then Rowell changes her stance. She tells him to begin, but there's a problem. Rude has a wooden practice sword, and Rowell just drew a real steel one. Rude pauses, stunned, and asks why she's using a real blade. He even suggests magic instead, so he can at least fake passing out from mana pressure. Rowell ignores all of that and charges straight at him. That's when Rude realizes losing on purpose won't be easy. She's actually trying to cut him. Her strike slams down hard enough to crack the floor, and Rude barely avoids it. He glances at the broken stone and knows that hit would have flattened him. Rowell is clearly testing whether he's really a dark mage or just absurdly lucky, and the students are starting to notice. Lapis sees it too. Even with Rowell going all out, Rude keeps slipping past every swing. Rowell presses harder and tells him to fight for real. What she really wants is proof that he's the one she met at the auction. From the sidelines, Dio and Leducis keep shouting warnings, sure that Rude is about to die. Then Rowell brings down a vertical slash strong enough to split a boulder. Rude gets caught between instinct and restraint. He wants to hold back, but his body is trained to answer attacks from first-class fighters. His wooden sword crashes into the steel blade with a crack like a gunshot. The clash sends a shockwave through the arena floor. There is nothing 7th class about that. Ren and the others are left staring in shock, unable to see through the dust. Lapis can hardly believe it. He's watching an Idun rookie stand up to the raw power of an elite professor. When the dust settles, Rude is still standing, but his wooden sword has snapped, and only the hilt remains in his hand. Rowell's steel blade stops just inches from his face. She chose not to finish the swing. She warns everyone not to interfere because it's dangerous. Out loud, she blames the broken practice sword, but she knows exactly what Rude just pulled off. Then she tells him to do it again, this time with magic so his weapon won't break. She wants to force his monomark into the open in front of the whole school. Rude shuts that down immediately and refuses to keep sparring. He leans on his weak body excuse again, saying he was forced into this and isn't skilled enough. Dio backs him up right away, yelling that Rude is fragile. Around them, the students start whispering that this is unbelievable. Lapis has never seen Rowell this worked up. To him, she's flat out ignoring Rude's refusal. He keeps thinking about that block. Rude endured Rowell's brute force without using mana, and in martial terms, that's a huge sign this kid is no amateur. Rowell tries to hand Rude her sword, but he keeps refusing over and over. As Lapis watches Rude, that familiar feeling in his head comes back again. Then Lapis steps forward and calls out, "Professor Rowell." He says she shouldn't force someone into something they clearly don't want. Maybe he's trying to help. Or maybe he just can't stand how much attention Rude is getting. Lapis offers to take Rude's place, but Rowell gives him one look and turns him down on the spot. Rude watches Lapis and tries to remember where he's seen this fanboy before. Rowell finally realizes she's pushing too hard. With a sigh, she says there were too many interruptions and they'll continue another time. She walks off, making it clear this isn't over. The spar may be done, but Rowell is still hunting for answers about Rude. Rude, Leducis, and Dio are left in the arena looking like they just lived through a disaster. Then, Ren suddenly appears and asks if Rude is okay. After hearing the huge crash, Unlike everyone else, she's worried about him, not his strength. Dio says Rude is fine, while other students complain that Roel nearly killed one of them. At this point, the Academy's safety record looks terrible. Rude looks at Ren and confirms it. She's the one he saw with Ben at the auction house. Ren keeps staring at the broken wooden sword and asks again if he's really okay. Her concern is completely real, which feels rare at this school. Meanwhile, Dio tries to act calm like he wasn't hiding behind a prince a few minutes ago. Ren gets flustered and properly introduces herself as Ren, worried Rude might think she's been following him. Then Rude asks if she received Ben's letter, and Ren freezes. In that moment, she realizes Rude was the one connected to it all. Rude explains that her name was written in the letter. Dio is lost, because even he doesn't know this part of the story. Ren lights up and thanks Rude for delivering the letter, giving the whole moment a surprisingly sweet mood. Dio is still trying to piece things together, when another student, Juliana, runs over shouting Ren's name. Soon everyone is crowding around, asking what happened with the professor. For once, the Idun class feels more like a group than a list of targets. Later, Rude and Lidices walk side by side. This time, the silence between them isn't awkward anymore. Then Lidices stops and thanks Rude, saying he only survived because Rude blocked that attack. Dio tries to give himself some credit too, then seems to remember he was basically halfway to running away. Rude just gives him a look. Lidices looks at Rude and says that even if he had been far away, he still would have protected him. Then he gives a small, real smile. Dio, Ren, Juliana. Everyone stops and stares like they just saw something impossible. He actually smiled. Lidices' change is finally starting. After that, we move to the faculty room. The Academy Council is in session, where the real planning is happening. The dean leads the meeting and asks whether they've finished coordinating with the tower. One professor says there haven't been many changes, and the talk turns to the field training roster. The files come out. Chevelle is listed first, followed by Anna. Next are Linus, and Cynthia Mars, the 4 Heries picked to join the Adun group. The dean asks why they chose only those 4. A professor explains that this training falls outside normal class time, so many Heries aren't even on campus. The dean then asks why Chevelle was included at all, considering his past. Professor Heel steps in and starts dressing up the bad idea with polished words. He says this training is on a different level because it involves mass teleportation and work with the tower, so he picked students suited for unexpected trouble. Then Hell glances at Roel and says this wasn't based on his opinion alone, hiding behind the faculty's approval. He adds that this is a great chance for Chevelle to learn, but it sounds more like he's giving him room to do whatever he wants. The dean still isn't convinced, so she asks how the teleporter is coming along. Hell answers with a smile that doesn't look sincere, and says everything is perfect. The dean tells everyone to do their best, and says she hopes this will improve ties with the tower, though it really feels like the villains are tightening their grip on the school. That night, Rude stands on the rooftop looking up at the moon. He's holding the box with the blue gem artifact, and it gives off a faint pulse of light. Rude is annoyed that his master still hasn't answered him. That only happens when things are truly getting serious. He has plenty to report: the black-hooded specter, Raoul's suspicions, and the mess at Helios Academy. He decides to head back, worried the black thing might return while Leduces is asleep. As he runs across the roof, Rude thinks about how much more complicated this easy mission has become. Then he stops and thinks about Leduces and the Idun class. He remembers shaking hands with IL and the smiles from before. That makes him feel better. Leduces is slowly opening up, and even if Rude acts cold, he's basically watching over everyone. He quietly opens the dorm door. Since his master still isn't answering, he wonders if he should send a real letter instead. Then he looks up and stops cold. Leduces is awake, sitting in a chair. Rude tries to brush it off, saying he just went out for some fresh air. It's a terrible lie. Leduces eyes him and says he thought Rude had left. Rude scrambles to keep up the act. Instead of pushing it, Leduces sighs and gets back into bed. By now, Rude being weird is the most normal thing in his life. The room falls silent. Rude sits on his bed, thinking about how close he came to getting caught again. He has to be more careful. Soon both of them are lying there in the dark. Then Leduces breaks the silence and brings up the training. He says they usually go in groups of 4. If it's the same this time, he wants them on the same team. He's the one reaching out first. Rude stays quiet for a moment, then asks about Dio. Leduces jokes that if Dio joins, they only need one more. Then he asks if Rude cares about his grades. Rude smiles in the dark and agrees. They only need one more person. Just like that, the team starts coming together. By morning, the weather has turned into a heavy rain. A storm hangs over a huge estate. Inside, Lispin walks through the hall and speaks to Lady Daner. Daner stares out the window and tells him to listen. Lispin waits, serious and ready. She says she has a bad feeling about all this. Elsewhere, a bird carries a scroll over the mountains. It's a messenger pigeon bringing a report. A hand reaches up and takes the scroll. It's Lady Ruby Monter, and she's been waiting for news from her spy inside the academy. She expects useful details about the mages and the academy's defenses. Instead, the note says the food is good. She played with humans, classes are boring, and she wants to go home. Ruby Monter instantly regrets her hiring choices. She shouts at the report. Her secret agent is acting more like a spoiled princess than a spy. Back at Helios, the students gather for field training. Rude stands in the crowd like he wants to be anywhere else. He's uneasy because he hasn't been able to reach his boss at Ophion for days. Then Dio comes running up, yelling Rude's name. He's excited because their class is going first, and the destination is a big deal. It's the Magic Tower. Rude immediately knows something is off. The Magic Tower doesn't handle beginner training. Lydiasis says he went there once as a child, but what he remembers isn't learning magic. It's a hooded figure with glowing eyes. Rude stores that away. Whatever connects to Lydiasis, the Magic Tower keeps showing up. Dio starts complaining that this training won't use teams. Then El suddenly shows up. Everyone is shocked to see her because she's way above their level. She says the rumor about the Magic Tower is probably true, so the school changed the team rules. Turns out El had already planned her ideal group, and Rude was her first pick. She tells him outright that he was the most talented person she wanted. Rude gives an awkward thanks. Being noticed is the last thing he wants. Then El turns to Dio and Lydusis and flatly says they weren't on her list. Lydusis doesn't react to that. He's too busy staring into the crowd after feeling a sudden chill. Then the mood changes. The heroes have arrived, and right in front is Cheval, walking in like he owns the place. His group follows behind him while he looks around for Lapis. The heroes stand out at once in their white coats. Dio starts panicking over why the school's elite are joining a rookie training trip. Rude narrows his eyes. Cheval being here is a bad sign. Either it's chance, or trouble is starting all over again. Rude glances at Lydusis and sees him trembling. For once, he chooses to comfort him. He gives him a real smile, telling him not to worry. Then Rude says the professors are here, so nothing bad will happen. He doesn't believe that for a second. He's already thinking about how to get Cheval out of the way during the trip. One professor lays down the rules. Nobody acts on their own, not even the Heries. She looks straight at Cheval. She already knows he's trouble. Cheval gives a lazy answer, clearly not taking it seriously. Then she turns to Professor Hill, wondering why Cheval was invited at all. Her suspicion keeps growing, but she can't see the look on Hill's face. Somewhere else in the crowd, Professor Rowell calls out Utiarian. It's Tessie in disguise. She's hidden under a hood, and way too pleased with herself. Rowell asks where Rom is, and Tessie casually says she tied him up. Rowell just lets it go. She has bigger things to worry about. Tessie is already looking for the thing she always carries. She's bored and wants some fun. Then Rowell suddenly stops. She senses a familiar mana far away. Rude feels it too, the sense of being watched by a first-class mage. He turns, sees Rowell, and nearly dies inside. Without saying a word, he spins around and runs. Lydusis is left there, completely confused as Rude disappears. Then someone grabs Lydusis by the sleeve. It's Ren and another student, worried because Rude just took off like he saw a ghost. But Lydusis keeps staring at the spot where Rude vanished. In the distance, Rowell is already chasing after him. Tessie bursts out laughing. To her, this trip just got amazing. Ren tries to calm Lydusis down. She's always the one trying to keep everyone steady. She tells him they should head to the magic circle together. In the grand hall, a huge magic circle is powered by a giant crystal. Professor Heil stands above it as an assistant tells him everyone has arrived. Heil adjusts his glasses and says everything is ready. Behind him, dark mana starts to gather. The assistant turns and goes pale. Heil's voice turns cold. He says he doesn't need him anymore. Then the dark mana crashes into the assistant. The man is swallowed up completely. Heil looks down at the students below, and none of them know what's coming. The giant magic stone is burning with massive power. The students stare in awe. They've never seen a mana source this huge. Meanwhile, Lydusis is still searching for Rude. Without him nearby, he looks completely lost. Some Enforcer class students watch the rookies with growing concern. Rude has stopped running. Now he's kneeling at the edge of the magic circle, studying it. He quickly realizes it isn't a normal transport spell. It's built from at least 3 advanced theories. A voice behind him names it a Penote-style combination. The speaker is a blonde Harris student, impressed that a 7th class rookie even understands what he's seeing. He recognizes Rude from the duel with Rowell. That makes Rude the interesting new rookie, which he hates. The student asks him to explain how the structure activates. Rude starts talking about Beljade's aspect law, then cuts himself off. Something about it is very wrong. The Harris student keeps speaking, but Rude stops listening when he feels dark mana spike. Then someone grabs Rude's coat. It's Tessie, grinning like she finally caught him. She proudly says she found him, and she won't let go. Then Professor Rowell steps up right behind her, looking ready to drag out the truth. Rude starts sweating. He's trapped between Tessie and a first-class mage who wants to expose him. Then Lydusis and Dio arrive, calling for Rude. The whole group reunites at the worst time. Eel and Ren are there too, and they all notice Tessie holding onto Rude. Suddenly, a huge pillar of black smoke erupts in the middle of the hall. Students panic at once. This was clearly not part of the plan. Rowell moves right away to protect the princess. The smoke starts forming a body. limbs, eyes, and a terrifying presence. Lydesis freezes the moment he sees it. He knows exactly what it is, the thing from his childhood that destroyed his life. The blue-eyed specter is back. They hear his students try to stay calm. They wonder if this is part of the training, but it clearly isn't. The creature floats above the magic stone, staring down at everyone. Then it stretches out a clawed shadow hand. It slams its power into a support pillar. The hall starts collapsing, and students scream, still not understanding what's happening. Lydesis can only stare, frozen by old fear. Rude steps in front of him, his whole expression turning sharp. His usual act slips away. He orders them not to leave his side, and this time it sounds like a command. Up on the balcony, Professor Hill's glasses hit the floor and break. There's no hiding it now. He watches the chaos with a twisted smile. Speaking to the specter, or whatever is inside it, Hill says, "As I desire, so do you." Then he joins his hands with the dark mana. A huge warped magic circle spreads across the entire ceiling. He declares that the gate will open. This has become far more than a school trip. Professor Can shouts for everyone to evacuate. Chevelle and the Heeries are stunned. They finally realize their favorite professor is trying to kill them. Professor Can tries to lead the students out, but they're already out of time. A wall of dark mana slams over the exit and seals the doors. Everyone is trapped inside the hall. Professor Can attacks the barrier, but the smoke swallows his magic. Dio and Ren cling to each other, terrified. Then the ponytailed professor does the last thing anyone expects. He steps up. A huge complex magic circle spreads out as he shouts his name and triggers his awakening. A blinding burst of light floods the hall. Lydesis' hair turns white, and his mana shoots through the roof. He'd been hiding as an ordinary professor this whole time. Now he squares up with the specter. First-class power against first-class power. Rude keeps watching, and notices the transport circle is still shifting. So this wasn't some sudden attack. It was set up from the moment they entered the academy. That tells him the corruption goes way beyond just Hale. Even Helios, the top school in the world, may be tied to the dark figure. Lydesis holds his ground, but even he's getting pushed back. He yells for Rowell to help. The specter suddenly lunges, and the whole scene vanishes into black smoke. Rowell doesn't freeze. She calls for Tessie first. Then she awakens too. Ice and light flood the hall as her mana rises to first-class level. The students are stuck between two huge forces. Chevelle and Tessie can't move, not from magic, but fear. Rowell fires off a giant ice strike strong enough to flatten a building. She stands there with glowing hair, like a goddess of winter. Dio lights up. Sure, the first-class mage just ended the fight in one hit, but Rude already knows it failed. The dark mana slips around the ice like it isn't even there. The specter reforms at once and hangs over Rowell. Normal physical rules don't mean anything to it. Rowell sees it too. Using physical attacks here is just wasting mana. She's trying to figure out what this thing even is, because it doesn't match any normal demon summoning. Meanwhile, the corrupted circle keeps tearing the hall apart. One of the Vicharo students tries to gather the panicking crowd. It's the purple-haired guy. He acts calm, but he's just as scared as everyone else. He tells them to group up and watch together, like this demonic invasion is some kind of show. Chevelle is furious. He can't believe they're acting so relaxed while the ceiling is coming down. The purple-haired student admits he has no idea what the monster is. His plan is to stay put and trust the professors to fix this. Bad idea. A huge pillar of black mana crashes down right beside them. He starts screaming as black liquid spreads everywhere. Chevelle gets splashed and looks like he was dumped in filthy sludge. The purple-haired guy still thinks it's only water. Then his ring, Belita, starts to glow. He throws up a shield, but the black liquid passes right through it. That leaves him totally lost, like he thinks the monster is just messing around with them. Chevelle tries to wipe the stuff off, more upset about his hair than the demon attack. Then he notices the floor is gone. He's standing in a pool of ink that shouldn't exist. Rude watches the black liquid gather around his own feet. Dio panics and warns him not to touch it, but Rude already knows what it is. It's coming from the teleportation circle, the physical anchor of the spell. Rowell rushes to break the main doors. She still thinks they can escape if they smash the exit. She orders the students to stay close, trying to shield them while everything falls apart. But Rude knows the doors won't help. The teleportation circle has already locked on. He figures out the only way to stop the transport is to cut off the power source. Rowell comes to the same conclusion, but another professor warns her that breaking an active magic stone will trigger a huge explosion. Rowell ignores him and drives a massive ice lance into the stone. The hit turns the whole hall white. A huge shockwave tears through the room. Rude is impressed. She really destroyed the stone in one blow. But that win lasts only a moment before Tessie screams. The black water doesn't stop. It gets even more violent. It rises like a tide, swallowing everything in front of it. Rowell watches in horror as students start getting dragged under. The magic circle on the ceiling is still active. Now it's sustaining itself. Rude studies the failure, trying to understand why the circle stayed intact. Then it clicks. The stone was never the anchor. The dark mana itself is. The liquid is high enough to cover their boots now. They're standing inside a portal. Chevelle is done waiting for a plan that never comes. Purple Hair finally admits they're finished. If this keeps rising, the Hiryu student is floating on a magic disc so he won't get his pants wet. Chevelle is about ready to punch him. Even now, the class gap hasn't gone anywhere. Then the disc tips, and Chevelle loses his balance. Splash! There goes the proud noble into the black pool, but he doesn't come back up. He sinks into the floor. Purple Hair finally understands. It isn't a floor anymore. It's a gate. Above them, the specter watches in silence, satisfied. The harvest has begun. Rude feels the mana change and recognizes a high-level teleport spell, the kind only found in old texts. Anyone caught in it isn't dying. They're being sent somewhere else, and likely somewhere worse. He turns to his friends and tells them to hold on to each other. He could break the flow, but if he destroys the circle now, anyone already taken, like Chevelle, could be lost between dimensions. So the only safe move is making sure everyone gets sent to the same place. He reaches out to Lidis's, but a wave of black mana hits Rude first. Lidis's reaches back, but he's too late. Rude is dragged under, and the group loses its anchor. Dio and the girls are swept away right after that. Ren screams as the darkness takes her. Lidis's is left alone, standing in the middle of a whirlpool of dark mana. He looks crushed, like he failed Rude. Then the current pulls him under too, and the hall is left empty. Lidis's drifts through a dark, twisted void. He's falling through the space between worlds. The specter appears there with him. It starts whispering that all of this is his fault, that everyone is suffering because of him. The thing keeps tearing into Lidis's, calling him a monster who brings pain to everyone around him. Under all that guilt, Lidis's starts to break. The specter tells him someone like him should never have been born. Lidis's starts crying and almost believes it, sinking deeper into the dark. Then a light appears, not silver, but DN blue. Lidis's stops. He remembers something. The name Blow appears inside a ring of light. Black hair, blue iris. Someone has returned. Back in the hall, the specter is finishing its job. It thinks Lidis's is completely broken. It tells the monster to die already. The hall has gone quiet, and the portals are starting to close. The specter confirms that everyone has been transported. Just before it disappears, it senses something. A huge crushing force slams into it from behind. Rude is back, but this isn't Rude anymore. Black hair, glowing blue eyes. He tells the specter it made a bad choice, and he should have ended this from the start. Blow stands in the dark mana like a god of destruction. He's done playing nice, and done pretending to be lewd. He charges so fast the black liquid parts around him. When he slams into the specter, the impact clears a huge ring through the hall. The specter is stunned and struggles to keep its shape. It stammers, asking what he is. Blow doesn't answer. He's already swinging a spear made of pure mana. Instead, he says that's what he wanted to ask it. His movements follow patterns the specter can't even read. Each impact eats away at the specter's mana with Blow's own. He isn't just fighting it, he's erasing it. The specter fires back with shadow tentacles, but Blow dodges without effort. They're not even close to the same level. Then the specter releases a huge storm of dark mana, and Blow stands in the middle of it and cancels it. Now the specter is shaking. It knows it's trapped with something far worse. Blow attacks again, aiming for the core. He cuts through its chest and exposes a glowing blue center. That's when he realizes the specter is only an empty shell, a puppet. He mocks it for pretending to be a real threat, then slams it into the floor hard enough to leave a crater. Now he's sure this chunk of mana isn't the true body. It's just a tool sent to do someone else's work. So he starts asking questions. Who's controlling it, and why the students were moved? His eyes shine even brighter as the pressure builds. Then comes the key question. Why are you after Lidis's? The specter gives nothing back, just shadow and static. Blow asks one more thing. Who's standing behind you? In the distance, a man in a high-collared coat appears as a silhouette. The specter only says it doesn't know. It claims it has no reason to answer a human. Then tells Blow he's the strange one. It even asks if Blow is human at all, and he brushes that off as nonsense. Done talking, Blow releases a massive wave of mana. Light fills the entire hall, pure white, and the specter is wiped out completely. At last, the main doors burst open. The professors outside rush in with weapons ready. Then they stop. The room is silent. The grand hall is empty. No students, no traitors, nothing left behind. The headmaster, or maybe a senior professor, starts shaking when he feels traces of first-class mana. He screams for the princess, realizing the academy lost its most important people in minutes. Somewhere else, under a red sky and beside black water, Chevelle wakes up on the ground from his forced trip. He sits up holding his head, clearly wrecked. When he looks around, there are no buildings, only twisted trees and sharp rock. He's horrified. This isn't the magic tower, he yells. Where am I? His voice echoes through the wasteland. He's completely alone now, with no guards and no backup. He starts calling for the princess and Roel, stumbling through the rocks to find someone he knows. Then he remembers the black water and the professor's betrayal, and it finally starts to sink in. Suddenly, he hears a splash. He turns and spots a pair of glowing red eyes in the bushes. Chevelle freezes. Here, he's the prey. The place stretches out into rocky canyons. The bubbling liquid isn't water at all, it's concentrated mana. Then a figure rises from the black pool. It's Blow, still in his awakened state and calm as ever. He's irritated that he got dragged here before he could get answers from the specter. One look at the sky tells him this is exactly what he expected. This is Ishwela, the cursed land. It was supposed to be sealed away centuries ago. Then Blow picks up a presence nearby. He climbs onto a rock and looks into the canyon below. It's packed with red wolves, and they're clearly starving. Blow lets out a sigh. He didn't expect this. The wolves answer with low growls. Chapter 39 starts with boots slamming into red dust. Whoever it is sounds like they can barely breathe. It's Lapis, and his day has gone completely off the rails. A giant red wolf is right behind him, and Lapis is yelling for help. He tries to stay calm, but that's hard when you're about to become lunch. The teleportation circle sent him to this monster-filled wasteland instead of the magic tower. One glance back at the wolf, and Lapis knows he has basically no chance in a fight. So he runs. That's all he can do right now. As he panics, he starts thinking about Rune, the maid version of Rude, like she's his only shot. Then he wonders why Rune is even on his mind. Flashback. Lapis is home, talking with his father about the black mage he met earlier. He's proudly bragging that he spoke to Blow, then suddenly starts feeling dizzy. A second later, he drops straight onto the carpet. His father just watches him with pure disappointment. Lapis wakes up in bed, confused about what happened. A maid is there, looking completely over his drama. Of course, the first thing Lapis does is ask for Rune. The maid tells him he's hopeless without her. She says that while he was out, she and another maid, Ran, engraved a spell on his chest. It's meant to protect him in an emergency. Lapis is horrified they wrote on him while he was unconscious. When he opens his shirt, there are 3 little hearts on his chest. They look like a cute game health bar, and Lapis is crushed by how ridiculous it is. Back in the present, he remembers the maid saying the spell would save him 3 times. So Lapis stops running and puts his faith in those hearts. He strikes a pose and yells, "Bring it on," like he's the hero now. The wolf leaps, and Lapis gets flattened. Before it can finish him, Cynthia and Lane jump in like a rescue team. Cynthia is already worn out, low on mana, and hasn't found any other students. Meanwhile, Lane scans the area for more danger. Then they spot Lapis sprawled in the dirt like a broken doll. The dead wolf is lying right beside him. For a moment, Cynthia actually thinks the best of the Idun is dead. Lane starts a fake funeral, and Lapis pops up just to complain that he's still alive. Back on his feet, Lapis demands to know where everyone else is. Cynthia explains the teleportation circle scattered the students all over the place. When Lapis asks where they are, she says she doesn't know, just that it isn't the magic tower. Lane studies the sky and the terrain, and a theory starts forming. Lapis catches on, but points out that if this is that place, monsters shouldn't be here. So the mystery gets worse. This really may be Ishwela, but something's different. Suddenly, Lane stops and stares ahead. Lapis and Cynthia follow his gaze, wondering what he found. They round the bend and freeze. The ground is covered with dead red wolves. There are hundreds of them, wiped out almost instantly. Shaking, Lapis asks what kind of thing could do that. He decides it has to be a professor, and runs ahead, hoping an adult can save them. Then he spots someone sitting on a rock in the middle of all the bodies. It's Blow, sitting with his back to them like none of this bothers him. Blow is holding a blue crystal, trying to make contact. The crystal lights up, connection made. Then the master's voice comes through, sounding completely stressed. He's yelling at Rude, asking if he awakened, and whether someone messed with him. Rude answers flatly. He hasn't been able to reach the master for days. We cut to the Ophion office, where the master still looks polished somehow. Too bad the office around him is a wreck. In the back, Ren tries to calm him down while worrying about Rude. The master checks the crystal, which is taped together and barely surviving. He tells Rude they ran into a small issue. That small issue is a huge black rift tearing the building in half. Blow ignores that and says the school has a much bigger problem. He asks if the master knows about Ishwela. Once Blow confirms he's really in the cursed land, the master stops joking. Now he's honestly shocked. How does a kid go from school to a forbidden zone in 10 minutes? Blow explains the trap during field training and the blue-eyed mana puppet that crashed it. The master realizes this is way beyond a normal school setup. Blow says the puppet was only a shell, used to hijack the teleport spell, and flood the hall with black water. That's what sent everyone to Ishwela. The master is furious and demands to know what the professors were doing. Behind him, Ren keeps shouting, worried about Rude. The call cuts between the wrecked office and Blow standing in the red wasteland. Blow reports that the students are scattered and easy targets. He stresses 2 things. Monsters are here when they shouldn't be, and the mastermind is after Liduces. Liduces is clearly at the center of the whole plot. The master is confused. That shouldn't be possible. He explains that Ishwela was abandoned and quarantined by the magic tower for a secret reason. A massive barrier seals it, and only high-level magic can cross it. Since the tower controls that barrier, monsters aren't supposed to exist there at all. Blow looks at the wolf corpses and says what he's seen proves otherwise. More wolves start creeping out from the shadows. That tells Blow the barrier has been breached. His eyes narrow. He knows the students could die here. Elsewhere, a group of students huddle together in the canyon. They're terrified. This was supposed to be a field trip, not a fight to survive. They keep asking for communication devices and professors, spiraling into panic. Isle sits apart, calm on the outside but thinking hard. Two boys approach, acting brave and offering to protect her. In her head, Isle calls them idiots and says she's fine. Then she glances at someone sitting alone nearby. It's Lidouces, and he's trembling. Isle realizes he's the one who's really not okay. She studies the red forest and notices the land doesn't match what it should. That makes her wonder if the missing students were sent somewhere even worse. Meanwhile, the boys keep arguing about whether to move or stay put. One of them thinks the school will come if they just wait. Isle adds one cold thought: if they live that long. Back at the hall, the Spectre's memory still hangs over everything. The mastermind's goal is still unclear, but the plan itself was flawless. Then we shift to a cliff above the students. Professor Heil is there with the blue-eyed Spectre, worried that Professor Rowell could cause trouble. The Spectre answers in that warped voice. There's one more issue. It says it'll handle them itself, meaning Blow. Then the Spectre disappears into dark mana. Heil looks down at his students without a shred of guilt. He smiles and says it's time for them to move too. Nearby, a pack of red wolves waits for the order to hunt. Blow is already fighting, cutting through wolves in midair like they're nothing. While he battles, he thinks through the setup. Teleporting this many people had to involve someone inside Helios. He whirls his spear, sending out dark energy that wipes the wolves away. When he lands, the canyon goes quiet. That only confirms what he suspected. Helios is rotten inside. Blow tells the master they need to warn their client, the Duchess, that her son is in a war zone. Back at the office, a huge crash erupts from the rift. The master realizes his building is literally collapsing into another dimension. Blow tells him to handle that side while he protects Lidouces. The master agrees and says he'll do everything he can. Then Blow senses something else and wonders if more are nearby. At the edge of the clearing stand Lapis, Cynthia, and Lane. They're staring at a black-haired stranger surrounded by monster corpses. Blow turns, feeling 3 pairs of eyes on him. He's annoyed the kids got this close while he was busy arguing through the crystal. And right then, the communication crystal shatters. So the thing barely got fixed, and now it's junk again. Lapis stares at Blow like he's seeing a legend in person. The Black Mage. Blow pulls up his hood, trying to protect what's left of his secret. But Lapis is completely sure it's him. That tired, done with everything look gives him away. Linus doesn't wait. He points his ring, Belita, and shouts, "Restrain!" A huge pillar of purple light crashes down where Blow stands. Blow casually waves a hand, and the whole spell disappears. When the dust clears, the elite students see exactly how outmatched they are. Blow hasn't moved, and his face says he could have ended this instantly. Lapis trembles, realizing Linus challenged a legend and lost before it even started. Linus, though, isn't scared at all. He's dazzled, practically shouting that it's the Black Mage. Elsewhere in the Red Forest, Professor Heal looks like a man who's had enough. He's resting on a rock while watching another group of students. In his head, he's complaining about being stuck in this filthy place. Worse, one brat with him contributes nothing except crying for Rude to save him. Then Heil hears footsteps, and instantly switches to acting like the victim. Dio and the others notice him through the trees and stop cold. Hale looks wrecked and out of breath. Relieved, Dio rushes over to the only adult in sight. Then he spots blood on Hale's sleeve and starts to panic. Hale quickly claims he went to inspect the teleportation circle, then got jumped by a man in a black robe. He adds that he woke up here with no clue what was going on, same as the students. Lapis's group puts it together too. They assume the robed man is the one who hijacked the trip. Hale says Dio ended up with him, so that makes them a team now. He urges them to move fast and find the others before anything worse happens. Then, one student asks the question everyone was thinking. Where are they? Hale gives the answer like it's bad news. Ishwella. Tessie goes pale. Even she knows how dangerous that place is. Now we cut to Professor Rowell, still in her awakened state. Lydiasha stays with her and protects Tessie, confused about why monsters are showing up in a place that should be empty. Rowell knows this was no accident. Someone set this up for them. A second later, she feels a huge presence closing in. Rowell stares into the darkness, already on guard. She grabs Lidouces by the collar and tells him to move. Lidouces jumps. He's never seen her this serious. She tells him that as an Imperial Knight, his job right now is to protect the princess. The ground starts shaking, and rocks burst upward. Rowell pulls her blade, ready for whatever is coming. A huge purple dragon worm explodes out of the ground, its jaws big enough to swallow a horse. Its roar shakes the whole canyon. Back with Blow's group, he tells them he's in Ishwella on a classified mission. Linus totally buys it. He's treating Blow like some secret hero. Lapis asks if Blow remembers him from the auction. Blow answers with silence. He clearly has no interest in who Lapis is. He's more concerned that these elite students are acting like fans, instead of people stuck in a war zone. Lapis starts explaining that they were about to begin class when the Spectre showed up. He describes the black water and the teleportation circle. The kid is clearly shaken and has no idea why this happened to them. Blow cuts in and tells them they're in Ishwella, trying to sound firm so they stop asking questions. He explains that monsters shouldn't be here, but things are changing. Then Blow says he can't stand around and watch them get killed. He tells them plainly, he'll help. Basically, he's their babysitter now, and he's not happy about it. The students light up. To them, this is the best luck they've had all day. Linus is almost shaking with excitement as he introduces himself properly. He gives his full name, Linus, like it's some grand speech. Lapis tries to jump in, but Linus keeps talking over him. Cynthia stays behind them, looking like she wants to disappear. Blow just blinks. He never asked for any of this. Linus asks if he can call him Mr. Blow, and after a sigh, Blow says yes. Then Blow catches a sound in the distance. He turns to Linus and points at the ring, at the magic stone. Blow warns him to take this seriously. Monsters aren't the only danger out here. He asks whether the ring still has enough mana, but Linus keeps saying yes without really paying attention. Lapis smacks Linus for acting like a fanboy, then apologizes to Blow. Blow holds out his hand and tells him to give over the magic stone. Linus puts both hands into Blow's like they're making some deep promise. Blow pulls back and tells him he only meant the ring. Calling him a weirdo, Blow takes the ring and pours mana into it. Dark energy coils around the stone until it shines with a fierce, unstable light. Linus and Cynthia stare in shock. They've never seen mana controlled like this. Blow gives it back and says it's fully charged now, so it won't fail Linus in a fight. But then his expression hardens. He feels a huge surge of mana from below. The canyon starts cracking, and a deep grinding noise rolls through the rocks. Stone blasts upward. Something enormous is tunneling through the ground. Blow orders the students to dodge, already moving. A second dragon worm bursts out of the dust above them, red eyes glowing, then slams into the cliff and sends boulders crashing down. Back with Roel's group, Leticis is carrying Tessie and running for his life. The worm is right behind them, and the ground won't stop shaking. Roel slides through the dust and throws up a massive wall of ice. The monster crashes into it. The wall could stop a train, but the worm powers through anyway. It lets out a roar strong enough to shake everything around them. Roel doesn't hesitate. She rushes in at full speed. She's searching for a weak point, but its scales are as tough as enchanted steel. The beast opens its mouth and starts charging a mana blast, but Roel jumps first. She drives her sword down and forms a giant spear of ice through its neck. The monster jerks wildly. Its scream is full of pain. Roel stays calm and deadly. Less a professor, more a weapon. She finishes with one explosive strike, and white light erupts from the beast. Leticis stops and turns, shielding Tessie from the blast. Tessie can only stare. Now she sees why Raoul is the Empire's top knight. Raoul walks back toward them, sword still humming with power. Tessie runs up and hugs her, shouting that she's the best. Raoul doesn't react, but she senses something is wrong. The monster survived, and is digging underground to escape. Raoul says they're going after it. She won't leave a threat behind them. She lifts Tessie and tells Leticis to stay close. Back to Professor Heil. He's watching the dust in the distance with Dio and the others in a dark canyon. Heil kneels and forms a golden magic circle. Lapis asks if it's a tracking spell. Heil says he's locating the other students so they can regroup. A beam of light shoots from the circle toward the mountains. Heil tells them to follow, playing the hero while leading them straight toward danger. Dio glances back, uneasy. He's starting to think the adults may be the most dangerous part of this forest. Still, they follow Hale into the darkness. Back to Blow. The dragon worm is torn up and bleeding. Blow stands on its head like it's nothing. Looking it over, he identifies it as an intermediate level beast. Lapis is stunned that Blow killed it in one hit. Linus grabs his head. He's gone full fanboy. Then, Cynthia notices Blow is bleeding too. Blow considers leaving them behind since he'd move much faster alone, but their scared faces make him think of his mission. Lapis runs up yelling, "Seer Dark Mage." He grabs Blow's sleeve and begs not to be abandoned. Blow throws Lapis aside without a second thought, and Lapis slams into the dirt. Then a huge blast of rock erupts behind them. It's the other dragon worm, the one Raoul was fighting. Blow snatches Lapis by the collar and lifts him off the ground. The shockwave knocks Linus and Cynthia back. Looking up, Linus sees Blow standing firm without a hint of fear. The beast towers over them, ready for another attack. Blow asks Lapis if he's okay. Lapis can only stammer out a yes. The monster lunges with its jaws wide open, but before it can bite, a huge lance of ice punches through its skull from the side and freezes it on the spot. Blow stops at once. He recognizes that mana. He turns and sees Raoul standing above them on the cliff. She looks down at the Black Mage, and the two first-class forces finally meet. Ishuela already feels bad enough, and somehow the mood keeps getting worse. The students start to break down. Once the what if no one saves us thoughts hit, morale is basically gone. Eel stays quiet and keeps a cool head, noticing how fast the fear is spreading. She watches the horizon, wondering how long they have before the next monster shows up. A sudden flash cuts through the dark, and everyone jumps. Panic hits right away. After everything they've been through, any surprise feels like danger, but it isn't a monster. It's Professor Hale stepping out like the hero they were hoping for. The students are flooded with relief, They think the adult in charge is finally here to save them. Letus steps forward first, frantically searching for the one person who makes him feel safe. Linus calls to him, but Letus barely hears it. He looks completely worn down. Then he sees someone in the rubble and runs over, hoping it's Rude. It's Dio. He's alive, but he looks completely broken. Letus immediately asks the question that matters most. Where is Rude? Dio just stares ahead, like his mind checked out a while ago. Letus tries to snap him out of it, but Dio is barely there. Professor Hale walks over, still wearing that gentle teacher act. He kneels beside them and pretends to care. Hale calmly tells Letus that Dio is just in shock. Then he puts a hand on Letus' shoulder and tells him to stay calm, even though he knows exactly where Rude is. Next, he says something deeply wrong. Everything happening is for Letus' sake. Letus freezes as he catches the darkness in Hale's eyes. For the first time, he's truly afraid of his teacher. Hale stands, claps his hands, and slips right back into leader mode, saying they need to move somewhere safer. Dio finally blinks and looks up at Hale like he heard something he was never meant to hear. But the group is already moving, following the only guide they have. Meanwhile, on the far side of the wasteland, the temperature suddenly drops. A huge blast of ice magic cracks the ground and nearly traps him against the rocks. Professor Rowell doesn't want to talk. She sees the Black Mage and thinks the Empire's most wanted target is finally right in front of her. They stare each other down for a beat. This is the Association's first-class mage against the Shadow's first-class mage. Rude just looks tired. He wanted to play the mysterious dark mage, but right now he's mostly irritated. Rowell charges, her sword packed with enough mana to freeze an entire lake. Rude barely dodges and tries to stop her, but she has no interest in hearing him out. She moves so fast Rude has to stay locked in, especially with the ground turning slick under them. Letting out a sigh, he uses a small bit of black haze to block her strike. He's holding back. If he overdoes it, her sword could vanish, and that would only make this mess worse. From the side, Lapis watches in awe. To him, this is the duel of the century. Linus and the hooded student emerge from the dust like they wandered into the wrong show. The clash of their mana sends a shockwave through the canyon and clears the fog for miles. Rowell's blade stops just short of his face, and now she can finally study him up close. Rude tries to calm things down, telling her they need to talk first. Rowell squints and says she knows that face. Rude's stomach drops. If she links him to Rude the student, he's done for. Before she can finish, the students shout at her to stop. Linus is yelling that the Black Mage just saved them. Linus keeps defending their so-called hero, calling Rowell out for treating him like this, not realizing he's standing up for the classmate he usually overlooks. Rowell glances at the students, and her pride takes a pretty hard hit. She backs off, clearly annoyed that the supposed victim is now the criminal's biggest supporter. Rude exhales, safe for the moment, but that line about recognizing him is not leaving his head anytime soon. Professor Khan arrives carrying Cynthia, then stops cold when he sees the black-haired boy. He repeats the name Black Mage of Ophion, like he can barely believe it. Khan is a first-class mage too, so he knows how dangerous this person is. What shocks him most is how young the legendary Dark Mage looks. Rude just stands there awkwardly. Being told you look too young to be that dangerous is strange, but he'll take it. Khan asks the obvious question. How did someone like him end up inside a restricted dimension? Rude makes up a story on the spot, saying he was sent to Ishwella on a secret mission and happened to run into the students. It's a lie, but it sounds official enough that no one pushes back. Then he politely asks if he can stay and help for a while. Ken almost trips over his answer, trying to say yes. In a monster-filled wasteland, having a first-class dark mage with you feels like a cheat code. Even Rowell goes quiet. She may hate this, but she knows the monsters here outnumber them. Lapis starts promising they'll repay him once they return to Helios. But before he can finish, the air behind them starts to decay. Rude reacts at once, spinning around as his eyes glow bright blue. A huge vortex of corrupted mana opens behind Can, like a tear in space. Rude jumps forward and shoves the students back while the dark energy starts to take shape. Everyone rushes for cover as the ground bends under the pressure. The vortex shrinks into a human-like form, spilling black smoke that reeks of death. Rowell and Rude stand together, their mana pressing down so hard it would knock out an average person. It's the blue-eyed spider specter, not some dumb monster, an enforcer. Rude puts on an innocent face and asks what it is. He's acting clueless, because if he shows he knows this thing, his cover story falls apart. Back with the other group, everything looks calm, but something feels very wrong. The students stay gathered by the teleport point, still waiting for any sign of the missing classmates. They keep calling for Professor Hale, still treating him like the only one who can save them. They think the danger has passed and start asking if they can finally go home, if this nightmare is over. Eel stands in the middle of them, completely unreadable. On the outside, she seems relieved that most of the class made it back. Then Eel looks at Professor Heel's back, and her instincts, the same ones that made her a top student, start warning her. A wave of dread hits her. It's the awful moment when you realize the one leading the way is the one who set the trap. Dio finally gets himself together and starts asking where Rude is. He knows the lewd act is fake, but he's scared Rude really got separated. Leducis says nothing, but the panic on his face says enough. El walks over and confirms it. Rude was right beside them before the teleport spell went wrong. Dio tries to explain that they were swept away, but his voice shakes. In a place like this, missing often means dead. Leducis still doesn't speak. He just stares at the ground like he's close to falling apart. Dio looks at Professor Heal again. Something about how the teacher is standing feels wrong. He's too calm. Then, Yahello suddenly calls for everyone's attention, cutting the talk short. He announces that everyone important is already here, so the search for the missing students is over. He says it with a faint, satisfied smile, like he just finished a checklist. The students are horrified, shouting that Rude and the others are still out there. Dio steps up and begs the professor not to leave them behind. He can't believe a teacher would abandon students to die. Yahello doesn't even look at him. He just says, "Who cares?" When he turns around, the kind teacher act is gone. In a flat voice, he says the missing students are probably dead already. The camp goes silent. Even the snobby students stare at him like they don't know who he is. Dio asks what he's talking about, but deep down he already knows. Yahello's mask didn't slip, it shattered. With a dry laugh, Yahello says they're lucky to be the ones who made the cut. Then he snaps his fingers, and a giant pillar of mana bursts from the ground, throwing everyone off balance. The earth itself starts ripping apart. Yahello is raising a whole section of cliff into the air, with the students still on it. He stands at the edge of the rising platform, eyes glowing with dark, sickly light. Yahello tells them they'll live until the very end, and it sounds more like a sentence than comfort. Back where Rude is, the specter keeps staring him down. Linus points at it and screams that this is the thing that sent them here. Rude's mind starts racing. He's trying to figure out why the specter chose now to show itself. Then, the ground begins to shake beneath them in a steady, heartbeat-like rhythm. A blinding orange light flares up across the horizon. Everyone turns toward the giant pillar in the distance. It's the platform Yahello is lifting into the sky. Raul goes pale. As a first-class mage, she can feel how insane the mana over there is. Rude narrows his eyes and realizes Yahello is pulling off something huge. The specter here is only a decoy, keeping the strongest fighters busy. That pillar of light is acting like a signal, probably calling in something even worse. Rude knows he has to move now. If he doesn't reach Les Deuces soon, there may be no Lao Duc left to save. The specter shifts in front of him, blocking the way like it knows exactly what he wants. For the first time, the entity speaks. Its voice grinds like stone as it tells them they will all die here. Then a massive stone golem forms around it, growing 3 times larger in seconds. Rude tilts his head. He's been around long enough to hear threats from people way scarier than a mana puppet. He shoots it a cold blue stare and tells it not to make him laugh. He's done being patient. Rude can feel Lidis's mana far away, flickering like a candle in the wind. The golem throws a carriage-sized punch, and Raul is already moving with her sword out. Rude slams his hand to the ground and sends black haze through the golem's leg, breaking its balance. The specter lets out a screech as its body starts falling apart. Raul raises a huge wall of ice to shield the students from the debris, focusing fully on defense. Rude glances at her for a split second, already making a choice. He knows fighting this lump of mana is a waste. The real target is the one controlling it, the caster. He tells the professors he'll leave the rest to them. Then he disappears in a blur of black smoke. The specter grabs at him, but its claws only tear through empty air. A blast of pure ice severs the specter's arm before it can chase him. Rude looks back once and sees Raul still standing firm, her eyes full of resolve. She tells him to go. Now she understands the threat at the pillar matters more than arresting him. Turning back to the specter, she aims her sword straight at its core and makes it clear this thing isn't leaving. After hearing her students were worthless, this first-class mage is ready to remind it who it's dealing with. Ice and shadow explode across the canyon while Rude races off. He's moving at full speed now, barely touching the ground. He knows Raul is strong enough to handle Shikmuan, so a mana puppet shouldn't stop her. He's betting everything on her holding the line. The pillar's glow keeps growing, and Rude knows time is running out. On the floating rock, the students panic as the ground keeps rising. Linus stares at Yahello in shock and demands to know what he's done. With a shaking hand, he asks if Yahello planned all of this from the start. Yahello answers with that same empty smile. He's done pretending to be their caring teacher. Letus asks why. He can't understand why the man who taught them magic wants them dead. Yahello walks up to him and says everyone has their reasons, calling him Dio. Then he tells the class to treat this like real combat training. Dio realizes Yahello isn't making sense anymore. He's just insane. Yahello's red eyes glow as he says they need a warning if he wants them to take this seriously. A lash of dark mana shoots from his hand, coils around Dio's neck, and lifts him into the air. Letus begs him to stop, forced to watch his only friend get choked by the man they trusted. Letus starts to change. The thing inside him reacts, and the air begins to shake. Heal doesn't care. He says people who are useless have no right to live. Pointing at the gasping Dio, he calls him worthless. Heal holds Dio over the edge, and asks the class what should be done with him. Dio is seconds from falling. Ledasis is close to breaking, and Rude is racing across the wasteland to reach him before it's too late. The students scream at Heal to stop, but it's clear now this isn't anger, it's cruelty. Dio claws at the dark mana around his neck as it tightens like a noose. The rock keeps crumbling under Heal's pressure, making Dio's fall feel unavoidable. Dio looks at Ledasis and tries to call for help, but he's barely hanging on. The others freeze. They want to help, but fear keeps them locked in place. Heal tells them not to expect mercy for trash. Then he calls Ledasis by his full name, Chevelle, and then Heal lets go. The whole group falls silent as Dio drops into the abyss. That's the point where everything changes for good. Ledasis snaps and rushes to the edge, throwing out mana in a desperate try to save him, but he's too late. The failure crushes him. He drops to his knees at the edge, completely shattered. Heal warns the rest not to move unless they want to fall too. With a smirk, he says the real lesson hasn't even begun yet. The students break down crying. What started as a trip has turned into a nightmare. Heal waits to hear Dio hit the ground, annoyed that he can't see it from this height. He even says he hopes Dio is more useful in his next life. The students glare at him with pure hate, but that won't stop a first-class mage. Heal turns back to the class, still not done with them. He tells them to give everything they have, if they don't want to end up like Dio. Surrounded by dark mana, Heal looks completely at home in this madness. Back below, a huge blast of rock and mana clears the air. Roelle is still fighting the golem, but it keeps rebuilding itself. Every time she breaks it apart, it just forms again. Ledasis does his best to protect the students, while Roelle stays on the front line. Ledasis orders everyone to get ready for battle. The training trip has become a real fight for survival. He reaches into his cloak and pulls out a stick. Lapis just stares, confused that Ledasis brought a stick into a magic battle. Linus is still on the ground, staring at the collapsing rocks. He's upset that Lord Blow disappeared. Even in the middle of chaos, he's still sad his hero left. Another boulder crashes down and nearly crushes the group. Ledasis grips the staff, ready to turn that piece of wood into a weapon with sheer mana. He begins a high-level spell, and purple energy blazes at the tip. The power spreads into a dome around them, smashing any falling rocks before they can hit. Rowell keeps weaving around the golem, striking with waves of ice. The rocks falling toward Linus are crushed into dust before they touch him. Everyone looks up at Ledasis. He stands there calmly, proving the stick is no joke. Lapis is stunned. He's never felt magic like that from an ordinary professor. Then he glances at the magic stone in his hand and sees it reacting. Dark mana leaks from it, and he remembers Rude, the dark mage, charging it earlier. The others ask what he means by saying the dark mage gave them magic. Lapis explains that a first-class mage put power into the stone, and it may be their best chance to last in this fight. He starts praising Blow too, clearly impressed. Still, Lapis admits he'd only get in the way right now. He knows he's outmatched. Then he looks at Linus, who gives a cheerful thumbs up like nothing is wrong. Linus yells for everyone to hang on, sounding way too upbeat for this situation. Ledasis says nothing. Under that hood, he knows the real danger is still above them. Rude moves through the trees like a shadow. He lands on a branch and spots the floating island in the distance. A bad feeling hits him. Ledasis may already be close to breaking. Then Rude stops. Someone is waiting ahead. A huge burst of blue mana erupts, and the battle kicks into overdrive. The golem keeps taking heavy hits, but it still won't go down. Rowell raises a barrier against more falling rock while searching for an opening, but the golem keeps its weak spots covered. Linus is still yelling like he's watching a show instead of a battle. Lapis snaps at him to be quiet, finally realizing this isn't a joke anymore. He grips the magic stone but can't bring himself to use it. The golem swings a fist as huge as a house. Ledasis throws up a giant magic circle to block it. The weight cracks the ground, and the impact hits like thunder. The shockwave blasts Lapis backward and slams him into the dirt. Linus asks if he's finally ready to use his mana. Lapis yells that he won't do it. He's terrified the dark mana will take over if he lets it out. He knows they need it to survive, but his fear of that power still wins. Suddenly, a pink ribbon of light whips through the air. It's Anna, using her binding magic. The light wraps around the golem's arm and locks it in place for a moment. Anna shouts, "Terrence," and pours everything she has into the spell. Lapis stares at her in shock. He didn't expect anyone else to step forward. She looks back, pale and drained, burning through herself just to buy them a chance. Then Anna collapses. She gave it everything. Lapis runs to her and finds that she's still breathing, but she's out of the fight. The golem easily breaks free and raises its arm for another finishing blow. Lapis looks up and realizes he has no time left, and no more excuses. If he doesn't act now, Anna's sacrifice means nothing. He raises the magic stone toward the golem. With the monster's fist almost on top of them, Lapis shuts his eyes and screams. A blast of light explodes out, louder than anything yet. Linus and the others cover their eyes as the dust starts to settle. The golem's arm is gone, completely erased into mana. Lapis stands there with his hand glowing in white-hot fire. He stares at his palm, wide-eyed, barely believing he released that much power. For one moment, Lapis looks like a completely different person. Linus cheers for him, while Lapis still struggles to process that he wasn't useless after all. Then Lapis feels a burning pain in his chest. He pulls back his shirt and sees the glowing heart engraving, the joke spell Rude's co-workers put on him. That's what saved them, not his own mana. The truth takes some of the wind out of him, but staying alive is still a win. Even so, Lapis grabs the stone again and starts to understand how Rude's world really works. He helps Anna up and tells her she did great. Anna's first word is shovel. Even now, she's worried about the students still trapped on the floating island. And that island keeps rising, towering over everything. Up there, Ledasus clutches his family crest with a trembling hand and asks Hale why he's doing this. Through tears, he pushes harder and demands to know what Hale wants. Hale only smirks and tells Ledasus to guess, clearly enjoying this way too much. Ledasus says that whatever Hale wants, he won't let him take it. Hale's eyes darken, and his quiet well is enough to make your skin crawl. Then he thanks Ledasus for saying that, and snaps his fingers. Right away, Ledasus feels the magic stone in his necklace react, and he can't stop it. Hale starts laughing as his mana swirls around him. He tells Ledasus that now he's going to use his power, and starts draining mana straight out of him. Ledasus can't move. It feels like his soul is being ripped out through the stone. A huge blue pillar of light bursts up between them, shaking the floating rock and forcing the other students back. Ledasus looks up with empty eyes, slipping into a total breakdown. A memory flashes by. He's sitting on the floor, small and lost. Over and over he says it's all his fault. That's the heart of his trauma. In those memories, Hale is smiling as the darkness closes in. The words "everything is for your sake" keep echoing in his head like a curse. He's dragged back to the library incident, the abomination moment when he thought he killed everyone. Now he's alone in a void, and as his sanity fades, one thought takes over. Everything is my fault. Somewhere else in the forest, a red wolf growls, hungry. Carmel hides behind a rock, shaking with fear. She realizes they've been thrown somewhere truly dangerous. Her next thought is whether everyone else made it out safely. Ren tells her to stay quiet. They're being hunted. As the wolf comes closer, Carmel tightens her grip on a wooden stick. The beast is huge, more like a demon than a normal animal. Carmel says they need to run, but Ren is already frozen. The wolf leaps with its fangs out, ready to kill. Carmel shuts her eyes and lifts the stick, the only weapon she has. Even so, she tells herself she has to hold her ground. She's hopelessly outmatched. Then, something enormous appears above them. A giant shadow sweeps over the forest. The wolf stops in midair, suddenly terrified. It's a giant blue dragon-like monster, blazing with blue fire. It crashes down hard and stares at the wolf like prey. One swipe later, the wolf is gone. Then the dragon takes off again, its wings blasting the area with violent wind. Carmel is left in the dust, too stunned to think. She looks up and wonders what that thing even was. While Ledasus is breaking down on the floating rock, Rude is still nowhere to be found, and Hale's plan is only getting worse. Elsewhere, Rude stares up at a massive cliff and questions his choices. He's trying to figure out if he can climb it without using so much mana that every first-class mage notices. But Ledasus is up there, and the air already feels wrong. Rude knows he can't waste time. For a moment he remembers the classroom. Rude, Ledasus and Dio, just sitting there like normal kids. That's what Rude wants to protect, the chance to go back to an ordinary school day. His eyes harden. If something permanent happens to those kids, someone will pay for it. So he steps forward, ready to make his way to the top. Then Rude stops cold as someone drops into view upside down. It's Shikmuon. Of course it is. Somehow, Shikmuon has found the black mage again. Back at the other battlefield, the golem is still tearing through everything. Raoul tries to cast a barrier while protecting a terrified student, but it's draining her fast. The students think they'll be okay if Lapis stays in front, while Lapis looks like he wants no part of this. Raoul knows she can't use her full power with the kids this close, but the golem won't give her space to work. Then the air suddenly turns scorching hot. A huge magic circle flares up on the ground, pouring out enough heat to melt stone. Raoul turns at once, sensing someone who shouldn't be here. The kids stare at the golden flames, knowing this magic is on another level. A boot steps out of the light, not a student, and not a monster either. A man's silhouette follows behind him. It's Yahello, Chevel's dad, calmly adjusting his glove and complaining about the air. Behind him come the mages from the magic tower. The backup is finally here. Their lead mage says they need to break through the barrier now. Raoul is stunned. Hadelio and Magic Tower elites showing up here is a political mess, but it may save them. Professor Can/Ledasus lowers his hood, and Hadelio recognizes him right away. Chevel asks if the students are safe, sounding more cold than concerned. Then the ground shakes again. The golem is coming back. The rock giant charges, but Hadelio doesn't even blink. Raoul calls out as the shockwave pushes her back. Cheval looks at the golem and casually asks what it is. A moment later, he identifies it as a high-level mana puppet. Then he notices the specter hiding nearby, and that gets his full attention. He tells everyone to stand back. Then he mocks Helios Academy, saying they've fallen far if they can't handle a basic summoning. Looking at Roel, He says he'll hold her responsible for letting the princess end up in danger. Roel is too exhausted to argue, especially with a noble yelling at her in the middle of a fight. Then his assistant warns him to look behind him. Chevel turns just as a giant stone fist flies at his face. The hit explodes in dust and debris, but Hadio is still standing there. A magic circle blocks the blow like a solid wall, and he hasn't even moved his feet. He calmly tells the golem not to worry. He has eyes in the back of his head. Raoul and the students are left speechless. This is a whole different level of power. His expression turns cold as he asks where his son and the other students were sent. Back on the floating island, Chevel stands inside a pillar of fire and light. The other students are terrified, feeling their mana drain just from being near him. At center stage, Professor Heil spreads his arms and announces today's lesson. He points at Chevel. Around the boy, beasts made of ice and mana snarl at the group. The lesson is simple: defeat Chevel. Lydesis stares at Chevel in disbelief, unable to accept what's happened to someone he's known for years. Hale says he'll even provide weapons. There are no rules, only survival. Then, with that same sick smile, he adds that failing this class means death. Lydesis trembles as he looks into Chevel's empty eyes. That's when he understands Hale has erased Chevel's personality completely. The bully is gone, only a weapon remains. Then we slip into a flashback, back to a much calmer time. "Brother," a young girl's voice calls out. It's a young Chevel, still looking like a normal, slightly spoiled kid. His little sister Ivril snaps him out of his thoughts. They're riding in a carriage on the way to a grand palace. They're headed to Duke Ardian's mansion, and young Chevel is already complaining about seeing Lydesis. He's already putting on his grumpy noble attitude. Ivril, on the other hand, is all smiles. She says this time she'll definitely befriend Lydesis. Soon, the carriage arrives at the Ardian estate. The place is filled with signs of status and pride. Hadio steps out, looking just as stern as he does in the present. He starts introducing his daughter, but Ivril spots Lydesis before he can finish. She yells and runs straight toward him. A young Lydesis peeks out from behind a pillar, sees Ivril coming and instantly runs for it. Chevel sighs and apologizes to Lydesis' brother, saying Ivril can be a lot to handle. Lydesis' brother turns around with sharp green eyes and a sweet smile that doesn't feel real, then tells them it's charming. In the garden, Ivril has Lydesis pinned into a picnic, and he looks trapped by pure kindness. Watching from afar, Chevel folds his arms, confused why his sister is trying so hard with a boy who barely speaks. Lydesis just stares at his shoes, hiding behind his hair. Chevel notices that even though this kid is an Archean too, he's nothing like his brother. Still, his noble instincts tell him it's safer to dislike both of them. Then Ivril spots Chevel hiding nearby. She asks when he showed up, and he plays it cool, claiming he'd been there the whole time. Lydesis looks up, eyes wide with fear. Seeing that, Chevel asks what's with the face, then tells Ivril it's almost time to head back. Ivril immediately protests, saying he can't leave until he properly greets Lydesis. Chevel hesitates. A Hadelio doesn't just walk up and say hello. Still, he bends down, puts on his meanest face, and awkwardly mutters a rough version of "nice to meet you." Both Lydesis and Ivril react like he just said something awful. Ivril snaps and starts kicking Chevel's shins, yelling that he's an idiot and needs to do it right. While they're busy, Lydesis slips away again like a pro. Chevel is left rubbing his leg, totally lost about what he did wrong, while Ivril cries that this is all his fault. Later, Chevel goes to find Lydesis, grumbling under his breath. Feeling responsible is his first mistake. He searches through the estate, wondering where a silver-haired kid could even hide in a place this huge. All he can hear is Ivril's voice, saying she won't leave until he finds Lydesis. Then Chevel runs into Lydesis' older brother again. With perfect posture, the brother calmly asks if something happened. A little embarrassed, Chevel admits he's looking for Lydesis, so his sister can say goodbye. The brother's expression suddenly turns cold. He asks if Chevel means Lys, then says the boy likes being alone, and is always hiding somewhere. Chevel thinks it's just hide and seek, missing the poison in those words. Then, the brother leans in, face darkening. He gives one warning: don't get close to Lys. Chevel is baffled. This is his own brother saying it. Then comes the real shock. He's not my brother. He's a monster. After that, the brother walks off and leaves young Chevel alone. Now his head is full of poison. Chevel watches him leave, feeling his whole view start to change. He can't understand it. Was that brother crazy? How could anyone say that about their only sibling? Still, he keeps searching. Time passes as evening comes, but one word won't leave his mind: monster, and it's starting to cling to Lydesis. His search leads him into the woods at the edge of the estate. Chevel is torn between acting like a proper noble and following his curiosity. At last he finds Lydesis asleep under a tree. Chevel is annoyed. He spent an hour searching, and this kid was just sleeping. Looking around, he realizes nobody is watching over Lydesis. No guards, no maids, not even his brother. So Chevel decides the older brother is the reason Lydesis turned out this way. And for a second, he actually wants to help. He looks down at the sleeping boy. Chevel starts thinking about what a little brother should be: someone small enough to protect and care for. So he takes off his cloak and gently covers Liduces with it. Liduces wakes up and finds Cheval over him. His only response is a confused sound. Then he jumps up and runs away for the third time that day. Now Cheval is mad, yelling for him to stop and asking why he keeps running from a greeting. This time, Liduces actually stops, standing there with his back turned like a lost puppy. Slowly, he turns around with his head lowered. Soon they're sitting on the ground together. It's awkward, but it's progress. Liduces tries to say hello, but before he can finish, Cheval suddenly lunges. Liduces panics, thinking he's about to get attacked. Instead, Cheval throws him in a headlock and snaps that this brat has no idea how much trouble he caused. Just then, Ivril and Yahello arrive and find the two boys wrestling. Ivril screams at Cheval to stop. Cheval is laughing, and Liduces just looks confused. For one brief moment, they almost look like friends. This became the turning point. Cheval was the only one who tried to protect Liduces, and later that feeling twisted into something dark. Later, Yahello sits in his office reading a report about Cheval visiting the Arshan estate again. So he really did care, which makes what happens on the floating island even worse. Heel turns him into a weapon against the boy he once covered with his own cloak, while Rude is still trapped below, with a deadly fighter over him. He asks Cheval if he really plans to go back to the Arshan estate again, even joking that maybe they should just move there. The kids take that seriously and get excited, which is the exact opposite of what he meant. Yahello sighs, knowing his children have no idea how much he hates the Duke, then sends them off anyway. His assistant can only watch with pity. Back in the past, Ivril drags a very unwilling Liduces into the woods. Young Cheval follows behind like a guard, who isn't sure why he's there. Ivril is all smiles, sure they've finally made progress. She's the only one treating Liduce like a person instead of something dangerous. Cheval watches them, pretending he's only there because they keep dragging him along, but that's clearly not the whole truth. Then a spark of light cuts in, a perfect memory right before everything goes wrong. Liduces looks up and actually says hello to Cheval. For a kid who barely talks, that's huge. That completely catches Cheval off guard. It's a warm moment, but Cheval's thoughts make it hurt even more. I wish he were my brother. Then the memory jumps to the library, and the mood turns dark fast. There, Cheval finds Liduces' older brother waiting in the shadows. The brother calmly asks where Ivril is. Cheval says she's with Liduces, not realizing he's stepped into a trap. The green-eyed brother sighs and says he clearly ignored the warning to stay away from the monster. Shaken but trying to stand firm, Cheval defends his friend. He asks why anyone would talk about their own sibling like some beast. Cheval says he's done hearing this nonsense and tries to leave with some dignity. But the brother stops him with one cold line, I should stay away from you. He leaves Cheval there, planting the doubt that will grow into deep trauma. Then the incident happens, and the memory starts breaking apart. Everything turns to blood and static, and Cheval is frozen in shock. He sees Liduces in the center of dark mana, the moment the abomination awakens. In one afternoon, everything is destroyed. After that, rumors spread. A monster was hiding among the nobles, the Arshan boys lived, and the Cheval girl was sacrificed. At the funeral, Cheval kneels as the brother's words echo in his head. He was right. He blames himself for letting Ivril get close to Liduces, and grief starts turning into poison. Marquis Yahello rests a hand on his son's head and says Liduces did nothing wrong, though his eyes seem to say otherwise. But Cheval is past logic now. He lost the person he cared about most. One last image of Ivril smiling finishes breaking him. He cries, his orange eyes burning with a grudge that will shape the next years of his life. Then we return to the present, or at least the recent past at Helios. Cheval is walking through the hall when one of his lackeys stops him. He hears that Liduces enrolled at the academy, and you can feel everything in his head shift at once. Right away, he orders them to clear out the library and gather everyone. He wants to give Liduces a welcome party. Soon, the two of them stand face to face in the hallway for the first time since the incident. Cheval looks down at him with open disgust. They stand there in silence, the calm before the storm. Liduces tries to speak, but nothing comes out. Then Cheval repeats the same words the older brother once said. You're not his brother, you're a monster. That was the betrayal that finally broke Liduces. And then Cheval makes it worse. He says he agrees. After that, he walks away and leaves Liduces alone in the dark. This is where those suicidal thoughts begin. Back on the floating island in Ishwela, the flashback ends, and the killing starts. A huge magic circle flares up over the students. Heel is done messing with their heads and is ready to attack for real. He tells them to use weapons, magic circles, anything they have. He even gives them a head start. Sure, it still won't matter. The students start falling apart, crying that they can't beat a puppet controlled by a first-class mage. Some try to flee, but Liduces stops them and asks if they really plan to jump off the cliff. Heel steps forward with a magic stone in her hand. Her expression turns icy. There's nowhere left to run. Now they fight. The whole class is stunned. They've never seen the Ice Queen this serious. Inside, she swears she won't die here before meeting him again. The Black Mage. She figures out Chevelle isn't acting on his own. While everyone else panics, she studies what's happening. Hale laughs at their useless noise. He's ready to start the slaughter. With one signal from Hale, Chevelle moves at once. The phantom wolves spring forward, mana glowing in their jaws. Students scream and run, and the whole place erupts into chaos. Hale calls them idiots for running when there's no way out. She's trying to hold the line. Clutching her magic stone, she realizes she's on her own now. Lidus stands right in a wolf's path, like he's waiting to die. He's completely lost the will to fight. Then rock and dark mana explode outward, blowing everything clear. When the dust clears, Rude is in his blow form, blocking Shikmuun's strike. The fight they've been building toward is finally here. Shikmuun smirks and points toward the cliff, correctly guessing that's where Rude was headed. Rude is annoyed. He never sensed Shikmuun coming at all. He demands to know who this guy is and whether he's with the traitor. Shikmuun reacts like being linked to Hale is an insult. Shikmuun says he isn't a traitor, but Rude still isn't getting past him. He wants to see what Hale plans to do with the students, and has no intention of missing it. He can't even see why anyone would bother crushing weak students, but he still wants to watch. The look he gives Rude says he's bored, and this fight is the only fun around. His red and yellow eyes light up, and the mana pouring off him is overwhelming. A huge blast of fire slams into the cliffside, and shakes the whole mountain. Shikmuun grins through the smoke, clearly enjoying every second. Rude warns him to start talking if he doesn't want to be crushed like a bug. He's done asking nicely. He points out that Shikmuun called Hale a traitor, meaning they used to be on the same side, and demands answers. Back on the island, the wolves close in on Lidus. A hand shoots out and grabs Lidus by the collar. It's Isle, and she yanks him aside just before a wolf can bite him. She shouts, "Tharon!" Then comes Matinoas, and chains of light burst from the ground to bind the phantom wolves. Isle hauls Lidus light by his shirt, furious. She yells at him for standing there like a lunatic. Rushing in with no plan is just suicide, and right now she seems like the only one thinking straight. Lidus mutters that maybe if he dies here, the nightmare will finally end. Isle shuts that down at once. His death wouldn't fix anything, just like what happened with Dio. Lidus flinches at Dio's name. Isle tells him dying now would mean nothing, and she refuses to let him choose that escape. The wolves start breaking free, growling as they lock onto the two of them. Hill seems impressed, and says that binding spell was strong for a student at her level. El realizes the spell worked because the wolves have real bodies. They aren't just illusions, they can be killed. Hill smirks and says the spell didn't last nearly long enough. The wolves charge again, and El shoves Lidus back. She knows her magic won't last. To stop this, she has to hit the caster himself. But Chevelle is wrapped in a huge shield of dark mana. The wolves keep coming, faster now and moving like a real hunting pack. Around them, students are taken down one after another. It's turning into a massacre. Isle casts again. Hilda. A flash of light slams into the wolves and knocks them back for a moment. She knows that only bought a few seconds. She can't hold them off alone. Then a long-haired student steps up beside her. The girl admits Isle is right. If they can't run, they have to fight. Another student shouts that he came to Helios to become a mage, not die here. At last, the weaker students draw their swords and step up. They start calling each other out, asking why they've been standing around doing nothing. Isle looks at them, and for a brief moment her red eyes soften. She tells them real mages will face things worse than this, so they can't begin by running away. The wolves still snarl, but now they're facing the class together. Heel watches and lets out a sigh. This isn't the scene he wanted at all. He says they're far too weak and wonders if some part of Lidus's power is still holding back from hurting them. As he walks toward them like death itself, he calls out to Chevelle with fake politeness. A dark voice echoes in his mind. "Professor, we are out of time. Make haste." Hill smiles. He says it's a pity, but the game ends now. Then he recalls the phantom beasts, and the wolves dissolve into black smoke. The students think it's over, but Hill knows better. He tells them he's about to give them an experience so precious they'll remember it even in death. A giant magic circle opens beneath him, and fire mixed with dark mana erupts upward into the sky. The pressure is so fierce the floating rock starts to crack. Isle is left speechless. She's watching a first-class mage force an awakening that should be impossible. When the light fades, Hale is gone. In his place stands something else entirely. The creature laughs and says the feeling is pure ecstasy. He asks if they're watching, then boasts that he's gone beyond human limits. The students freeze in fear. This is no longer a teacher, and when Lidus looks up, he doesn't see a higher being, just a monster. His full form is finally revealed. A winged demon of fire and stone. Hale has become Minus, and the fight just entered a new stage. The floating island feels ready to burst. Minus hovers over the students, enjoying their panic. Then he starts deciding how to kill them, throw them off one by one, or break them first and drag it out. He wants it fast, but still fun enough to watch. The students can't move. Classroom magic is one thing. Standing before a four-winged nightmare choosing how you die is another. Isle stares up in pure terror, finally seeing that their cruel teacher was a real monster all along. Minus lands with a smug grin and realizes there's still one last loose end. He turns to Chevelle, the student he's been controlling. Now that the job's done, Minus is ready to throw his puppet away. Chevelle just stands there empty-eyed, worn down by all the mind control. Then comes his farewell, straight into the ravine. Minus triggers a small quake, and the ground breaks apart under Chevelle's feet. The class watches in horror as their top student slips away. Minus smiles, loving the shock on their faces. Chevelle falls with no spell and no resistance. It looks like the end for the Yahello heir. He drops fast as the wind tears past him. For one brief moment, everything goes silent. Minus looks back at Ledaces, waiting to see if this will trigger the change he's been talking about. But Chevelle never hits the ground. Someone catches him, grabbing his wrist hard enough to leave a mark. It's Ledaces, the same person Chevelle called a monster for years, is the one who moves to save him. The drop is huge, and Ledaces is barely hanging onto the edge. One slip, and both of them die. At the bottom of the mountain, the dust from the Class 1 fight finally begins to clear. Shikmon stands in the middle of a huge crater, staring into the smoke like he's checking whether he won. He laughs, surprised that Blow pushed him this far, and thrilled by it. Then the smoke parts, and Rude is still there, fully transformed into Blow. The mood changes instantly. Those blue eyes shine, and it's clear Rude is done holding back. Rude tells Shikmuan he's lucky to still be alive. Shikmuan only laughs harder. He really is obsessed with fighting. Facing a disaster-level enemy only makes him excited for round 2. Shikmuan looks up at the floating island and realizes Minus is up there ruining the plan. Things are already moving in a way he didn't expect. Back on the island, the students can only watch this tense rescue play out. Ledaces is struggling hard. He may not be strong like the others, but he's still holding Chevelle up through pure will. He's hanging over the edge with Chevelle in his grip. If he lets go, Chevelle dies. If he doesn't, Minus may kill them both. Minus walks over, surprised, and calls Ledaces unexpected. He can't understand why Ledaces would save the person who made his life miserable. A demon like Minus has no clue what empathy is. Then Minus starts pushing his buttons, bringing up all the hate and loneliness Chevelle caused. He wants Ledaces to give in and let go. But Ledaces only tightens his grip. He's not listening to Minus. I can't lose him. Not this time. For Ledaces, this isn't only about Chevelle, it's about the guilt he's carried for years. He remembers the library incident, the day his life was ruined. The memory goes back to a cold dinner at the Arshan estate. Young Ledaces sits there quietly, barely touching his food. Then, young Chevelle appears, already acting proud even as a child. He brings up the beautiful flowers in the garden, showing he was picky about that stuff even back then. Ledaces only looks down, too unsure of himself to say much. Chevelle asks if he doesn't like eating with him, putting Ledaces on the spot. That catches Ledaces off guard. He's so used to being looked down on that even a simple question feels dangerous. Then Chevelle brings up Ivril, saying she would love the flowers. That's the first sign of what connected them. He tells Ledaces to show them to her later. Under all the attitude, it's a rare kind moment. Those flowers become a picture of the peaceful life they should have had. Ledaces and Ivril are together, happy for once. Back then, he was just a kid with a friend. Ivril reaches for a flower, and for a moment everything feels calm. Then dark smoke rolls in and swallows that peace. This is where the incident starts. Ivril suddenly goes still, knowing something is terribly wrong. It's the last time Ledaces saw her like that. An explosion throws Ledaces back, the disaster everyone later blamed on him. A huge skeletal demon appears. This is the real killer. It drags Ivril away, while Ledaces can only watch, too young and scared to stop it. That's why he refuses to let go now. Holding Chevelle is the same as fighting that old regret. He's crying and begging, whispering please. By saving the brother of the girl he lost, he's trying to fix the past. Then the mana stone on Chevelle's neck shatters, and the blue light disappears. Chevelle's eyes snap open. The mind control is gone, and now he's fully awake to the fact that he's hanging off a floating rock. He looks up and sees Ledaces saving him. For Chevelle, that turns everything upside down. Chevelle is stunned, scared, and completely lost. Now the danger really hits him as he hangs over empty air. Ledaces yells at him not to let go. He's forcing every bit of strength he has into that one hand. Ledaces looks wrecked, but this is the bravest he's ever been, and he's doing it for someone who always treated him badly. Watching from the side, Minus simply goes, "Oh, he just found a new way to make this worse." He tells Ledaces he just gave him a fun idea, and that's the worst word a demon can use. Minus gives him a cruel choice. Let go of Yahellow's hand, and the other students live. He points at the terrified students, turning it into one life against many. But if he keeps trying to save Chevelle instead, Minus raises his hand, and huge pieces of the island break loose above the other students. Are you going to save them? He dumps the lives of the whole class onto a kid who can barely hold on. Minus grins. This is exactly what he wanted, to watch Ledaces break and choose. Ledaces looks up and sees the rocks hanging over his classmates. The answer seems simple. Let one bully die to save everyone else. The students panic as the boulders hang over them, ready to fall. Ledaces whispers that he can't. He wants to save everyone, but he's reached his limit. Chevelle notices the hesitation and calls Lydicis unsightly. Even now, he's still harsh. He calls Lydicis a punk and brings up the bullying, trying to make himself easier to hate so Lydicis will let go. Lydicis' grip slips a little. Chevelle shouts for him to let go. He says he doesn't want Lydicis' help. He's yelling now, trying to choose his own ending with pride. Then a tear from Lydicis lands on Chevelle, and that tough act starts to crack. Lydicis is crying as he whispers, I don't want to. He's not acting like a hero. He's just a kid who can't bear another death. He remembers Ivril complaining that her brother often said things he didn't mean. Young Lydicis asks if she hates him. He's so used to rejection that he expects it from everyone. She says no, speaking with the kindness Lydicis never got at home. Ivril admits her brother is actually the one she likes most, then tells Lydicis to keep it secret. That says everything about Chevelle. He acts awful because he doesn't know how to deal with his feelings. What Ivril wanted was simple, for the two people she cared about to grow closer. Then young Chevelle walks in, acting foolish like always. He asks if they got lost, clearly hiding that he came looking for them. Let's go back, Lydicis. Back then, Chevelle used his name. They weren't enemies yet, they were a trio. Lydicis looks at them like they're the only light in his life. Then the memory ends. In the present, Chevelle is still yelling that he'd rather die than be saved by Lydicis. Lydicis screams, I don't want to. Losing Ivril and this moment are crashing together in his head. Chevelle finally goes quiet. Seeing Lydicis' pain, he understands he's not a monster, just a broken kid doing his best. Lydicis begs him to hold on. He just wants one good ending. Minus is already losing interest. Now that the emotions have landed, he's ready for more bloodshed. He says Lydicis chose Chevelle, one person over everyone else. Minus calls that choice selfish. Then he offers one last chance, mocking Lydicis and telling him to think carefully. Let go of his hand, and I'll spare the others. Minus makes the promise like it means anything. Isle can only watch, frozen. She knows he's lying, but she can't stop him. Chevelle looks at Lydicis and says, You're not a monster, you're an idiot. It's the closest thing to an apology he'll ever give. He says Lydicis has always been an idiot, but then he says the words that finally break through. It wasn't your fault. Back then, it wasn't your fault. Chevelle finally admits Lydicis didn't kill Ivril. He asks how much longer Lydicis plans to hold on, saying his hand is already numb. Lydicis screams no, never. He knows what Chevelle is about to do. Then Chevelle's hand slips away. He's choosing to fall, so Lydicis won't have to make that choice. I'm sorry. Chevelle drops, finding a little dignity at the end. Lydicis reaches into empty air. Chevelle falls into the abyss while Minus just watches. Minus bursts out laughing as Chevelle falls. He loves that it still ended in tragedy. He tells Lydicis not to feel bad, because his choice never mattered. Minus admits he planned to kill everyone from the start. Then he drops the boulders. The students scream as they come crashing down. El looks up. Her eyes go wide as death comes straight at them. Lydicis slumps over the edge, shattered. He couldn't save Chevelle, and now he can't save the class either. Smoke and dust swallow everything. It looks like total ruin. Then a voice echoes from his memory. Lydicis, ask me for help. No matter what, I'll do everything I can. Lydicis whispers, rude. He's calling for the one person who treated him like a normal human being. Minus stands there, bored again, ready to finish it. Minus is about to finish it, when he suddenly feels something and snaps his head to the side. Dark smoke starts rising around Lydicis. But this isn't the demon's power. It's heavier, darker, and way more dangerous. Lydicis quietly asks for help, the moment this whole arc was building toward. Then someone flashes past Lydicis and catches Chevelle in midair. Lydicis looks up in shock. He can hardly believe what he's seeing. Chevelle gets thrown onto the ground hard, but he's alive, coughing, dazed, and still breathing. Minus is stunned. He didn't even catch who moved. A boot slams straight into Minus's face. It's Rude, the so-called Class 7 weakling. Blow. He stands in the middle of the wreckage like he runs the place. His eyes glow bright blue as he stares Minus down like the fight is already over. The huge boulders falling toward the students stop before they can hit. Black haze wraps around every rock, holding them in place. Then the boulders break apart into dust and disappear. Rude wipes out the threat in an instant. The students are left standing in the dust, completely unharmed and too shocked to react. El stares up at the figure above them. She doesn't know who he is yet, but she knows everything just changed. The nightmare is over. Now the payback starts. Rude is here, and with Shikmuon still involved and Minus this strong, things are about to get wild. As the dust clears, the whole island feels different. The students just stare into the haze, trying to understand how they survived. El is the first to look up, feeling a mana pressure that shouldn't be possible. A pair of boots hits the ground. No flashy entrance, just the weight of someone who knows how to fight. Rude faces the class and quickly checks the damage, wondering if he made it in time. He looks over the group. Half the class is crying. The rest are frozen, and the giant red demon is still raging behind them. Rude pulls up his hood, trying to keep some mystery, even if his eyes say he's done playing around. The glow in his eyes isn't just mana anymore, it's the look of someone ready to punish anyone who touched his friends. He spots Lidus on the ground. His body is fine, but mentally he's wrecked. Behind him, Minus gets back up, full of rage. Rude glances at the awakened Hale and basically thinks the thing looks ugly as hell. He's seen plenty of demons, but this one looks especially bad. Ignoring the monster for a moment, he asks the class if they're okay. The students nearly died seconds ago, and now this terrifying stranger is calmly checking on them. Whispers spread through the class. They're all asking the same thing. Who is he? Eel keeps staring. She's starting to notice that the weakling Lude and this monster-level mage have the same build. She says nothing, her red eyes locked on him, saving that question for later, if they live. Minus finally explodes, screaming in fury after getting interrupted. Rude studies him instead. He felt that mana earlier and is trying to tell if this demon is real or some fake version. Minus fires up a blazing attack, furious that someone dared step in. The blast shakes the ground, a huge burst of fire and debris that would have wiped out the whole class earlier. Minus grins, sure he finally landed a hit. But when the smoke clears, Rude is untouched. Black haze around him swallowed the explosion whole. Minus freezes when he feels that power. He blurts out, asking if Rude is from the magic tower. Rude doesn't bother answering. He just gives Minus a look that says enough already. That only makes Minus angrier, so he keeps throwing heavy attacks, hoping one will work. Rude dodges with almost no effort while trying to place that mana. He remembers feeling it during the library incident years ago. That sends him back to the rumors about Professor Hale. Now the pieces fit together. Hale wasn't just a traitor. He was tied to Lidus's trauma from the start. Minus pauses, and even gives Rude a smug compliment, the kind that usually comes right before a dirty trick. Then he shows the trick. A flame whip coils around Rude's arm, locking him in place. Smirking, Minus says skill won't matter if Rude has to protect those weaklings behind him. It's a cheap move, using the students as shields because he knows Rude won't abandon them. Minus realizes Rude hasn't been dodging freely. He's been taking or blocking hits to keep the students safe. Certain he's figured it out, Minus thinks Rude is trapped. Move, and a student dies. Rude answers with one word, no. They square off, heat pouring off the demon, while Rude gives off a cold, crushing calm. Minus clicks his tongue and starts charging his strongest move. He knows this form won't last, so he goes for total destruction. A huge sphere of energy rises over him. If it hits, this floating island is done. The students panic again. Running would help, if they had anywhere to go. Rude doesn't move. He watches the attack build without preparing one of his own. Then he glances back, sees the fear in their eyes, and knows he can't just avoid this one. Errol stares at his back, sure this is the end. The gap between them and the demon feels far too big. Rude lets out a small laugh and tells them not to worry. The energy sphere fires, a beam of pure destruction aimed right at the group. The students cover their eyes, waiting to be erased, but no explosion comes. Instead, there's a strange hollow sound, like the air got ripped away. They open their eyes and realize they're still alive. The beam is just gone. Rude stands there looking bored. Then he tells Minus he's getting the wrong idea. He speaks to Minus like he's explaining something simple. There's no special reason he didn't dodge. He just didn't need to. With that, he makes it clear Minus's best attack wasn't even worth stepping away from. Rude asks if he understands now, mocking the demon without raising his voice. Minus can only stare, completely lost. He's never seen mana vanish like that, and he has no idea what that black haze really is. Then Minus's eyes widen as the answer starts coming to him. The black clothes, the glowing eyes, the way his magic erases everything. Minus blurts out that he's heard of him. The young mage who fought monsters from the gate alone. At last, he says the name, the one from Ophion, the black mage. The legend is standing right in front of him, and Minus finally realizes he's not the strongest one here. The students are stunned. They've all heard the stories. Some fear the dark mage, others admire him, but everyone knows the name. The shock spreads through the class. This isn't a teacher or a knight saving them. It's a living disaster. Rude just blinks and asks if that really matters right now. Minus shouts that it does, shaking with fear and excitement at the same time. He can't understand why someone that important from Ophion would be at a school. He still hasn't realized Rude was the weak student in front of him this whole time. If this really is the infamous dark mage, Minus says, then, killing him here would prove just how strong he is. Minus decides Rude will be his stepping stone. Terrible choice. The students are still rattled. The name Dark Mage carries one message for most people. Stay far away if you want to live. El watches him with a look that says she already knew, finally linking Lude's strange behavior to this insane power. Some students start to feel hope. If the Dark Mage is here, maybe they've already been saved. Lidus keeps staring at Rude's back, overwhelmed as the person he admired shows what he really is. El notices his reaction and starts to suspect Lidus knew, or at least guessed, the truth all along. Minus doesn't waste another second. He unleashes a huge wall of fire. Flames flood the area, forcing the students to shield their faces from the heat. Rude walks straight through it, pushing the fire aside with his arms like it's just a curtain. Minus bursts into wild laughter, amazed by what he's seeing. Rude notices the demon's aura changing. It's getting rougher and more swollen with power. Minus yells that mana is boiling through his veins. He feels unstoppable, but Rude sees someone close to breaking apart. A massive magic circle spreads out beneath him, bright and complex like a final move. Ranting that no one could understand this feeling, Minus makes it clear he's lost himself completely. The force rocks the entire floating island, sending debris everywhere. Rude lands on a chunk of rock above him and looks down, calm as ever, waiting for Minus to finish talking. Minus taunts him, asking what's wrong and why the dark mage looks so stiff. He really thinks he's faster than Rude now. Rude worries about the students. If Minus stops focusing on him and attacks the crowd, he might not block every shot. Minus keeps running his mouth, mocking Rude and acting like he's already won. Rude finally answers. Minus talks too much, so he'll finish this fast. Then he adds that there's something he wants to know, and this time he really moves. He asks what Hale did to himself to turn into something this ugly. Rude wants to know where this power came from. In a blur, Rude launches forward hard enough to smash the stone under him. He comes in from above, determined to uncover the truth behind all this. Minus yells and swings a huge claw at him. Rude twists away in midair, moving on a level Minus can't follow. Minus only laughs and says he has nothing to tell a dead man. At once he starts firing rapid energy blasts. His eye is bloodshot and wild, clear proof he's losing control of his own power. Rude cuts through the barrage and keeps closing the gap. Ignoring the burns on his cloak, he slams into Minus's shoulder with a sharp crack. Standing inside a magic circle, Rude locks down the demon's movement and turns things around. He watches Minus with a cold, careful stare, more like he's studying him than fighting him. Minus gathers himself for one last desperate strike. He snarls that Rude won't be able to stop this. Then the biggest blast yet erupts, lighting up all of Yahello. The shockwave throws the students back, and they cling to the ground, begging for it to end. When the smoke starts to clear, Minus is still standing, breathing hard and waiting. He looks for a body, hoping Rude is finally gone, and that he's now the strongest one here. Then, he feels something pressing down on his head. Rude is standing right on top of him. With a stomp wrapped in black haze, Rude drives Minus deep into the island's bedrock. The students shield their faces from the dust, stunned by what they just witnessed. Ledasis and Chevelle stay behind a rock, and Ledasis looks up without showing what he's thinking. Down in the crater, Minus is pinned flat as the black haze holds him in place. He coughs up blood, but it's not red, it's glowing blue. Rude studies him and admits the mana is on par with a high-ranking mage, but Hale can't control it, and he clearly doesn't know how to fight with it. To Rude, it's a filthy power he never earned. That blue blood changes everything. Demons don't have it, and humans don't either. Rude presses down harder, and Minus lets out a muffled scream. His voice turns ice cold, as he says he'll ask just one thing. Who gave him a power he never deserved? Rude can tell someone else is behind this, and that person still hasn't shown up. Standing over the beaten professor, Rude has no interest in a final speech. He only wants one answer. Who gave this low-level demon such overwhelming power? From far away, the students can only watch in silence. Rude won, but the mana in the air is still crushing. Whispers spread through the group. The black mage didn't just save them, he overwhelmed their enemy like a natural disaster. Ledasis lowers his head, feeling useless after spending the whole time being protected. He's stuck in the same fear he's carried since the library fire. Frozen, helpless, always the victim. Then something catches his eye, and Ledasis looks up in confusion. High above Yahello, something is moving fast through the red sky. It tears through the clouds and grows bigger by the second, sending the students into panic again. It's a dragon, a huge glowing blue one, diving straight at the island. Even pinned down, Minus is still screaming that it makes no sense for him to lose. Rude tells him to quit the nonsense and answer the question, still focused on him instead of the dragon. Then Rude feels a pressure far beyond anything Hale gave off. His eyes widen. This isn't some normal gate monster. The blue dragon lands on the floating island, and the whole mass shakes under its weight. Its roar blasts across the area. The students clutch their heads, overwhelmed after facing a demon, and now a dragon. The dragon's glowing eye fixes on the crater where Rude and Minus are. From cover, Rude tries to judge the threat. Even to him, this thing is enormous. Ledasis can only stare, like his mind has stopped trying to make sense of any of this. Black haze starts swirling around Rude. If fighting a dragon is what it takes to get answers, he's ready. He steps out of the smoke looking completely calm. Even Rude can't hide his surprise. He stands in the crater, staring up at the blue beast. Its golden eye stays locked in, but it doesn't seem here to kill everyone. It wants something specific. Rude realizes, it doesn't feel like a monster at all. Its mana is unlike anything he's known. The dragon lowers its head until its snout is right in front of him. Then it starts sniffing Rude. For once, Rude looks nervous. One wrong move and he's dead. The dragon narrows its eye, seeming satisfied by whatever it found. Rude is left confused, ready to strike, but the dragon still doesn't attack. Behind him, Minus starts laughing through the blood. He thinks the dragon came to help him, still yelling at Rude. He says that no matter how strong he is, he's only human. Minus wants to watch him break. Rude just sighs and asks who it is, turning the question to the dragon since Minus is useless now. The dragon opens its mouth, and the students brace themselves. Rude realizes too late what it's about to do. Instead of breathing fire, the dragon simply swallows Minus whole. Then it takes off at once, and the force of its wings nearly knocks Rude over. Rude reaches out and shouts for it to wait, not to save Hale, but to keep his only lead. But the dragon vanishes into the red sky as fast as it came. Left alone in the crater, Rude can only wonder what that thing was, and why it fled. Now he's trying to figure out if it came to rescue Hale, or just silence him. Either way, this is bad. Rude got no answers, and the floating rock is about to fall. When he turns back, the students are staring at him with shining eyes. Rude just stands there while the whole group looks at him like something holy. The attention makes him self-conscious, and he starts fixing his hood. Then the students break into cheers for the Black Mage. They jump and celebrate like it's all over, while Rude wishes they'd stop. He looks painfully awkward, more mercenary than hero. Lydesis watches in silence. He's the only one here who knows the Dark Mage is really his classmate Rude. He looks away, feeling the distance between himself and that legend all over again. Suddenly, the air crackles as a huge portal opens in the sky. Rude snaps back into focus. He realizes the island is about to collapse now that Hale's mana is gone. The portal is golden and steady, not a demon rift, but a high-level teleport spell from the association. A group of people steps through at last. The light is so bright the students have to cover their eyes. At first they're confused, then they recognize the uniforms. The Helios professors and Magic Tower mages have arrived, much faster than Rude expected. Marquis Adelio is among them, frantically searching for someone. Professor Rowell leads the group, scanning for the Dark Mage with a clearly grim look. The students cheer again when they spot Professor Khan and Professor Rowell. Watching from the shadows, Rude knows he has to disappear if he wants to keep his cover as Rude. He figures the Tower Mages can stabilize the mana, then checks on Chevelle, who's still unconscious. If Rowell sees him like this, keeping up his school identity will get a lot harder. Before leaving, Rude looks at Lydesis one last time. The boy is still watching him, waiting for some kind of sign. He puts a finger to his lips, warning Lydesis not to say a word. Lydesis just nods, still trying to process it all. Rude gives Lydesis a look like, "What kind of mess did you get dragged into? Black magic, wild professors, shady purple figures, even a dragon. Way too much for one day." He tells Lydesis the other mages are here now, so he'll be safe. Then he urges him to hurry back to the other students. Lydesis tries to stop him, but Rude is already gone. The ground jolts, and a huge piece of the cliff breaks away. The island is falling apart under them. Daner looks down and realizes what's happening. He stays calm, which somehow makes it worse. He plainly says the magic is fading, and soon they'll all drop. Rowell can't believe he's saying that so casually. They need to get 60 students out fast, but the portal they came through is nowhere near big enough. A full evacuation won't work. The compact teleporter is too small. Daner lays out the choices. They could rebuild the mana channels, but that would take longer than they have. The professors stare at him, waiting for a real answer as time runs out. Daner answers with total confidence. He says there is another way. His plan is simple. Let the island collapse, then catch the students as they fall. It sounds insane, but he means it. Rowell has no response. In the back, Marquess Hadelio is close to losing it. Daner turns to Marquess Hadelio and tells him to work with him. He's clearly taking charge. The plan is risky. Chevelle and Rowell will stop the falling debris so the students don't get crushed on the way down. Professor Can is ordered to shield the children. Even light protection will help. Can drops his usual attitude and gets right to work. The Marquis still doubts it. Falling off a floating island does not sound safe to him. But Daner doesn't hesitate for a second. He starts casting and declares that he'll give the children wings. This is high-level Magic Tower magic. Marquis Hadelio is boiling inside, annoyed by how superior he acts. The tension between the nobles and the Magic Tower is obvious. Then the island finally breaks apart, and everyone starts falling. From a nearby rock, Rude watches and considers stepping in. Then he sees the Tower mages have it handled. Something tugs at his sleeve. It's Lydesis. Even now, the kid won't let go. Lydesis looks up at him, begging without words. He doesn't want Rude to leave again. Rude starts to warn him that it's dangerous, but the rock under them cracks apart. As the students scream, golden light begins to cover them. Everyone braces as Dian's magic spreads across the whole group at once. Lydesis drops through the red air, reaching for something that isn't there. Rude spots Chevelle and Lydesis falling close together. He has to get them into the safe area below. Then he sees a huge boulder falling straight at the boys. Rude dives in, not to smash the rock, but to push the boys out of its path. Lydesis catches a flash of black and blue, and for once his tears come from relief, not fear. Rude kicks off the debris and sends both boys toward Hadelio's shield. Around them, it's pure chaos. Falling rocks, magic circles, and terrified students. The wing spell works. The students aren't dropping anymore. They're drifting. They just need to stay calm and trust the magic. EL floats quietly, watching everything with surprising calm. Then it hits the students. They're floating. They're going to survive this. EL is impressed. Casting that level of magic on 60 people in seconds is a class 1 feat. She looks at Dahan, who's standing in mid-air like it's nothing. Still, when she studies the spell itself, she can't help judging it. Even while falling through the sky, she's criticizing how wasteful the magic tower's method is. Dion keeps watching the descent, focused on something below. Soon the island is completely gone. Dion's eyes flash green for a moment as he searches for someone. At the foot of the mountain, Ledasis and Cheval land safely on the grass. Ledasis passes out the second he lands. He's finally hit his limit. Rude lands nearby under cover and switches back to his blonde form. Then he realizes his mistake. He called Ledasis by name. Now he's worried he showed too much and cracked his rude act in front of Ledasis. He checks the others above. At least the students are safe, and the association can handle the rest. But that isn't what worries him most. He glances at his reflection in a puddle. Then he looks at the two boys on the ground and decides he needs to act like another victim. He grabs his backpack, frustrated that he still couldn't learn what they wanted. Minus's transformation is still a mystery. He decides he has to go back and report to the Duchess. For Lidus's sake, his master at Ophion needs the full story. That only reminds him of what his boss said. This trip was supposed to be a vacation. Instead, it's been the most stressful break of his life. He releases his awakening, and the black mana fades. A second later, he's back in his plain blonde school uniform. The change leaves him a little drained. Just like he expected, his clothes are completely wrecked, so he starts building an excuse. He was unconscious for a while, then happened to find those two. He even shifts back into his weak, tired expression. After one last check to make sure no one saw him, Rude heads over to Lidashis and Cheval. Cheval's eyes twitch. He's waking up. Rude freezes. He has to play this perfectly. Cheval opens his eyes to see Rude standing over him. Now the real problem starts. What will he do with what he knows? And how much does Lidashis remember? Inside, Rude is panicking. In the middle of saving everyone, he forgot to make sure the witnesses stayed unconscious. Cheval finally speaks, but his voice shakes. He's still trying to match the weak boy he bullied with the monster he just saw. Rude instantly plays dumb, acting like he has no clue what Cheval means. He gives Cheval a blank stare and briefly wonders if life would be easier if there were no witnesses at all. Cheval flinches. Even without the dark aura, Rude's cold attitude is enough to shake him. Then he steps closer. Rude towers over him, looking far more threatening than a student in uniform should. They need to have a talk, and it's clearly not a request. Cheval is done for. He can already tell the school's pecking order just got turned upside down, and now he's at the bottom. Elsewhere, the Ashuela ruins are a disaster. The floating island has been torn apart with eerie precision. The Magic Tower mages are pleased with the cleanup, not realizing someone else did most of the work. The students are a wreck. Some are crying, some are sick, and all of them are wondering why a school trip turned into this. Marquis Hedelio is frantic, shouting at the mages to find his son. 50 specialist trackers search through Ishuela, but finding a student hidden by Rude's magic is nearly impossible. Portals keep opening across the area as the rescue effort grows, but the key students are still missing. At last, one mage finds a student hiding under a tree. He tries to sound calm and professional, but the kid is far too shaken to care. The student begs to be saved, completely falling apart. And after what happened, that's no surprise. More students are found, gathering close now that they know they survived. Communication crystals buzz with reports of more survivors, and somehow, no one is dead yet. The mages update Hedelio, describing his son as tall and blonde, before stopping themselves. Hedelio is furious already. If his heir is hurt at all, Helios Academy is going to pay for it. One mage points out something strange. There's barely any human blood at the scene. Then the story cuts to a cave, and the mood turns dangerous. A man in a purple suit walks in, complaining about the smell of blood. He calls out to the figure in the shadows, asking what he's doing and if he came here to eat. It's Elzebel, the one who just cleaned up the blue dragon's mess. His mismatched eyes make it clear he's trouble. The man in the suit mocks him for taking his real form. It turns out Elzebel was the blue dragon, and he had been desperately searching for someone. Elzebel brushes it off, saying he just hadn't flown in a long time. The man in the suit says plenty of people saw Elzebel, but that means nothing. They learned nothing useful. Still, they did run into someone interesting. He warns that the association's people are on their way, so they need to leave before the authorities get there. He plans to take him back to Ruby Monter, whoever that is. She clearly isn't someone you keep waiting. Then he glances down at the floor and realizes something is wrong. The man's dead. The suit guy gets annoyed and says Elzebel should have kept him alive. Now he has to explain this to the boss. Elzebel's eye starts to glow. He's done talking. He coldly says the man was too noisy, so he killed him. No hesitation at all. Just like that, he got rid of a key informant because the guy annoyed him. Then he makes one thing clear. He's only following orders so he can get his hands on one person. His goal is simple: capture that bastard and kill him. He's talking about Blow, and this new hunter is far more dangerous than the last one. Back at base camp, the nightmare sky is gone, Everything looks normal again, which feels wrong after what they just survived. Ren stares up at the sky, realizing it's finally over. The nightmare world has closed. She's drained, and now the shock of how close they came to dying is really sinking in. Ren keeps thinking about the blue dragon. Nobody knows what that monster really was, and that won't leave these kids anytime soon. Then Carmel rushes over to Ren. She's hurt, but she's even more focused on what happened. Carmel asks the big question. Is it true Ix started all this and that he was really Professor Hale? The rumor is spreading fast, and Helios is taking a huge hit. In the background, Rude listens as everyone talks about how insane and awful it was, while secretly feeling pretty good about how normal he's acting. He's also thinking ahead. A professor turning into a demon is a disaster. Helios can't cover up. Then he notices Chevelle beside his father. Hadilio is giving him the speech that will lock in their cover story. That brings us back to what Rude told Chevelle before help arrived. Rude practically writes the story for him. Say you got separated, got scared, and then found Lydices. He's removing himself from everything. He puts a hand on Chevelle's shoulder, a friendly move that doesn't feel friendly at all. Then comes the warning. You understand, right? With that smile, Rude looks more threatening than calm. Even after that, he wonders if the threat was too soft, which is funny coming from a Class 1 mage. From a distance, Rude watches Chevelle and wonders if he'll stay quiet. He's mostly sure, but that last bit still worries him. Chevelle is furious, but not over the professor. What really bothers him is that he didn't get to be the hero. Hadilio says the black mage saved him, and adds that he should be thanked if they ever find him. At that, Chevelle looks toward Rude, trying to picture the dark mage in this plain-looking blonde kid. It just doesn't add up for him. How could someone that powerful look this ordinary? Rude really does look like just a kid, which makes it even harder to believe what he can do. Then Chevelle suddenly blurts out a string of curses, completely catching his father off guard. The noble act slips for a second, and Hadilio can only ask if something's wrong with his head. Watching the family scene, Rude realizes one important person is missing. He asks if anyone has seen Dio. His best friend still hasn't turned up. The others fall silent. They still haven't found Dio. The relief Rude felt vanishes the second he sees their faces. One student starts crying, like he's about to share terrible news. But then, there he is, total fake out. Dio is sitting on the back of a carriage like he just woke up from a long sleep. The students lose it. They saw Dio fall, so seeing him alive makes no sense at all. Holding his head, Dio says he woke up and saw a mage, but he has no clue how he survived. The students start putting it together. They decide it had to be the black mage, so Blow must have saved Dio in midair. Rude stares at Dio in confusion. He knows Dio fell, but he also knows he wasn't the one who saved him. Dio is just happy to be alive, admitting he thought he was dead too. Rude is glad Dio made it, but one thing keeps bothering him. He didn't save him. That opens a huge mystery. If the black mage didn't save Dio, then who did, and why are they hiding? Rude keeps staring at Dio, mind racing. If it wasn't him and the association only just arrived, then someone else was there. Then a huge magic circle lights up beneath them. It's time to leave. The tower mages call everyone over and announce they're heading back to Helios. The students step into the portal, worn out and shaken. Some look relieved, others feel nothing at all. Professor Roel watches the evacuation closely, checking every person like she expects trouble from anyone. Lydices is already lying unconscious on a transport bed, completely out of it. Meanwhile, Dio is surrounded by friends. After surviving that fall, he's suddenly become famous. Off to the side, Yael watches and thinks about the black mage, wondering if she'll ever see him again. She's definitely suspicious. Her attendants call for her, and she gives the ruins one last look before leaving. As she steps through, dark mana swirls around, marking a shift into the political side of the story. Now we're back in the cave where Minos died, and the investigation starts. The tower mages examine what's left of the body. It's brutal. They notice blue blood, and realize this man may not have been human at all. Minos was some kind of experiment. The lead mage understands this goes beyond Helios. They're dealing with something much bigger and far more dangerous. Next, we move to a grand palace. This is where the powerful people start getting involved. Someone knocks on a heavy door, and a voice tells them to come in. A pink-haired woman with glasses enters carrying a pile of papers, looking totally worn out. She addresses him as Lord Lanos. The man by the window turns and asks for the report, carrying himself like he's already ahead of everyone else. Lanos mocks the magic tower, calling their rescue effort little more than a picnic in Ishwella. His assistant explains that since the imperial princess attends the school, the palace is pressuring the tower hard, and Marquis Hadilio is leading the charge. Lanos taps the desk at the mention of Helios, already seeing a weakness he can use. The assistant asks what he wants done next. Lanos tells her to arrange a meeting with that old fox. He's going to speak with the association president. He says something this interesting isn't worth watching from the sidelines. With that, he's stepping into the game. 2 weeks later, a hand slams onto a desk. It's already been that long. At a Helios board meeting, chaos breaks out, as noble parents tear into the headmistress. One noble woman says waiting any longer is pointless. They want someone punished now. The Marquette is there too, worn down and asking whether Helios can still keep anyone safe. The headmistress, clearly under pressure, admits the school can't handle this alone. Cornered, she announces a special investigation team. Outside mages will now watch the school, and for Rude, that's terrible news. She says it'll stay secret so the students won't panic, but that really just means more hidden eyes around campus. The team will stay active, leaving the school effectively under the watch of the Magic Tower and the association. Back to everyday school life. Things look normal, but the mood says otherwise. A teacher tries to continue class, but he's clearly on edge. The room stays dead silent. Everyone knows they're being watched. Rude carefully tries to speak up. Professor? Professor Rao snaps around with an intense, "What?" way too fast. She's planted right by Rude's desk, staring while he reads. This feels less like class and more like questioning. Even the real homeroom teacher tells Raoul to stop interrupting, showing he's sick of her security routine too. Raoul insists she's only watching, which is technically true, and still exhausting. The teacher pleads with her to leave, while Rude hides behind his book and tries not to stand out. Rude realizes Raoul may be onto something. Pressure from her, Chevelle, and the rescue mages is slowly closing in on him. He glances at Ledicus and Dio, feeling that ever since that day, something has been off. He's worried about Ophion too. Rude sent his reports, but Master hasn't answered at all. Cut off like this, Rude starts wondering if he'll really be okay. For once, he's losing his grip on the situation. Later, at a party, Rude talks with a classmate out on the balcony. It's a freshman welcome party, and after everything that happened, people are surprised the school even held it. They're calling it a safe return party, but it's really just a big move to calm the parents down. The classmate says it still feels like a dream. Then Lapis walks over and says it definitely wasn't. He's proudly showing off 2 magic rings now. Rude instantly gets annoyed and asks why Lapis has 2 magic stones, when the rules say that's not allowed. It's pure jealousy at this point, and Rude starts sounding like a total rule-obsessed nerd. Lapis just smiles and says he sealed the old one. Since he's elite, the rules don't really seem to apply the same way. Rude can only sigh at the shameless flex and admit Lapis is something else. After that, he joins Ledosis and Dio, who are sitting together in a very awkward little group. Then Ren approaches and invites them to the freshman party, asking if everyone's coming. Rude would rather rest, but at this school, parties usually mean trouble is on the way. Things are finally settling down, but after surviving that nightmare, even a normal talk at the table feels different now. Ren brings up the party like the boys are the last ones to hear about it. Still, Ledosis hesitates like always. He spent his whole life avoiding people because they treated him like he was cursed, and part of him still wants to run back into hiding. Ren won't let it go though, and turns to Ledosis to say something she's been holding in. The boys just stare while she searches for the right words. Her eyes land on Ledosis' hair, long, messy, and hiding half his face. That may have worked when he wanted to disappear, but not anymore. So she suggests cutting it a little, just enough to show he's starting over. Dio's reaction is priceless. He clearly did not expect that. He looks at her like she said something completely insane. Ren sticks with it. She wants Ledosis to face the world clearly, in every way. Then she thinks she went too far and starts to apologize. But Rude steps in. He puts a hand on Ledosis' shoulder, sure this is exactly what he needs, a real break from the past. Rude is all for it, and the trust in his face helps. For once, Ledosis looks ready to change. At the office, the paperwork keeps stacking up. The master reads the reports from Helios with a pounding headache. He sent Rude there to protect someone, not to turn the whole school upside down. His assistant says maybe it's time to bring Rude back, now that Blow's appearance is known, but the master knows better. The Magic Tower is already suspicious, and if Rude returns to Ophion now, it'll look like a confession. On top of that, the base is in terrible shape, and he doesn't want Rude seeing it yet. He's afraid Rude would lose his temper, then go after the association himself. The master confirms the target was the Duke's second son. That makes Ledosis even more clearly the center of something dangerous. He asks whether the Duchess replied. She's the one who hired Ophion to guard her son, and now she's finally coming to Helios. The master gets ready to explain everything, since he's the only one who really knows how bad things got before Rude fixed them. Hair falls to the floor, and the makeover is done. Someone is too stunned to talk. It's the whole group. Ren and another girl can't believe how good it turned out. Even Dio has to admit Ledosis looks like a different person now. Ren starts panicking because she never meant to be the one holding the scissors. Rude quickly praises her work, basically thanking her for doing what nobody else wanted to do. That praise works right away. Rude watches in rare peace, thinking that if Ledosis looks different, maybe people will stop seeing a monster and start seeing a person. But his thoughts soon shift back to business, and he asks the girls the important question: when is the party? He already has a plan. He wants this change to have the biggest effect while he still can. Everyone needs to remember one thing: Ledosis is human, not a demon. Elsewhere, Rude sits on a roof talking to a glowing blue stone. The master is on the other side. Rude worries about Ledosis, but he also knows his contract is nearly over. The master complains about how hard it was to get Rude into that school, sounding like an angry parent. Rude grips the crystal, wanting out, but the master says there are rules. Then he starts reading one of Rude's thank you letters aloud. To my savior, the Black Mage. Rude wants to disappear on the spot. Nothing hits harder than hearing your own praise read out loud. The master teases him, saying he'll keep the letters in his 255th secret treasure box. Rude snaps back that he'll force his way out if he doesn't stop. For a moment, the master turns serious. He says it's been too long since he and Rude saw each other. Then he quietly tells Rude to take care of himself and not forget his precious family. He wants Rude to live well. It's a heavy line, and it hints these two have shared a lot before this story even began. Of course, Rude reacts to real affection by getting uncomfortable and deciding the master must be losing it. Later, he walks down the hall carrying a box. The place is quiet but tense, and he still can't get over the master calling him precious family. In the end, Rude accepts that he'll stay a little longer. For the first time, he doesn't mind. Helios is starting to feel less like a job and more like a home. As usual, the main player shows up last. The ballroom is full. It's the first big event since the incident, and gossip is everywhere. Most of it is about Ale Florenchrome, who's once again drawing all the attention. But Ale looks completely bored, like she'd rather be doing anything else. The crowd keeps talking about the Black Mage. Blow has become the Empire's newest obsession, and these students are eating it up. Ale thinks the whole party feels like a market, with everyone trading status and empty talk. She can't help wondering why the Black Mage is all anyone cares about. A voice behind her agrees. It makes sense after what happened on the island. It's Rude, dressed sharp and clearly ready to stir things up. Eel turns to him, already wary, but Rude says he needs a favor. He looks right at her, and whatever he's planning is about to be interesting. Then he whispers his request. The doors swing open, and 3 figures step in. Eel watches closely. Whatever Rude told her, she's playing along. The whole room falls silent. Then someone yells Leduses, and every head turns. He's here, but the boy they called an abomination doesn't look like one anymore. Eel waves them over, openly showing everyone she's willing to stand with them. She acts casual, and says she only agreed because she was bored. The students are stunned. They can't believe this is the same boy. Leduses walks forward without hiding behind his hair anymore. The silence says everything. The bullying stops, and fear starts turning into awe. Even the elites can't hide their shock as they compare the monster they remembered to the noble figure in front of them. Then flower petals begin falling inside the hall. Rude smiles because he knows exactly who set up those special effects. Eel catches a petal and realizes this is magic. High-level magic. Leduses looks up. For him, this really is a good day, because Leduses has finally arrived as himself. This is the fresh start Rude wanted for him. Above them, Lord Lanos watches like he always does. He speaks with Chevelle, who looks deeply shaken. Chevelle is the only student who knows the truth about Blow, and that secret is crushing him. Lano says this isn't very fun. He likes things messier. Meanwhile, Ren and Dio celebrate. Sure, they've won, but Lano sees a bigger game and admits things are getting more interesting than he expected. Nearby, a document mentions a special investigation team. One subordinate asks if they should search for the right person to join it. Lanasa says no, he already has someone in mind. Then the scene shifts to a forest. Shikmuen stands there ready for trouble. After hearing a rumor that the Black Mage has appeared, a carriage rolls through the city. Inside is a new man with white hair and yellow eyes, someone who clearly seems important. He speaks with a woman in an elegant hat, and they talk about Lidoses. She says that child has changed. The woman is the Duchess, Lidosi's mother, and she hasn't seen him smile in years. When they meet, the gap between them still feels huge. She says his name, but there's no warmth in it. Then she tells him he can't stay at Helios anymore. She wants to take him home to keep him safe, and asks if he'll come with her. Leduses tightens his fist. This is the moment that matters. At last he answers. He likes this place. He says it again. He likes Helios, and he likes his friends. Then he gives a real, happy smile. The Duchess is stunned. More than anything, this proves Rude's assignment worked. Elsewhere, a little girl in a hood waves a stick around, shouting that she's the strongest mage in the world, the Black Mage. A bunch of kids are playing hero and villain, and Blow has already turned into a legend to them. Shikmuan watches them, clearly not happy to see his rival being copied like this. Then he hears some adults say the Black Mage was just spotted at a local shop. Shikmuan's eyes turn red, and the hunt is on. The kids notice him and freeze. One of them says someone dangerous was just there, and they're right. A huge meal is spread out on a table. The owners, shaking, ask if he really is the Black Mage. A man in a black hood sits there with his arms folded, and says yes. Then he shows his face, and he looks nothing like the real thing. The owners whisper that he doesn't match the rumors, but they're too scared to say it any louder. They give him the food for free, and he's clearly using the Black Mage's name to scam people. The owner is pleased, thinking a visit from the Black Mage will bring in money. Then the door gets kicked open by debt collectors. A purple-haired thug barges in and mocks the owner for having no chicken. When the owner says he already paid, the thug brings up interest to squeeze more out of him. To scare everyone, the thug smashes a chair. Then he makes it clear, he wants the whole store and plans to take it by force. The owner's wife turns toward the black mage sitting in the corner. Desperate, she begs the black mage to save them. The fake black mage starts sweating. He just realized this scam turned into a real fight, and he's way out of his league. The owner keeps pleading for help. Instead, the thug just laughs and enjoys the whole thing. He says there's no way this clown is the black mage. He claims he's seen the real one before. According to him, the real black mage is a big, muscular, middle-aged man. By now, the rumor has clearly grown with every retelling. Pointing at the fraud, he says this guy looks nothing like that. Now the owners start to realize the truth, while the fake black mage tries his best to disappear. The thug walks over and demands to know why he's gone quiet. He's clearly getting ready to hit him. Right before he can, a figure appears behind the thug. One blow is all it takes. The thug slams face first into the floor. Shikmon is here, standing over him like he just took out the trash. The rest of the thugs pull knives, not knowing they're up against a class 1 mage. Shikmon doesn't even bother moving. Red mana starts spilling out of him. In seconds he wipes the room clean. This isn't a fight, it's a disaster. The thugs get blasted away, and one crashes hard into the wall. With the room silent, Shikmon turns to the fraud still sitting at the table. The fake black mage laughs nervously, thinking Shikmon is just another admirer or hired fighter. He compliments Shikmon's strength and asks who he works for, trying to recruit the worst person possible. Then he starts talking trash about Shikmon, calling him a fool for chasing Blow for so long. Elsewhere, Van gets picked on again when Lanos calls him a little puppy. Van complains that Shikmon has been acting unbearable lately. Still, the fraud keeps the act going and starts introducing himself as being from Ophion. He even claims he's the black mage, fully committed to the lie to the bitter end. Shikmon finally moves and grabs the fraud by the throat. Black mage, you. He looks personally offended, then calls the man pure trash. The light in Shikmon's eyes makes it obvious he's ready to erase this guy. Then he asks if something happened. Lanos already has something new in mind. It's another mission for Shikmon. Turning to Van, Lanos says he'll send Shikmon to Helios. Lanos smiles like he just tossed a wolf into a pen and can't wait to see what happens. His order is simple, bring him there. Shikmon is heading to the school, and Rude's quiet life as a student is basically over. By the next morning, the mood at Helios has totally changed after the party. Lidios is suddenly surrounded by classmates, who finally see him very differently. He's not handling the attention well at all. Watching the girls crowd around Lidios, Dio seriously wonders if a haircut is all it takes. But Rude knows it isn't just that. Lidios is finally being seen as a real person. That brief school life moment ends when Rude notices something outside. A group of strangers is gathered in the courtyard, and they clearly aren't here by accident. One of them looks up with sharp green eyes and catches Rude staring. He's not a student. He carries himself like the most dangerous person around. Rude feels the pressure right away. The man isn't wearing a robe, but his mana gives him away. He's from the Magic Tower, likely part of the team investigating Blow. Rude's instincts go wild. One wrong move, and his cover is done. Soon, the man enters the classroom and introduces himself as Orfel, the new professor in charge. Rude immediately hates his luck. Being watched by someone like this every day is a nightmare. The rest of the class is already charmed by Orfel's cool teacher vibe. The girls start guessing his rank, and after the Ishwella incident, everyone assumes he's incredibly strong. Meanwhile, Rude and Lidosis both realize men like Orfel weren't sent just to observe, they're here to hunt. Lidosis wonders how much he should reveal. He knows Professor Hell started this, but if that black figure is still around, the danger isn't over. Rude wants to protect Lidosis, but his master's orders still come first, even if the academy is starting to feel like a cage. Then Lidosis suddenly jumps. Someone just came up behind them. It's El, she says Rude's full name, with a tone that means this won't be casual. She wants to talk alone with him. Her stare locks onto his like she's trying to read everything he's hiding. The rest of the class watches like this is the biggest drama they've seen in ages. Rude agrees. He keeps acting like Rude, but he's already trying to guess what El wants. Left behind, Dio and Lidosis can only wonder what kind of secret this is. The two of them end up in an empty warehouse to talk in private. El clearly isn't impressed, and Rude says it was the only quiet spot he could think of without tower spies nearby. She gets straight to it and asks Rude what he really thinks about the incident. Rude gives a safe answer about Professor Hale, but Ale doesn't buy it for a second. She points out that Rude wasn't there during the fight with Hale. He keeps playing dumb, but inside, he's panicking and wondering if she figured out he's Blow. Looking him right in the eyes, she warns him not to lie. Then she surprises him by asking what he thinks about Lee Deuces instead of Blow. She brings up the moment Professor Hale transformed. Ale goes over the chaos. Dio falling off the cliff, the students panicking, and points out that Lee Deuces and Sheville were closest to it all. She noticed Hale kept targeting Lee Deuces again and again. Rude stays quiet. He knows she's noticed something important, just not how much. Then Ale reveals the key detail. When Sheville fell, she saw something. She saw black magic coming out of Liduces. At first she thought it was Rude's because he appeared right then, but the timing didn't fit. Now she's convinced the whole incident may have started because of Lidusis. She asks for Rude's opinion since he's been closer to Lidusis than anyone. What she really wants is confirmation that their friend could be carrying dangerous dark mana. Elsewhere, the Duchess reads the Master's report. She's horrified by the idea that someone may be targeting her son because of his power. She asks the Master if he can truly stand behind those claims, since this goes far beyond rumor. The Master answers plainly, if danger seems possible, it's probably already real. He advises moving Liduses until things calm down. The Duchess clenches her fist, remembering the smile Liduses showed her the last time they met. She thanks the Master for helping her son smile again, showing rare honest emotion. Then she asks for more than temporary protection. She wants a full-time guardian for him. The Master acts surprised she'd trust someone like Rude, a Class 7 mage, with that role. She brings up a place called Lisbon. Her plan is to have Rude join the investigation team in Lisbon. The Master agrees to handle it, already thinking about how much this could benefit Ophion. He promises Lidu's safety will come first, even ahead of the investigation. The Duchess insists that the Magic Tower must not learn about Lidu's possible link to dark mana. Now she's practically begging, asking him to understand the heart of a mother who failed Lidu's before. The Master accepts, showing that beneath all his greed, he does care. Then we cut to a sparkling gift box, sitting in a very wrong place. Shikmuin stares at it like it's dangerous, while Van stands nearby hoping not to get burned. Lanose gives a simple order, wear this and go to school. Inside is a Helios Academy uniform, and Shikmuin looks like this might break his spirit. Lanose is still smiling, clearly enjoying every second. A legendary Class 1 fire mage is being told to dress up and attend high school. Shikmuin glares at the uniform like it's deeply insulting, while Van braces for the worst. Then Shikmuin decides. He burns the uniform right in his hand. The box turns to ash, and he assumes that ends the matter. But he's wrong. Lenos calmly calls his name, completely unfazed. Then Lenos reveals a whole rack of uniforms, about 100 more, because he planned for this from the start. Van lets out a shaky laugh. Even Shikmuan is starting to get that you can't beat Lenos at being petty, when Lenos has money to burn. Shikmuan asks if Lenos has lost his mind. His eyes flare red, and it looks like he's one more insult away from blowing up the place. Lenos changes course and brings up Shikmuan's reckless trip to Ophion. He calls him out for moving on his own, and making the association look bad. The association's reputation is already a mess. Lenos needs a win, and he wants Shikmuan to get it, this time by his rules. He reminds Shikmuan that he's the one in charge. Then he taps the table. That single tap sends a shock through the room, and the floor cracks under Lenos' hand. It's the first real glimpse of his power, and it's scary. Lenos makes it clear. When Shikmuan stands before him, he obeys. No exceptions and no fiery tantrums. He flicks a bit of rubble, and it smacks Van right on the head. Poor Van keeps ending up as the target between these two monsters. Shikmuan asks if Lenos has gone senile. He doesn't back down, but the mood has clearly shifted. Lenos tells him there's no way around it. He's going. Then he offers the one thing Shikmuan can't ignore. The person he's been searching for is there. Shikmuan's eye tightens at once. He knows exactly who Lenos means. Blow is at Helios. Helios may look calm, but right now it's full of danger. Even the students can feel it. Powerful mages are patrolling the school like guards at a fortress. Professor Orfel meets Professor Raoul. With two Class 1 mages in one hall, the tension is crushing. Orfel notices a student and asks for his name. It's Rude, and for him this is a nightmare. He runs through his day in his head. First he spoke with El, then ran into Raoul, and now Orfel is right in front of him. He's basically racing to get his secret identity exposed. Orfel acts weirdly nice. He tells Raoul to stop bothering Rude, and says he really likes him. Raoul doesn't buy it. She points out that Orfel was chasing him earlier, and asks Rude what he did. Rude freezes. He's just hoping Raoul doesn't say anything that makes Orfel suspicious. Raoul tells Orfel to stay out of it, and leave. She's helping Rude in her own cold way, but it still feels suspicious. Orfel picks at the way she talks. She's been switching between formal and casual, and he's clearly trying to annoy her. It works. She drops the formal tone completely just to spite him. The Ice Queen professor isn't taking orders from a Magic Tower mage. Rude just stands there looking like he wants to go hide in his room. He's worn out from all the tension. Then a student rushes over. The professors are needed somewhere else. An emergency meeting has been called for the investigation team, and everyone is waiting. The student is clearly nervous. Even the staff are feeling the pressure from having so many strong mages here. Raoul and Orfel trade one last hard look before they leave. Orfel says they'll finish this later. In Rude's head, the answer is a very loud no. The two professors walk off, and Rude is left by himself in the hall. Then someone calls his name. It's Dio, clinging to Rude and desperate to know what he talked about with El. Rude brushes him off, but El's words about black magic won't leave his mind. Earlier, back at the warehouse, Rude told El he didn't know what she meant. He was flat out lying to protect Lidusis. He even suggests she could be wrong, all to protect the mission. El just watches him. She knows he's lying, but she can't prove it. Back in the present, Dio keeps talking, but Rude barely hears him. El's warning keeps repeating in his head. She saw something coming out of Lidus's body. As Rude walks, he realizes El's reasoning makes sense. If the dark mana came from Lidus, then he's not just being hunted, he's the source. Lidus is asleep. Rude stands over him, looking suspicious, but really he's torn up about what he might find. He has to check. If Lidus has a mage's mark and doesn't know it, that would explain everything. Rude puts a hand on Lidus's forehead, and a faint light appears. Then black smoke starts rising. Rude's void mana is reacting to something inside Lidus. Rude jerks his hand back. He was right. Something was there, but it wasn't a normal mark. Lidus opens his eyes. What the? Rude is caught halfway through pulling open Lidus's shirt. There was no worse way to get busted doing this. Still panicking, Rude keeps searching for the mark on Lidus's chest and completely ignores that his friend is awake. The silence is unreal. Lidus looks ready to file a restraining order, and Rude is still touching him. He hasn't even processed how bad this looks. Lidus only stares at Rude's hand gripping his collar. Then Rude finally realizes he's done for, and blurts out the first excuse he can think of. Lidus looked overheated. He dives back into bed and hides under the covers. In the name of the mission, he just took a huge social loss. But lying there awake, Rude can't ignore what he felt. Why does Lidus have a mage's mark? The abomination isn't just unlucky. He's a mage with a hidden mark, which makes him incredibly dangerous. Rude has confirmed his friend is hiding power that could shake the world, and Shikmoan is on his way to a school trip he never wanted, and things are only going to get worse. The meeting begins. At Duke Guardian's request, the Academy has gathered top mages to investigate the Ishwella incident, but the association also sent one of their own, and the Magic Tower side is not happy about it. The blonde mage is already complaining, saying the association should stay out of tower matters. His partner pushes back. When it comes to talent, the association usually delivers. Professor Orfel stays calm, but he's clearly trying to find out who they're sending. The chairwoman takes a breath like she's about to drop terrible news. It's the chairman's turn. Then Van asks the big question. Is the black mage really at Helios? Lord Lanos answers with a smug, of course not. He lays out the logic. Blow was last seen in Ishwella, and since the school hasn't reported any sign of him, he wouldn't just be sitting in class. Van doesn't get it. If the target isn't there, why send their strongest fighter to a school? Lenosia's instincts tell him something huge is about to happen at Helios, and he wants to be ready for it. He also knows that once Shikmuan arrives, he'll follow orders. Though with Shikmuan, that usually means causing chaos. He stands on a balcony, tired out and running on no sleep, thinking about how Shikmuan only seems interested in killing people, and hoping the school survives. Meanwhile, the Magic Tower mages are still fuming. The yellow-haired mage, Dion, is still bitter about Arshan 3 years ago, when the association ruined the mission. He's sure Lanos is planning something, and honestly, he probably is. What really scares Dion is the thought that Helios would never accept someone with Shikmuan's awful personality, unless there was another reason. Orfel cuts him off, and tells him to shut up. Dion stops right there. Orfel suddenly senses something. The pressure in the hall has changed. At the far end, someone appears. The footsteps are steady, calm, and dangerous. A student in a high-ranking white uniform walks straight toward them. Dion is confused and asks if Orfel knows the Hiraz student. If he's Hiraz, he's one of the school's elites. Orfel narrows his eyes. It's been a while, but he knows that presence right away. The last time they met was at the Imperial Palace a year ago. Orfel never expected to see a Class 1 monster wearing a school uniform. He tries to greet him politely, but the student doesn't stop. He walks right past the two tower mages like they don't matter. Dion is furious, calls him arrogant, and asks who that was. Orfel confirms it. It's Shikmuan. Dion nearly short-circuits. He knows Shikmuan's name, and Orfel coldly tells him he'd better learn to recognize a hidden Class 1 threat. Orfel notices the red glow by the student's ear. It's a magic item using a high-level illusion. Only certain mages can see Shikmuan's real face. Everyone else just sees some elite student. Lanos basically hacked the school's security. Orfel can't figure out why Lanos would send his most dangerous piece into a school full of children. Professor Khan is teaching about the magic name system. He explains that a mage gets a new name at their first awakening, and it stays with them for life. Rude tries to look focused, while Lidus keeps staring at him. Rude feels it and starts sweating. He keeps his eyes on the book, but last night's mess is still hanging between them. Lidus doesn't stop staring, and Rude finally glances over. The tension between them is unbearable. Inside, Rude is screaming at himself to say anything. The silence feels worse than taking a fireball head-on. Even the rest of the class can feel how weird it is between them. Then Lidus looks down, hurt and confused, and Rude realizes he has to explain himself, or lose his only friend. So they head somewhere private to talk. Lidus speaks first, and says Rude may have gotten the wrong idea. Rude scrambles to explain. He took off Lidus' clothes while he was asleep because he was investigating something. Saying it out loud only makes it sound worse. He's blushing hard. For the strongest mage alive, this is brutal. Then Rude turns serious and says he was searching for something specific. He asks if Lidases has felt anything strange in his body, like a mark showing up or disappearing. He's trying to find out whether Lidases knows he's a hidden mage. Lidases just stares at him. He clearly has no clue. That only makes Rude more frustrated. Is Lidases hiding it, or is his power buried so deep that even he can't feel it? Nearby, a group of top mages is being led through the school. Their guide keeps showing off how huge the academy is, but the students watching from above only care about one person. They notice the Hiri's emblem on the new student's uniform and immediately start whispering. Everyone's confused. It's his first day, yet he's already an elite. Most students need years to earn that. Ken grinds her teeth. The elite students at Helios are proud, and this newcomer just jumped ahead of all of them. He stays ice cold, ignoring status and school rules. He's here for one reason, and everyone else means nothing to him. Inside the elite lounge, the mood is just as tense. The elites are all talking about that Helios student. Cheval sits slumped in his chair, worn out ever since the floating island. He used to rule this school, and now he looks broken. He's on the edge, trying to accept one awful truth. The black mage is Rude Krishi. The monster he saw, and the skinny boy in class are the same person. That harmless-looking version of Rude only makes it harder to believe. Cheval can't handle it. Rude doesn't even look strong, and he's younger too. Getting crushed by someone like that destroys his pride. He also can't figure out why Blow is here. The professors clearly know nothing, so he's the only one carrying this deadly secret. Memories of Blow saving them, then threatening them, flash through his mind, and Cheval starts shaking. His friends try to calm him down, but he snaps and tells them to leave him alone. School gossip is the last thing he wants right now. Then a girl rises, hands on her hips, and takes charge of the room. She starts firing everyone up over the crazy new student who entered the Hoorays class right away. Ken backs it up. She saw him herself, and she refuses to let some transfer student steal their place at the top. A red-haired boy complains that it took him 5 years to move up. Even the imperial princess had to start at the bottom. Only the purple-haired girl stays sensible. If the school made this choice, she says, complaining won't change anything. But their leader already has another idea. Don't protest. Make his life miserable until he quits. Step 1 is testing his strength. They want to know if this Sikh really deserves that elite mark. She asks Cheval to join them, but he just stares back like they're kids playing with a bomb. To him, they're complete idiots. The elites head out full of confidence. Cheval can only scream in disbelief. If they try bullying Shikmuen, the school itself might not survive. Elsewhere, Ren reaches over and touches the master's forehead. She's worried he might actually be sick, since he's suddenly acting like a real guardian for once. He knocks her hand away. What has him upset is the Ishuela case. Its security level was raised so high that even he can't read the full report. At Helios, the whole mood keeps getting darker. The master grips a communication crystal, unsure what he's supposed to tell Rude. Ren is worried too. She thinks Rude got dragged into something pointless because someone interfered. With both the magic tower and the association moving in, the school is turning into a battleground between huge powers. Then Ren senses something and calls to the master. He turns at once, eyes sharp. Big trouble is coming. That's about as serious as Ophion gets. Shikmuan walks with a professor, who tells him that as a Hooray student, he can go wherever he wants. The professor tries to sound welcoming, but he's clearly nervous around the Seikei identity. In the library, he starts explaining things, but Shikmuan isn't paying attention at all. Before the briefing can continue, Shikmuan cuts him off. He already heard enough and doesn't care. Then he gets up and leaves before the professor can finish. The professor reaches after someone who has already gone in his head. Out in the hall, Professor Ken notices Roel standing outside a door. She looks ready to start a fight. Ken tries to stay calm, asking if she got the call and reminding her that everyone is waiting. Then Shikmuan steps out. His blue eyes flash for a moment. Roel pulls her sword and points it straight at Shikmuan's throat. The hallway goes tight with tension, but Shikmuan doesn't even blink. He just looks at her like he dares her to try. Behind them, Ken panics and blurts out, asking Roel what she's doing. Shikmuan stays still, waiting. Roel orders him not to move. Her Class 1 instincts tell her something is wrong with this student, and they usually aren't wrong. Ken quickly steps between them, trying to calm things down. He tells Roel she's gone too far, then urges Shikmuan to come with him. As they leave, Ken asks whether Shikmuan and Roel know each other. He's clearly trying to learn more. Shikmuan gives him nothing. He's only annoyed. Earlier, Lanos gave Shikmuan the earring. Lamosic explained that the enchantment would hide his identity, so even anyone who saw his face wouldn't know he was Shikmuan. He needed a fake name. Van still wasn't convinced. Did they really need to send a Class 1 legend in disguised as a student? Lamasa jokes that next time they could send a child in as a professor. He's clearly having fun with the mess he made. Then he turns serious and brings up the students who were sent to Ishuela without passing the barrier. Demonic beasts are also showing up where they shouldn't, even inside the tower's own barriers. Lenisa believes those strange breaches are connected to the Ishwella incident, so Shikmuen's mission is simple: find the suspicious person, whether it's a student, professor, or tower representative. The Black Mage can wait until after that. Shikmuen finally looks interested. A real mystery is far better than some dull fight. Now he's in a classroom while students whisper around him, but the Black Mage isn't there. Shikmuen slams his fist into a desk hard enough to draw blood or red mana. He's furious. Lenos tricked him. He realizes Lenos may have sent him on a fake mission, or used him as a distraction. Shikmuen is so angry he could tear the school apart, and while the elite students prepare to test him, they have no idea they're poking someone who could erase them in a second. Meanwhile, Rude is still trying to figure out why his best friend is storing so much mana. The fuse is lit, and the storm is already here. Rude stands outside the main office, wondering why he was called in. He meant to keep talking with Ledusus about that strange mark, but now something else has cut in. When he's invited inside, Rude puts on his usual weak Class 7 act and asks why they wanted him, hoping it's only about some missing library book. Then, Professor Benny drops the first warning. The new professor from the investigation team asked to meet Rude in person. That professor is Lisbon, or rather Orfel. He stands by the window like he already knows everything. Benny leaves the two of them alone, which is never a good sign. A heavy silence fills the room. Rude is irritated. Calling him in this openly puts attention on him, but Orfel calmly tells him to sit down. Rude asks what this is about, and Orfel explains that an outside investigation team was formed after the Ishwella disaster. He's the one leading it. Rude asks if he should really be telling a student that much. Orfel doesn't care. Rude isn't just a student to him, he's involved. Rude plays dumb and asks what he means. Then Orfel reveals that Duchess Daner extended the protection request. Rude's eyes widen. His deal just changed without warning. Orfel wants to be informed if anything unusual happens to Leduces. Inside, Rude curses his master for never telling him the tower would be involved. Then Orfel leans closer. He drops it plainly. He knows Rude is not a 7th class mage. According to Orfel, there's no reason to keep hiding it anymore. He's studying Rude like a specimen. Rude's mind races, trying to decide whether to run or fight. Now it's just two powerful mages facing each other under the cover of teacher and student. Rude makes one last weak bluff and asks what Orfel means, all while wondering how much this man really knows. Orfel suddenly asks his age. Rude says he's 15, confused by the question. Orfel narrows his eyes, searching for any hint that he's lying. Rude starts sweating. He can tell this isn't simple suspicion anymore. Orfel is sure. Orfel says it's impressive for someone that young to hold such power. He's not hiding his meaning at all now. Rude decides his only option is to keep acting clueless. Then Orfel stands and takes his coat. He's done circling the issue. He says that if Rude wants to keep hiding it to the end, he won't force the matter any further. It sounds calm, but it feels like a warning. Orfel warns that many high-ranking mages are already here, so if Rude wants to stay hidden, he has to be careful. He adds that he isn't interested in spreading rumors. But as Orfel heads for the door, he drops one final word: Black Mage. Rude freezes. Orfel didn't just name his rank, he said the forbidden title itself. Then Orfel walks out like he didn't just wreck Rude's whole week. Rude stays in his seat, silent. In less than 10 minutes, this mission went from hidden to exposed. He just sits there, trying to process it. Now he's shaking. His mind is a complete mess. How does Orfel know? Rude starts retracing everything. He never met Orfel as Blow, so was Orfel secretly in Ishwella, watching that battle from the shadows? He starts wondering if his master betrayed him. No. Greedy, sure, but not dumb enough for that. So how did Orfel figure it out? How was he exposed? And what is going on here? Then the focus shifts to Professor Kan. Kan is hurrying through the hall, looking ready to fall apart. Handling Class 1 mages was never part of his job. He runs into Orfel and Rowell, then asks why Orfel came back alone. Kan says the new student told him to leave, even copying that scary "don't follow me" look. He's worried because he still hasn't gone over the school rules, and that could turn into trouble. Rowell, looking pleased with herself, tells him not to stress. It's not like the guy is really a student. She clearly enjoys watching Kan suffer. Then she reminds Kan they're talking about Shikmuan, a ticking bomb who could burn everything around him if pushed. And right then, someone does push things closer to the edge. A leaf drifts down. It lands on Shikmuan's shoulder while he sits under a tree. The leaf bursts into flames on its own. That's how mad he is. His mana is burning things without him even trying. He stares at the ashes with a look sharp enough to burn through steel. Then two top students spot him from across the yard. It's the blonde Helios and his blue-haired friend. They found the newcomer who jumped straight into the Heroes class. Helios walks over and greets him with the most annoying fake-friendly tone possible. His friend says they should call the others, but Helios refuses. He acts like jumping someone would look bad, though really he just wants the credit for himself. He tells Shikmun he wants to test something. Then he grabs Shikmun by the collar, wanting to see if this kid really deserves that. Here is uniform. Shikmun finally looks up, his cold blue eyes locking in. Helios keeps running his mouth, asking if Shikmun is worthy of the uniform. not realizing who he's putting his hands on. Shikmun only stares back. He doesn't even look angry, just tired of this already. Then Helios suddenly screams and lets go. His friend stares at him, confused, and asks what happened. Helios is shaking now, staring at Shikmun like he just saw his life flash by. But that's not it at all. He's stunned by how handsome this guy is. He starts rambling about Shikmun's sharp eyes and awful attitude, like he's in some romance comic. What really scares him is that Shikmun is exactly Kan's type. He's less worried about danger than about losing his crush. His friend agrees. They both know Shikmun could probably get away with anything just by looking that good. So Helios decides he has to handle this before Kan sees him. He asks his friend for a magic stone, planning to use a strong item on someone far stronger. Meanwhile, Rude walks through the halls. He thinks about how fast everything is falling apart. He never expected the tower to move this quickly, or be this precise. The contract extension doesn't bother him. What he hates is being forced onto defense. The real problem is Orfel. That face is going to haunt Rude for days. More than anything, he needs to know how Orfel connected him to Blow. Right now, one wrong step could ruin everything. Then he turns a corner and spots a fully recovered Chevelle. Rude walks past while Chevelle stands at a counter, trying to mind his own business. Chevelle drops a pendant and pauses to look at it. Rude tries to help and says, "Excuse me," but the second Chevelle hears that voice, he panics and bolts. Rude just stands there, confused, having somehow forgotten he threatened the kid not long ago. At the same time, two students rush up to Professor Orfel. They report that something feels wrong about the new Hera student, and want the professors to step in before things get out of hand. Orfel's blonde subordinate, Dion, asks where they are. Orfel already seems to know. He's been waiting for Shikmun to snap. Elsewhere, Chevelle is still running, barely catching his breath. He finally stops in a hallway, bent over and exhausted. Then a hand touches his shoulder. Someone says, "Excuse me," and Chevelle screams all over again. It's Rude. He tells Chevelle to stop making it obvious, because if he keeps running like this, people will start asking why. Chevelle tries to bluff, saying he just suddenly felt like running, but it's a terrible lie. Rude watches him closely, wondering if Chevelle told Orfel who he really is. Chevelle doesn't stick around for questions. He sprints off again. Rude clicks his tongue. That went nowhere, and he still has no clue how Orfel found out. Above the courtyard, Orfel looks down. Dion says this place has the best view, and the two of them watch the whole thing like a show. Dion asks if they should stop it before the school takes damage. Orfel asks why he would bother. If someone who only knows destruction causes trouble, that helps them. He lays out the idea. Let Shikmun make a mess, and the association will see he's unfit for a careful investigation. In other words, Orfel is setting him up to fail in public. Dion worries Shikmun might kill somebody, but Orfel calmly says they'll step in before it gets that far. Then Orfel tells Dion to raise a soundproof barrier. He doesn't want other professors interrupting before the fight begins. A green barrier spreads over the yard. Shikmun notices right away and smirks. He knows they're watching, and he doesn't mind at all. Nearby, Chevelle and his friend are still bickering over the magic stone. At last, Shikmun speaks. "Get lost." Chevelle freezes. "What?" Shikmun meets his eyes and says it again. "Shut up, you're annoying, so leave." Chevelle is instantly furious. He starts ranting about how he was going to go easy on him, the kind of speech that usually ends with getting dropped on the spot. Shikmun's stare turns deadly. Up on the roof, Dion starts sweating, hoping Shikmun doesn't kill anyone in front of them. Then Orfel notices two more students coming. Dion asks if he should stop them. Orfel says no. A few witnesses would only help. He wants more people to see Shikmun act like a monster. Suddenly, a hand grabs Chevelle from behind. A second later, Chevelle is smashed into the ground. Someone asks why he's wasting energy on this. It's Rude, sitting on Hidelio's back like it's nothing. Chevelle can barely speak with his face against the floor, while Rude looks over at Shikmun, totally unimpressed by the mess. Rude tells himself he's not stupid enough to let a Class 1 fight break out if he can stop it. Then he looks up and senses it. A barrier. Why is there a barrier? Rude immediately knows someone is watching from above. Still seated on Chevelle, he glances back over his shoulder. Across the courtyard, he spots the silhouettes of the elite group. Then he sees the gold emblem on their uniforms. Hires. He recognizes what that means. Only the strongest students wear that. Next, his eyes land on the student in the middle, the one Orfel has been watching. Shikmun looks back. The disguise earring fools everyone else, but not Rude. Rude's eyes narrow as the truth hits him. Shikmun is really here. Any hope for a quiet school life is over, and with Orfel controlling the barrier from above, things are about to get much worse. Now we open on the new student, who is obviously Shikmun under a thin disguise, and he looks one step away from starting a fight. The pressure in the air is heavy, and Lidices feels every bit of it. One of the Hires students looks up in pure fear. A moment ago, he thought he ruled this courtyard. Lidices stands frozen. He knows that aura, that same burning presence only one person has. The bully tries to shout that he'll come back stronger, but Lidices isn't risking it. He clamps a hand over the guy's mouth before he says anything else and starts dragging him away. He already knows exactly who they're facing, and the message is clear. Stop talking if you want to live. Right now, he's the only one here who truly understands how dangerous this is. The other elites still hover under the tree, acting tough, while CK just sits there looking bored. Ledasis tries to explain, but there's no easy way to casually describe someone like that. He glances back at the one in the center, who still hasn't even stood up. The elites keep calling him the new kid, as if he's anything close to ordinary. CK only stares back, giving off the feeling that he's just waiting to see who tries him first. Then Ledasis gets shoved aside, and any calm talk ends there. That confirms it for Ledasis. This guy is on a level the school hasn't even measured yet. He tries to push everyone away, but the elites have already decided to turn this into a whole incident. A silver-haired elite pulls out a magic stone, thinking a short power boost will help against a Class 1 mage. CK doesn't move at all. He just watches the stone come at him like it's garbage. The ring hits his shoulder, bounces off, and drops to the ground. He doesn't even react. The elites are left stunned. They wanted a fight, but got someone who looks like he's just waiting around. CK finally answers. He says he'll play along, but his tone makes it clear he doesn't take them seriously. Two people watch everything from the rooftop. Then CK gives them one warning. Whatever happens next isn't on him. With that, he walks past them, leaving the silver-haired guy furious. He simply leaves, like they aren't worth another second. On the roof, Professor Orfel watches with a cold, sharp look. The elites think he's backing down, when really they should feel lucky. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy is seething and getting ready to start a fight. He casts Ran, and mana crackles through the air. He's yelling about being mocked, which only makes him look even more foolish. Orfel already thinks this is finished. In his mind, he's apologizing to Shikmom before the fire mage blows up the school. Then the attack fires. A huge blast rushing straight at CK's back. Light and dust explode across the courtyard, hiding everything. The elites look proud for a moment. Orfel just looks let down. But when the dust starts to clear, a golden barrier appears. CK is still standing there without a scratch, and he never even turned around. That's when the bullies realize they may have made a huge mistake. Behind CK stands the long-haired guy, the one who just saved everyone. Ledasis looks ready to collapse. All he can think is that he's in serious trouble. His hand shakes around the mana stone. He stepped in because he couldn't just watch them get wiped out. He wanted to stop the elites from being erased, but now all eyes are on him, which is the last thing he wanted. Then, he notices the professors on the roof and wonders why they're watching instead of stepping in. He has to be sure, so he stares at CK's back and tries to match this student with the monster he remembers. At last, CK turns his head. That one sideways look sends a chill through the whole courtyard, and everything goes silent. The elites yell at Ledasis to move, still acting like they're in charge. CK isn't just looking at him, he's looking straight through him. The silver-haired guy keeps shouting orders, somehow still not realizing he doesn't matter here. Ledasis can only look at them with tired pity. CK starts walking off again. He's already done with them. That gives Ledasis the answer he needed. It's Shikmuan. Now he's certain. The most dangerous man in the association is strolling through the school like it belongs to him, and it basically does. Back on the roof, the other investigator is annoyed. He wanted to see something blow up. He even says the Hyra students did better than expected, since they stopped the attack. But Orfel narrows his eyes. He knows exactly what happened. It wasn't the Hyra students. The one who blocked it was the student behind CK. Now Orfel's attention shifts to Ledasis. The silver-haired elite demands to know who Ledasis is, confused why he's mixed in with Idun and Minus. Then we cut to Dio, standing alone on a balcony. His back is turned, but something about him feels off. Two students call out to Dio, but he doesn't react at all. They assume he didn't hear and leave, which is a terrible call. Dio grips the stone railing so hard it starts to crack. When he turns around, his eyes glow orange-red. One thought fills his head. The traitor has to die. Chapter 68 starts loud. A blue mana stone is yelling for Rud. In his dorm, Rud looks exhausted and tells the master to quiet down, since he's supposed to stay undercover. The master isn't scared for Rud, he's scared for the school after hearing the rumors. He points out that even the Duchess Wizard is at Helios. That makes Rud go pale. The master keeps ranting about the duchy extending the job like Rud's opinion means nothing. Then he gives Rud that disappointed boss look. He tells Rud to come back before things get worse, but Rud knows they're already deep in trouble. Then Rud drops the real problem. The wizard from the duchy already knows who he is. Still, he tells the master not to worry because Idun and Hiris never cross paths. It's exactly the kind of promise that usually blows up right away. Before the master can panic more, Rud cuts the call. Back at the Ophian office, the master is left holding the stone like he just watched disaster happen in real time. He's honestly thinking about going to the school himself and dragging Rud home. The redhead secretary tells him to trust Rud and get back to work. The master tries to calm himself down by remembering the school keeps the ranks separated. Later, Rud walks the halls regretting that he never mentioned the wizard mark he sensed from Ledasis. Then Dio runs up behind him, yelling his name. He's back to acting hyper, asking what happened after Ledasis vanished. Dio saw the Hiris elites dragging Liduces away, and to him it looked like a kidnapping. Rude brushes it off and says nothing happened. He just wants one normal school day. Then Dio suddenly leans in and starts sniffing Rude. A second later, he pulls back in disgust and says Rude smells off. That completely confuses Rude. He didn't think Ishwella Dimension left a smell behind. Dio tells him to go take a bath, then runs off. Rude sniffs his sleeve and still can't smell anything. Then he stops and asks where Liduces is. Liduces is in a dusty warehouse, hard at work. Eel is there too, ordering him to move the boxes. One look from her makes it clear she's in charge. Liduces is thrown off by how intense she is. He's still not used to people wanting him around. Eel explains that group classes are starting soon, and at Helios your whole semester depends on choosing the right team. After a brief pause, she says it plainly. She wants him and the others in her group. Liduces hesitates because he doesn't know what Rude or Dio would think. Eel takes that pause badly, and her cold side comes right out. She lays out her goal. In 2 years, she'll be a Hiris and an official wizard, so she needs teammates who can keep up. Then Eel asks Liduces what he wants. He goes quiet, because he's never really had a goal beyond making it through another day. Then Liduces smiles and says he likes things the way they are now. For him, normal life is enough. Eel thinks that's strange. To her, living without ambition makes no sense. Liduces goes back to cleaning with a real smile, happy just to belong somewhere. Watching him, Eel starts to see he isn't the monster people claimed he was. For a moment, Liduces flashes back to the abomination incident that ruined his life. He tells Eel that if something is bothering her, she can talk to him. That catches Eel off guard. She isn't used to anyone offering support. The scene ends with the two of them working in a calm silence. In the hallway, Rude and Dio go looking for Liduces and head to the warehouse, worried he shouldn't be alone. When they open the door, they find Liduces and AL calmly having tea in the now spotless room. The look on their faces says everything. They're completely stunned. Eel explains that she and Liduces cleaned the place up a little, though it looks more like a total makeover. Dio is blown away by how big the room is. Rude smiles. This is the quiet school life he wanted all along. As the group sits down to eat, everything feels perfect for once, and Rude starts thinking that if he's careful, nothing will go wrong. Of course, that thought doesn't last, and the scene shifts back to the hallway. A Hiri student walks through the crowd while the commoners whisper and move aside. It's Shikmuan again. He's in the middle of the hall, clearly looking for someone. Arms crossed against a pillar, Shikmuan has everyone too scared to even meet his eyes. Then a boot shoots out to trip someone. A student crashes to the floor, books flying everywhere. That student is Rude. Shikmuan looks down at him with those glowing blue eyes. Without saying a word, he steps over Rude and keeps going. Other students ask if Rude is okay while he fumes inside about how much he hates Hiris. Then Shikmuan suddenly stops. He's thinking about the boy he just tripped. A flash of lewd hits his mind, and when he looks back at Rude, the truth starts to click. They look alike. From outside, Helios Academy still looks peaceful, but inside it's turning dangerous fast. Rude is facepalming hard enough to leave a mark. He really thought he could make it through the semester without his secrets catching up to him. But then the professor calls for attention, and Rude is screaming inside. The professor says a new student will be joining today's class, trying to make it sound like no big deal. Then he says the name, Eugen Baldwin. Standing there in a Hiris uniform is Shikmuan, looking like trouble just walked into the room. The class instantly erupts. Nobody can believe a Hiris student is really joining them, since those elites normally stay far away from commoners. Rude keeps his face hidden, but he's clearly regretting every choice that brought him here. The room keeps buzzing until the professor cuts everyone off. He says this was a rushed choice made for everyone's good, which only makes it sound more suspicious. Liduces glances at Rude, feeling the tension right away. Meanwhile, Rude stays frozen behind his book, hoping Shikmuan won't notice him. The professor explains Helios's class system. Idun, Clad, and Hiris are split by skill, but that divide has been causing serious problems between students. The stronger students have been pushing others around, and after the Ishuela incident, the school wants things under control. So they're mixing classes to improve the mood, but it also feels like a way to keep all the suspicious people in one place. He adds that Hiris students will only join the Idun classes for some practical lessons. For now, it's just a trial run. Then comes the worst part. Baldwin is an exception and will spend time with them outside those lessons too. Rude nearly hides inside his textbook. The professor tells everyone to relax and starts looking for an open seat. Shikmuan just stands there like he'd rather be anywhere else. Inside, Rude is panicking. To him, this whole thing is complete nonsense. As Shikmuan walks down the aisle, the girls get nervous while the boys try not to catch his attention. Rude tries to calm himself down. He's not blow right now, just Rude, the weak class 7 student who should mean nothing to a Hiris. Lidus and Dio watch him pass as the room falls into a heavy silence. Then a hand taps Rude's desk, slow and deliberate, like a warning. Rude looks up, and keeping his harmless student act together suddenly gets a lot harder. Shikmuan stares straight at him, those blue eyes searching for even the tiniest hint of mana. He tells Rude he's taking this seat, and it clearly isn't a request. Rude gives it up without a fight, sliding aside and acting like the weak kid everyone thinks he is. The professor watches closely, especially Rude. He already suspects this boy is hiding something. Then he finishes the introduction like nothing strange happened, even though he just placed a walking disaster beside a hidden powerhouse. Baldwin is now part of the class, and the professor says anyone with questions can ask him later. Later, outside, Dio sits quietly, still trying to make sense of this shared class with the Hiras. On the bench, Dio points out that the Hiras gain nothing from joining them. He asks Rude if he really believes the professor's excuse about ending discrimination. Eel suddenly appears and points out that this problem has existed forever, so why fix it now, right after a major incident? Her sudden arrival catches the whole group off guard. Dio jumps, but Eel calmly tells them they're asking those questions way too late. She says there's something she wants to know. Looking at Rude, Eel asks if he knows today's Hira student, Shikmuon. Dio cuts in. He wanted to ask too, because Shikmuon kept staring at Rude the entire time, and it was seriously unsettling. Rude puts on an innocent act and asks why he would know a Hiras at all, even while panicking inside. He tells himself Shikmuon still isn't sure. If he had proof that Rude was below, the school would have already exploded. Rude wonders when Shikmuon first got suspicious, and his mind goes back to the fog after the demon fight. He decides he didn't slip up back then. Shikmuon is just trying to prove a feeling he's had from the start. A group of professors suddenly comes into view in the distance. Dio points out they've been gathering a lot lately, and that's rarely a good sign. Rude starts wondering if it's tied to Ishwela, but then his thoughts are cut off. Dio yelps and grabs his eye like something just hit him hard. Rude stares in confusion while El watches Leduces, who already looks worried. Dio keeps groaning, and Leduces can only watch the mess unfold. Then the scene cuts as a door slams shut inside a room. Rude stands there with a serious look. The joking is over. Dio is on the floor, groaning and asking Rude what he's doing. Rude doesn't joke back. He calls Dio by name and orders him to show his face. Dio looks up, revealing one eye changed into a glowing red slit. Nothing like his usual goofy self. He asks what's wrong with his eyes, but even his voice sounds different. Holding his head, he says they hurt. Rude goes on alert at once, watching Dio like he might snap. He asks if the eye is bleeding. Dio covers one eye, but the darker presence inside him is impossible to miss. Rude grabs Dio's face and forces him to look up. He needs a clear look at what he's dealing with. Dio startles, but Rude stays locked on those eyes, trying to remember where he's seen this kind of mana before. A memory flashes up. The huge blue dragon from earlier, with its glowing red eye. Rude realizes the eyes match. It sounds crazy, but in his world, crazy guesses are often right. Dio calls Rude's name as his pupil widens and the red energy grows stronger. The slit sharpens into something more beast-like. Dio is losing control. Rude acts fast and chops Dio in the neck, knocking him out before whatever is inside him can fully wake up at school. Dio collapses, and Rude stands over him, shaken by what he just saw. He thinks about those slit pupils. This isn't just a weird eye change. Dio has something in him that isn't human. Looking down at his friend, Rude asks the question directly, "Who are you?" But Dio starts moving again far sooner than expected, clutching his face as the room turns tense. In the next instant, Dio lunges. This isn't a tackle, it's an attempt to kill. He smashes Rude into the wall and grabs his throat with terrifying strength. In a low growl, Dio says it's hard to control himself when he's near that bastard. Hovering over Rude with murderous eyes, Dio warns him to act like he knows nothing. The cheerful boy is gone, and what's left is something far more dangerous.